We are live now, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning and welcome back to the second day of the International Conference in the Built Environment 2023, organized by the Jindal School of Art and Architecture at OP Jindal Global University. Today, we have 4 sessions of the conference on various themes around the built environment. In each session, 4 students will be presenting their research papers and will be moderated by a student from JSAA. Each session will be followed by a question and answer session with the viewers here on Zoom, as well as those of you that have joined us on YouTube. In today's morning session from 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., we have 2 discussion panels. The first one is titled Mapping Streetscapes, moderated by Varnika Dalmia from 10:10 a.m. to 11:50 a.m. The second session is titled Ecological Investigations Within the Built, which will go on from 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. and will be moderated by Bharat R. Following the morning session, we will be breaking for lunch from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m., followed by the afternoon session from 2:30 to 6 p.m. Within this session, we have 2 discussion panels. The first is titled Sociocultural Identities in South Asia, which will take place between 2:30 to 4 p.m. and will be moderated by Tanmay Tiwari. The second panel within the afternoon session is titled Unpacking Gender Politics. This will take place between 4:10 to 5:40 p.m. and will be moderated by Adya Sharma. At 6 p.m. today, we have the keynote lecture for ICBE 2023 titled Embodied Learning from Thin Places to the Business of Botanicals by Dr. Anne Ambrick, a director of the Sustainable Herbs Program, a program of the American Botanical Council. We hope that you're excited about the keynote session at 6 p.m. today. This will also take place physically at the academic block at the Performing Arts Theatre. All right, I now request Varnika Dalmia to begin with our first session for the day, Mapping Streetscapes. Over to you, Varnika.
Thank you, Ayman. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are well and here with us. My name is Varnika Dalmia, a 4th-year student at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and I am moderating this session titled Mapping Streetscapes. In this session, we seek to delve further into the topics of placemaking and the design of public spaces. In addition to that, we shall unpack terms like legitimacy and thermal performance and try to identify how they fit into the larger conversation. Urban planning, design guidelines, and new management practices have radically transformed public spaces in many countries. With fresh development decisions occurring very often, urban design changes spatially. Then how do we plan our public places around these rampant alterations? To take up these questions and pose a few more, we have with us today a presenter from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum, Milu Mary Paul. And before we jump right in, a note for the audience. We'll take up all the questions at the end. So for those of you joining on Zoom or YouTube, you may keep typing in your questions in the chat box or comment section throughout the sessions. We will find them, compile them, and have the Q&A session after all the speakers have finished their presentations. If possible, do mention which of the speakers you are directing your questions to. You may, however, direct it to multiple speakers as well. And a note for the presenters, you have 15 minutes for your presentations. I would notify you with the bell sound at the 10th and the 13th minute. This is the sound. Right. So now I request Milu Mary Paul to take over. She will be presenting her paper titled Urban Pavement Characteristics and its Influence on Building Thermal Performance. You can unmute yourself now, Milu.
Is my screen visible? Hello.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you for the confirmation. Hello, good morning. My name is Milu Medipal, and I'll be presenting my paper titled Urban Payment Characteristics and its Influence on Building Thermal Performance. Local climate and urban morphology affect air temperature generated within the urban canopy layer, which has a negative impact on indoor thermal comfort and energy usage. Urban planning by careful consideration of parameters like urban road building, high urban paved materials, and vegetation help to improve urban environment quality. So the study mainly focuses on a base case model and observes impacts of various urban structure configuration towards air temperature by interpolating both building and urban models, giving emphasis on pavements. So the background of the study comprises of various parameters related to the thermal performance of pavements, mainly albedo or solar reflectance, emittance or the efficiency with which a surface emits radiant energy, thermal conductivity, which is a measure of the ability of a material to conduct to transmit heat, and specific heat. Among all these material properties, albedo is the most important with regards to how pavements interact thermally with the environment. Moving on to urban heat island. Urban heat island can be simply explained as urban areas are generally warmer than the surrounding urban locations. Although urban heat islands exist at many different levels, including at the ground or pavement surface or near surface, in the ambient air temperature well above the street level, and atmosphere above the city. So surface and near surface heat islands can potentially affect human thermal comfort, air quality, and energy use of buildings and vehicles. Among the various factors that cause urban heat island pavements play a major role in contributing to an increase in UHI. In particular, hard impervious layers and the properties of the dense construction materials significantly change the urban microclimate. These pavements also alter the nearby buildings' thermal performance, which is a neglected area of study, which require research to bring out strategies for an efficient urban planning process. So the major research questions are, what are the possible reasons that cause a change in thermal performance of buildings by giving emphasis on pavements? Can thermal comfort in buildings achieved through introducing cool pavements and strategies? My aim is to study the effect of urban pavements and its influence on building thermal performance, and thereby formulating a concrete relationship between the two to arrive at optimum planning. Major objectives involved: to understand and learn about the concept relevant in the area of urban morphology, to study about the different paving materials and its effect in building thermal performance, formulation of strategies or relationship for efficient urban planning. So the methodology involves both primary study and secondary study. Secondary study involves study of cool pavement and building thermal performance to understand the relationship between the two topics. Primary study involves a selection of a base case model. This base case model will be measured by identified various parameters. On-site measurement of the site will be done, and these measurements will be validated using simulation in MEMS. The results will be validated, projection of other parameter values using the result of basic parameter, and thereby formulation of strategies or relationship between pavement and building thermal performance. Major limitations include: parameters of analysis can be chosen only according to the selected urban site. Common parameters of analysis should be projected on the basis of the results of the measured parameter analysis. And the simulation software NVMET doesn't include building thermal analysis. Therefore, validation of on-site measurements with simulation can be unattainable. The software used for simulation is a light version, so there can be common error in the temperature measurement derived from the simulations. So, literature study has been done, which provided an overview of the current state of knowledge on both pavements and UHI, and also identified various research gaps as well. Moving on to the primary study. So primary study has been done. Primary study has been done to understand three different things. Major two things are to understand the temperature generated by different pavement materials, and to understand the effect of pavement heat and building performance. So it was measured by using live measurement using Stanley infrared thermometer and Fluke thermal imager, and also the temperatures, indoor temperature were measured using HTC digital hygrometer, thermometer, humidity meter. And validation of the surface and near surface temperature were done by simulation in software known as NVMET 5.0.3. So major parameters I have identified are factors. Constant factors include climate, location of places, traffic volume, and material of the building. Varying factors include material pavement or pavements, urban core width between main pavement and building, buffer factors in between main pavement and building, orientation of the building with respect to the pavement. So this is the location, which is in Akkulam in Trivandrum, Kerala. The results were taken for 3 consecutive days. Payments and parameters identified are payment with 1.5 meter buffer, 1.5 meter buffer between buffer space between pavement and building, rubber with 1 meter buffer space, loose aggregate, pavement with grass, interlock pavement, concrete pavement, and compressed all buffer space between pavement and building. Case 1, asphalt pavement with 1.5 meter buffer space between pavement and building. This is the second most hottest pavement studied among the various cases. The pavement reached its peak at 1 of about 9.1 degrees. It was also the surface temperature of asphalt pavement was higher than that of the ambient temperature. It was also understood that the surface temperature of pavement has an effect on building temperature since a buffer space of 1.5 meter was there. So a 9.8 degrees Celsius temperature difference between the asphalt pavement and indoor temperature. Rubber pavement with 1 meter buffer space. It is the hottest pavement studied after asphalt pavement. Similar to asphalt, rubber pavement reached its peak at PM of about 8 degrees. Outside temperature was about 31 degrees Celsius. So since the studied parameter has a buffer space of 1 meter, the pavement and building the temperature is reduced in indoor temperature, but it was higher than the case 1. Also, a reduction of 1.6 degrees Celsius in indoor temperature was observed in building near to asphalt pavement when compared with building near to rubble pavement. Case 3, lower surface temperature and other pavement materials. The material achieved its peak temperature at 1 p.m. of about 32.5 degrees Celsius, which was lower than pavement by 6.6 degrees Celsius. Temperature, the pavement has a similar pattern to that of the ambient temperature in afternoon and then drop. It's also noted that the surface temperature of aggregate and then the 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. On to pavement with grass. Pavement with grass is relatively lower in surface temperature in comparison with other pavement study. The presence of grass in between the pavement is one of the factors that cause a reduction in surface temperature. It was also noted when compared normal interlock pavement, in peak time, pavement with grass is 8.6 degrees Celsius lower surface temperature than the normal interlock pavement. Next is interlock pavement. It is the most hottest pavement of all the pavements studied, as you can see from the graph. It reaches a temperature of about 42.7 degrees Celsius at 1 p.m., which is very high. Since there is a lack of buffer, the effect of the pavement felt inside the building cell. It is also observed that the surface temperature is still higher than the ambient temperature, even in the evenings. The same is depicted through the thermal images. Concrete pavement has almost similar albedo as that of the asphalt, but the result depicted a lower surface temperature than asphalt during the peak time. At 1 p.m., the pavement was 31.5 degrees Celsius, which is 7.6 degrees Celsius lower than the asphalt pavement. This can be due to microclimatic variations between both two cases. The surface and near surface temperature of concrete pavement were in similar pattern with the ambient temperature also. During night, it was observed that the surface temperature dropped below the ambient temperature. Compressed soil. So the conventional soil, it reaches peak during and soil also almost follows similar pattern with the ambient temperature. Surface temperature again dropped below the ambient temperature from 5 p.m. to 9. Thermal also depicts the peak time to 1 p.m. Soil, since it has a higher albedo than asphalt and concrete, albedo reduces in surface temperature. So then a comparative analysis from all the 7 cases and formulated certain results. The result says that in most of the cases, the water temperature tested pavements were similar to that of the ambient temperature. And also on real sunny summer days, temperature of walls and pavement are substantially higher around noon than the surrounding air. So this could result in increased energy consumption and high peak demand for air conditioning buildings during hot weather. And around noon, it was observed that the central portion of the wall typically has higher temperatures, and this demonstrated that there exists a thermal exchange. And high near surface air temperature would decrease human thermal comfort, which is especially important for infants and young children. And these near high surface air temperature would favor the development of ground level ozone. In locations where there is decreased wind speed, such as high-density metropolitan areas, the heat effects of pavements will be more important. The energy that is reflected from the pavement surface will heat up the building wall's temperature. So therefore, high reflectance pavement should therefore be used with great concentration. In another scenario, using high reflectance pavement will lower the roadway surface temperature, which may assist slow the generation of ground level ozone and enhance air quality. Using permeable pavement to increase evaporation from the pavement will assist the temperature. So from these results, I have created some strategies that can be followed. The strategies are: the provision of buffer spaces more than 1.5 meter between the pavement and the building can result in a reduced temperature of pavements of 0.04 to 0.6. In locations where buffer spaces are unable to provide, a barrier can be created using shrubs to reduce the heat generated by low albedo pavements. Another strategy is by providing shading to the pavements to reduce its surface temperature by trees and nearby buildings, that is known as mutual shading. Creation of buffer spaces by changing the orientation of the building with respect to the pavement can reduce the heat caused by pavements inside the building. Also, it was observed that in our urban pavements, most of the footpath we use are conventional interlock pavement, so which is made using precast solid product made out of cement concrete. So after analyzing this, found that it can be one of the reasons that cause a rise of atmospheric temperature. So the conventional interlock pavement can be replaced by pavement with grass, which shows an 8.6 degrees Celsius lower surface temperature than the former. So in conclusion, my study majorly highlights the crucial role that the pavements play in shaping the urban environment and thermal comfort in buildings. So the findings of the study show that the type, color, and texture of pavement surfaces have a significant impact on the amount of solar radiation absorbed and reflected, leading to differing thermal conditions in urban areas. And also emphasizes the importance of choosing appropriate pavement materials and design strategies to achieve optimal thermal performance in buildings. Also, the study highlights the potential of green infrastructure such as permeable pavements and surfaces making the urban higher and more urban environment.
Thank you, Milu. That was a very great presentation. A quick reminder for the audience, the Q&A will take place after all 4 presentations are done. In the meanwhile, do keep posting your questions in the chat box or comment section. So now I request Meghna Garg from NIT Hamirpur to take over. She will be presenting her paper titled Child-Friendly Neighborhood Design in an Indian Context, co-authored by Puneet Sharma from NIT Hamirpur as well. Over to you, Meghna.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Meghna Garg, and I'll be presenting a paper titled Child-Friendly Neighborhood Design in Indian Context. So why should we focus on infants, toddlers, and young children? So unfortunately, babies and toddlers have historically not been considered as stakeholders of the society, and infrastructure has not been built for them, but they make up of about 10% of our population. And a neighborhood or a community where their rights are considered will result in a neighborhood that is suitable for all. So a neighborhood of engaged and curious children will connect parents and strangers in public spaces where a sense of trust and familiarity knit the fabric of the community. What are the objectives of a child-friendly neighborhood? There are 5 main objectives. The first one being safety. So the neighborhood should be safe to walk even if you're mentally distracted or daydreaming. It should be slow, but it should also be respectful of the privacy of the people living there. It should be green, which means it should be comfortable and protected from harsh elements, biodiverse, renewable, and it should use future-oriented green technologies. It should be accessible to all, which means it should be free of physical and virtual obstacles. It should be accessible to the pedestrians as well as the people using strollers or even the people who are less abled. Then it should be playful. It should be attention focusing, but it should not be distracting to the children or the people there. And it should be inclusive to all and not just the owners or people who are the major stakeholders of the society. Then the neighborhood layout. Neighborhood layout guidelines are concerned with large-scale organizational factors. The major urban layout changes within existing neighborhoods can only be implemented over a long time. In the short period, it is possible to bring about improvement and changes to destinations in a neighborhood.
Meghna, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We can't see your slides. It's still on the first one.
Okay.
Can you reshare your screen?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
you can see it now. Thank you.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, is it on the objectives of child-friendly neighborhood?
Yeah. Okay. I'm moving it now. Can you see it?
Not yet. No.
Okay. Well, I'll share my screen again. Just give me.
Yes.
Okay. Is it moving now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I discussed the objectives of a child-friendly neighborhood being safety, greenery, accessibility, playfulness, and inclusivity. I'll move to the next slide, being neighborhood layout. So as I already discussed, that major urban layout changes within an existing neighborhood can only be implemented over a long period. In the short period, it is possible to bring about changes and improvements to destinations in a neighborhood, but then only in a step-by-step manner. So the hierarchy, distance, and density of ITC facilities, ITC being infant, toddler, and the person caregiver of the children. So an average Indian adult can travel a distance of about 800 to 1000 meters in a 10-minute span, whereas the people from the ITC community, they walk from around 150 to 300 meters in that time period. Which means that the facilities that they are using should be in this radius only. So according to the URDPFI, these are the some of the hierarchy and guidelines of the spaces that should be there. In open spaces, there are tot lots, housing area parks, neighborhood parks with their density and area mentioned. In educational facilities, there are daycare centers or creches, which should be at the forefront, then primary schools and pre-primary schools and primary schools. And in healthcare facilities, dispensaries and anganwadis should be present. Now coming to the streets. So the first place that a child encounters outside his home is a street, and it makes up about 20% of a city's space. And it is very important that the street should be attractive and an enjoyable place. So the first step for designing a good and balanced street is to consider the different uses and forms of movement taking place in the street, namely pedestrians, cyclists, or even strollers that the ITC use. So by reallocating the space available and sharing the space between users more equitably, a more balanced design of the street can be achieved. So segregation of users in Indian neighborhood streets. So on the left, we can see that a typical street in India, it is predominant by vehicular traffic. There is parking on either side, and vehicles are moving in the between, which leaves very unsafe place for the children, even other pedestrians walking. So here are some of the things that we can do in some of the streets. So coming to the first type of street, that is a 6-meter wide street. It is a narrow neighborhood lane with a width of 6 meters or less, and it should be treated as a shared surface, which is predominantly pedestrian friendly. So it can have a clear walkway zone of 1.8 meter with seating spaces, but it can also be a shared street, which is also called WOONERVs. So a single level curbless shared surface for ITCs, pedestrians and cyclists and vehicular movements should be encouraged. Next are local streets that are 9 meters wide. Currently, they are having the same conditions. There's parking on either side, and the remaining surface is dominated by vehicular traffic. But what should be done is there should be a two-sided footpath on either side, which is around 1.8 meter wide, and a minimum driveway of 5.4 meters in between should be given. It can also be treated as a shared surface with different paving materials laid to demarcate carriageway, parking, and informal activity zone. Next, coming to neighborhood streets, which are 12-meter wide. So these are very important streets, as in these streets, the vehicular speed increases as the width is more. So here it is important to give footpath on both sides, and we can also give a stroller and cycle path, which is 1.4-meter wide. And a very wider pedestrian zone may be given on one side of the street, which can accommodate play zones, resting zones, and green areas. And separate planter zones with trees, lighting can act as a buffer between vehicular roads and stroller paths. Now, next to the streets, public spaces like neighborhood parks and playgrounds are important elements for the urban life of the infant, toddlers, and child givers. So according to URDPFI, around 3 neighborhood parks should be given with an approximate size of 500 square meters. They should have a dedicated play zone for children, delineated areas for children of 0 to 2 age group, resting equipment, play equipment, proper lighting, and toilets should be given, and resting and nursing booths should also be provided. Next, coming to tot lots. So small children from the age group of 0 to 5, they do not need large areas like playgrounds to play. Instead, they need smaller places like tot lots. So their size can vary from 50 square meter to 125 square meter, and they should be in a distance of around 150 to 300 meters from their houses. So, and they have to be placed along the routes that are frequently used by ITCs, considering how caregivers will wait while the children are playing. Benches should be placed in a manner that they can interact with other parents along with that have come with their children. Now, coming to daycare centers and play schools, they should be a stimulating environment for the children, and outdoor activity should be enclosed by a barrier that is at least 1.5 meter high. It should have a continuous footpath to reach it, open to sky play areas with soft covers, natural play areas, etc. And convenient shopping. So convenient shopping is another very important place for this community, as the caregivers usually come with their children for convenient shopping. So ideally a tot lot should be placed along with convenient shopping. A central open space in between convenient shop should be there for socializing, and vibrant colors for shops should be kept so that it makes it exciting even for the kids. Now, coming to the methodologies and case studies. So there have been done 2 case studies, one from India and one from Israel. So the first one is Circling the Avenue. The location is Hedera in Israel, and it was constructed in the year of 2017, and it covers an area of about 2,400 meters square. So the project revitalizes Hedera city's boulevards, which have lost their glory throughout the years. This is an example of how a street dominated by vehicular traffic, as many Indian streets are, can be transformed to accommodate a playground by using the median. The median was redesigned as a long playground and resting area, and smart playing solutions have been integrated, and there has been made a natural looking park in the median. So here we can see that trees are planted on either side of the park, which also shade the park in a linear manner. Benches at frequent intervals help the carers to be nearer to the children. Wooden benches at one end of the park act as an interface between the park on one end and a community cafe terrace on the other. Several yellow seating elements double up as playful furniture for children to play in and even to walk over and sit in. And then natural playing elements like tree logs and stumps have been introduced that encourage the child to be more creative and play in them. And while one of the path is stepped, the other path is gradually inclined, which makes it more accessible for strollers and cyclists. So the key learnings from this study is that a median or wide pavement area within an existing street profile can be transformed into a play space or a park. Safety from traffic is a key issue in such a case, which has been solved here by placing fencing all along the edges of the play area. Now coming to the next case study, which is JM Road. It is located in Pune and has a size of around 1.9 linear kilometers. So initially the road was prominently vehicular traffic dominated, and it is a 32-meter wide road. So earlier only 2 sidewalks were given, Later on, 2 sidewalks along with buffer zones with green areas and cycle lanes were added. So in the wake of increasing levels of traffic and pollution in Pune, the municipal corporation undertook this project prioritizing pedestrians and cyclists. So the new design includes a continuous footpath, a separate cycle track, and organized street parking. The design also integrates bus stops, street vendors, and other street furniture on the street, locating them carefully such that they do not hinder the walking paths of pedestrians. So here we can see some of the views of the street. So pergolas acting as shading elements on walking path, making the journey of the ITC more pleasant. This can also be used as resting point for shade. Seating spaces have been placed along the walking paths, creating resting points for ITCs. They also act as a buffer between cycling lane and the footpaths, thus making footpaths safer for toddlers. A dedicated cycling lane helps encourage more people to cycle. Small children just learning to cycle can also use this lane without getting in the way of traffic. And small play areas for children between the walking and cycling paths make the footpath more inclusive and child-friendly. The key learnings from this case study are: rearranging the street profile frees up more space for pedestrians. The streets have become more suitable for ITCs because the wider pavement, play areas in the pavement area, and protective planting between vehicles and pedestrians, and more informal seating opportunities. So the comparative analysis on the objectives that we earlier studies. So in case 1, the safety, considering the safety, fencing has been placed along the edges of the play area. Landscape strips in the case 2, landscape strips between motorized and non-motorized paths. The second parameter, that is greenery. So in the first case, 3 rows of ficus trees provide shade. In the case 2, green strips with shrubs are added and previous plantation was already present on the sides, which provides shade. Accessibility. So in case 1, one path is stepped while the other path is graded on an angle, which enables accessibility. In the second case, the path has been dedicated for bicycles and 2 lanes have been dedicated for easy pedestrian accessibility. And the last parameter, which is playfulness. So in the first case, wooden logs, seesaws, and small grassy hills are created for sitting, meeting, and playing, whereas in case 2, play areas between walking and cycling paths are provided, but they are comparatively less in number. So conclusion. So if we design a street, if we design an environment for children, it will work for everyone. So a neighborhood should be welcoming to children, giving them the ability to move around independently, actively enjoying urban environments, and having a feeling of belonging to their surroundings. Creating a child-friendly neighborhood should entail more than merely providing a playground for children as a tool. Rather than focusing on specific spatial entity of playing activities, it is more about fostering the essence of playing as a part of child's nature. So to re-encapsulate, innovative design for a child-friendly neighborhood in India should be produced practically through physical environment development and social local community awareness in order to provide and supply a safe neighborhood for children to play in. Thank you.
Thank you, Meghna. That was a very great presentation and it was quite informative. So next we have the paper titled Legitimizing the Self-Built, on how self-built structures in cities claim legitimacy bit by bit, a comparison between Mumbai and Philadelphia. This is a co-authored paper by Fiona Bruckman from Vassar University and Anamika Sarkar from Jindal School of Art and Architecture. We have Fiona with us today who will be presenting on behalf of her team. Over to you, Fiona.
Hello. I'm going to share my screen. There we go. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Okay. Okay, can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this is a paper titled Legitimizing the Self-Built, a comparison between Mumbai and Philadelphia. So my co-authors, Anamika and Jaridi, all researched this presentation, and Anamika and Jaridi are from or were in Mumbai and they were unable to present today. So I'll be presenting the research on their behalf. And we did this research over the summer as interns with the urban design collective URBS. And URBS is a Mumbai-based action research collective specialized in participatory urban planning and design, governance, and architecture. And through URBS's Homegrown Streets initiative, the collective works to recenter city residents in the city-making process. And the Homegrown Streets initiative project focuses on the hyperdense settlement of Dharavi, where many live in multi-purpose structures used for both living and working. Dharavi has a high quantity of self-constructed structures, or as URBS describes in an article launching the project, homes by local artisans with practical skills and no academic training in architecture or engineering. And this kind of self-construction is happening at increasing rates globally because of the formalized construction industry being increasingly expensive and professionalized and therefore made inaccessible. And the article explains that most architecture and civic administrations, urban infrastructure projects, and real estate developments work on a financial model of speculation. However, a majority of inhabitants raise small amounts of capital from their family and community networks to finance the local economy of incrementally growing construction projects outside this space. So these are some photos, just like and graphics used from the URBS team for the Homegrown Streets project, but within the context of the Homegrown Streets project. And Amika Drudy and myself looked at this mode of construction specifically as it compares across the cities of Mumbai, which is URB's primary location, in Philadelphia, the city that I'm from, and that I was able to do research in last summer. So the focus of this research was to look at self-construction as a way to interrogate who was granted access to public street space and how each city attempts to formalize these respective informal structures. Yeah, this is another graphic from the Homegrown Streets project. And these are two different self-constructed structures on the left in Philadelphia on the right. So in Mumbai, the self-constructed structures that we were focusing on were street vendor carts, where and street vendor stands where wares are often sold by vendors, and they take up public space, such as the space meant for pedestrian and vehicular traffic. These are often constructed out of blue tarpaulin sheets, wood, iron, steel, metal sheets, plastic crates, cartons, and a variety of other materials as well. And they exist precariously as a result of their legitimacy, and this in turn informs the nature of their construction. So they need to be taken down in case the city official comes out, and they face some kind of penalty for having an illegitimate structure, essentially. And then in Philadelphia, the equivalent of this type of precarious construction arose during the pandemic as a way to facilitate the continued use of restaurants by allowing for outdoor dining. So many of these structures, as you see on the right, exist either in public parking spaces or are attached to previously existing restaurants. And this was happening kind of, I think, globally at the time, but primarily in cities in the US, or very much in cities in the US, like Philadelphia, New York. Those are the two that I mainly focused on. And the structures are usually built by the restaurant owner or cost effectively by a local contractor. And they also occupy, again, public pedestrian traffic lanes, and the city regulation of these structures is also constantly in flux. So similarly to Mumbai, the validity is precarious, and this informs the design of the structures. So to focus on Dharavi, my co-author's observation and conversation with the vendors on the street revealed that while some vendors are seemingly insecure on the street, others are more comfortable with their structures being allowed and being legitimate. The vendors are required to pay a daily unofficial tax called a hafta, but this is revealed through conversation with the vendors, which is created by the corrupt practices of all those who exercise informal control over street space, including landlords of the plot of land that a vendor occupies, the local politicians in charge of the specific stretch of land, or the Mumbai police and the BMC officials. And the rates charged to each vendor can range between 10 and 20 rupees each day. The passing of the Street Vendors Act 2014 also recognizes the legitimacy and legality of the activities of street vendors through process of regularization and licensing. And so the passage of this act, along with the payment of the HAFTA, would indicate the establishment of a right to the city exercisable by the vendors, yet there is no guaranteed long-term access. And with officials from the Mumbai police and the BMC making rounds to demand higher bribes, confiscate the vendors' goods, or both, the legitimacy of the structures remains precarious. And for this paper, we additionally drew on Jonathan Shapiro and Jara's 2016 book, Slow Boil, where he highlights several contradictions about the structure, such as the illegality of the structures despite their simultaneous proximity to state authority as exercised by the BMC and the Mumbai police. And additionally, the structures are necessarily impermanent, yet they always are there and being constantly erected. So in this way, they make up the permanent fabric of the cityscape, even though they themselves are shoddily constructed. So these conditions impact the shoddy material form that the structures take, thereby exemplifying how processes of legitimization and delegitimization shape the architecture, however makeshift, of a city. So now to turn to Philadelphia. During the first summer of COVID lockdown in Philadelphia, the city began to issue emergency temporary licenses to restaurants, allowing them to occupy public street, sidewalk, and parking spaces to make room for restaurants to safely host diners. As in Dharavi, the longevity of these self-built structures in Philadelphia is precarious. So while these self-constructed patios are inherently democratic and accessible form of urban development, as of the summer, Philadelphia planned to formalize these structures through impending citywide regulations that would involve approval boards, licensing, and insurance once the current emergency legislation in 2022 expired. And self-built structures, like those outside of restaurants, can be built essentially without cost, with some spaces being built almost entirely from recycled materials such as shipping pallets. The one you see on the screen right now is built, from like sheet metal, wood, and then the one on the right is built out of recycled bike tires and some other just like street blockades that I think were probably found objects, as well as just like some chairs, basically just occupying public parking spaces with whatever they have available, but also like plants to make them look inviting. And the city's approach to legitimizing the structures to make them less accessible to neighborhoods. So they're built very like easily and accessibly. However, the city's approach to legitimizing them makes them less accessible to neighborhoods where restaurant owners tend to have less money, less time, and less experience in navigating city planning bureaucracy. So legislation passed in 2021, in December of 2021, allowed for restaurants with licenses to permanently keep their outdoor dining structures, but the city later piled on other regulations, which included a $60K USD security bond, a $2,200 annual licensing fee, and a requirement that the structure had to be dismembered in the event of inclement weather. So this garnered an overwhelmingly negative reaction from business owners. So the city went back to the drawing board to write up different legislation. The legislation passed in 2020, which allowed for Philadelphia restaurants to apply for temporary sidewalk cafe and street licenses, saw an increase of 600 outdoor dining licenses in Philly restaurants. So there was a huge increase in these amounts of structures that are being built, yet the legislation that keeps being passed is making it what would be a naturally very accessible form of construction incredibly inaccessible to almost every restaurant in every neighborhood, no matter how affluent of a neighborhood it is. A pattern emerged where centralized wealthier neighborhoods were unable to apply for the license as well as the less wealthy neighborhoods. And this also happened across cities, not just in Philadelphia, but also in New York City, where neighborhoods like Harlem and the Bronx saw like a much lower level of application for legitimization of their restaurant structures than neighborhoods in like central Manhattan and other like very wealthy neighborhoods. And so as a result of this, I proposed in the paper an ad hoc practice of urban regulation that would allow for more widespread access to erecting and enjoying these homegrown structures rather than the exclusionary top-down bureaucratic methods that are currently in practice. While much of the new licensing policies in cities like Philadelphia are designed around regulating use of public space and keeping diners safe from weather and oncoming traffic, the formalization process of these largely self-built structures must be tailored to each specific neighborhood and made accessible through low or sliding scale fees and non-prohibitive and legible paperwork. Our paper also touches on the relationship city dwellers have with the structures. While in Philadelphia, many city dwellers enjoy the visual spectacle of the patios and the opportunity to dine in the street, the urban restaurants' new occupation of public street space invites increased diner interaction with unhoused populations in Philadelphia. In cities like Philly, there have been increased reports of restaurant owners calling upon the police to clear unhoused people from the premises of the street in front of their restaurant. This invites interrogation about who in the city is allowed to occupy public street space, for example, the consumer, and who is not, for example, the housing and food insecure. In contrast, there's often the vendors in Mumbai who are regular inhabitants of these public streets who face harassment from the city administration and police for the space that they occupy. And often civic groups or private individuals in Dharavi will file a complaint with the BMC office about the vendors and their usage of the streets, which then prompts them to take actions against the vendors. And this is also slightly ironic, which Anjara, the scholar, also points out, because the police are doing this supposedly to protect the consumer, but the consumer actually enjoys the facility of being able to get a bargain on the street from these informal structures. So in conclusion, the DIY structures of Philadelphia and Mumbai serve as paradigms of two modes of urban legitimization in existence. In the case of Dharavi, the absence of accessible licenses from the responsible authorities resulted in a homegrown street, which normalizes the presence of DIY structures and shapes the processes which free the local economy. And on the other hand, Philadelphia demonstrates to us how legitimization of new urban forms occurs through a legislative process, which often exposes the discordance between the governing bodies of a city and the diverse array of neighborhoods and people that constitute it. And these are our sources. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. That was a very insightful presentation. So I would ask all the audience members to post in questions for Meghna and Fiona in the comment section or the chat box below. So for our final presenter for this session is Ishita S. Suthar from Reva University School of Architecture. Her paper is co-authored by Josiah CM, Mahima Jagdish, and Amit from the same university. Their work is titled Namma Streets, a study of the seating and comfort of informal vending spaces in Yelahanka, Santhe, Bengaluru. Over to you, Ishita.
Thank you, Varnika. Namaste, a very good morning to one and all. I'm Ishita, a student at Reva University. Today, I'll be presenting a paper titled Namma Streets, a study of the seating and comfort of informal vending spaces in Yelahanka, Santhe, Bengaluru. So starting up with the introduction, who are the street vendors? Street vendors are the people who provide various services and goods as the main medium being the streets. So going back in time with the beautiful artwork that we have here, which showcases how colorful and vibrant the Indian street culture is. The whole element of bringing this here was to showcase how it would be so difficult to imagine the whole Indian street culture without street vendors being the part of it. Going ahead, this whole feature of street vending activity is slowly fading out. But why are the vendors important? So they provide us a lot of services and goods at an affordable price. With that, they also contribute to the urban economics as a whole. They are the people who actually do not have a permanent build structure as such.
So why was the study required? The whole study was required in order to understand how a certain category of vendors, such as fruits, vegetable, and spice, and how the ergonomics is involved in terms of the seating, and what are the effects of the seating on the comfort, along with the daily comforts, and what are the different materials that they use in the seating. So our research question is as simple as how comfortable are the street vendors currently in regards to the seating at Yalanka Sante. Once again, highlighting our site, that's Yalanka Sante at Bangalore. So tools of research. So our tools of research varied from questionnaires, surveys, and measurement studies. So we had various observations and analysis. We conducted an interview on 22nd May, 2022. We interviewed around 37 people. So one of the very prominent observation that we had was towards the right side of the street, we had a higher concentration of stalls. That is due to the fact that they had a compound wall that used to provide them sunshade. Following by types of stalls. So there were two major categories of stalls that they had. One was a stationary stall and the other was movable carts. So the number of vendors having a stationary stall was higher in comparison to moving carts, as it requires a lot of investment. Coming to seating, so they had various type of seatings. Some directly used to lay the jute bags or tarpaulin sheets right onto the road or the closed drain. Few had crates, few preferred having double crates. Very few also had chairs and stools as well. So when it came to the seating material, most of the vendors had tarpaulin sheet and few had jute bags as well. But most of them preferred tarpaulin for the fact that it is water resistant. So few of the other problems that the vendors had to go through in absence of a seating, when a person is the vendor standing for a longer duration of time, handing out goods to the customers, the body is exerted to a lot of uncomfortable forces. The same way, when the street vendors are directly seated on the ground or at least on a tarpaulin sheet, what happens is at the same time, they also face uncomfort and they have a difficult interaction in terms of handing out the goods. So in the next image, we have showcase how the vendors having a crate as the medium of seating are comparatively more comfortable, as the goods are directly placed onto a tarpaulin sheet at the ground level. So it's more easier for them to hand out goods, have a better conversation with the customers. So in this image, we can see as most of the vendors' goods were placed right on the ground, or at least on a tarpaulin sheet. So what happens is, as every time it rains, their goods has to go through damages. So that was one of the key or the main problem that most of the vendors had. So one of a solution that would be elevating the goods by having a series of crates. So yeah, most of them preferred having crates due to the low level heighting. With that, when it came to shading devices, it varied from having no shading device to having umbrella as a shading device, and also tarpaulin sheets. The whole point here was they were not supposed to use tarpaulin sheets, which was
not at all a very comforting thing for the vendors, as they have invested a lot on getting those, and due to ill effects of the tarpaulin sheet on the environment, they are restricted to using it as a shading device. So coming more onto the type of arrangement and how the whole vending activity itself works is they have multiple types of arrangement in terms of the goods. So they have U-shape arrangement, L shape surrounded with goods, front side only, or cart which is fully used. So in this, the prominent one was U and L shape, as most of the vendors at our context was they had multiple types of goods. For example, if it's a fruit seller, he would have at least 3 or 4 types of fruits. So he need to categorize in such a way that the customer can easily access them. In the same way, there was very minimum space that was provided between the whole stall and the customer in order for them to have a better interaction, as well as it's more easier for the customers to review the product and select. So coming ahead, one more observation was how the weighing machines were kept very close to them in order for them to quickly weigh down the goods and return it back to the customer. Another beautiful observation that we had at Yelahanka Sante was all the vendors felt really safe and secure alongside the neighboring vendors. So these are the few images that are trying to showcase the same. They had no social or safety issues as such. So coming to a good seating design, there are a few factors that I would like to highlight, like the height can vary from 400 to 530 mm, width and depth of 430 to 500 mm. Seating materials should be such that it has enough padding and which are very comfortable, at the same time are breathable, as they have to use them for a longer span of time. Coming to a few of the examples of the same type of fillers that can be used would be polypropylene, microfiber, recycled cotton, etc. So we also had a talk with physiotherapist Chitra. So she suggests a seating that is more firm when compared to a seating that sinks, because it would really be it will really affect the posture of the vendors with the time, if not. So coming to conclusion, I would like to bring in this few points. So how imagining the street vending or the whole Indian street culture without vendors is not a great idea. How their seating, when it comes to the seating, they were quite comfortable with the type of seating they had, but surely we're looking for a material which is more soft, such as sponge or a cushion, as they have to sit for a longer span of time. So a few of the problems that they highlighted was the rain, as well as the local authorities' rules and regulations. Other important factors that are to be considered when we are designing any space for street vendors would be looking into their affordability range. Like, they are the people who earn on daily basis, so looking at their affordability range would really help in providing a better design. So as we all know, change is the only constant, and if the just mentioned issues can be resolved with the help of redesigning the whole vending system, supported by favorable policy interventions, then we'll be able to enrich and sustain the beauty of Indian street culture at our local streets of Yelahanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishita. That was a very great presentation. Thank all other presenters as well. This has been quite an insightful set of presentations. We now move on to the questions received, and I hope all of you can further elaborate on your work through the discussion. So we'll start off with the questions in the chat box here. There's a question for Mary Paul from Anamika Sarkar. She's asking, in determining the material nature of urban pavements, how important do you think the comfort of the users, that is pedestrians, vendors, etc. is, keeping in mind that the fundamental purpose of pavements is to allow people to walk safely? Can all the presenters please switch on your cameras and answer the questions?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I believe when determining the material nature of urban pavements, it is important to consider both safety and comfort factors. But I think it is as important as the question that we have to consider the fact that climate change is unattainable. Like climate change is happening. So we have to take measures to reduce that. So in the scenario, pavements occupy most of our urban areas. So one major measure that we can come up with to reduce the effects of climate change, we can start from pavements as well. So we have to incorporate both comfort, functionality, as well as measures that can reduce climate change as well.
Thank you, Milu. So we have a question for Meghna from Adya Sharma. She's asking, has the government introduced any measures to make the current or new neighborhoods more child-friendly?
So the government is making small changes and redesigning like small streets and parks, but on a larger basis, like the government has introduced like nationwide, it has introduced Smart City Mission, which has two main objectives, that is pan area development and pan city solutions and area-based development, which has further objectives that are like creating walkable communities, housing inclusiveness, identity to a city, which directly link to the 5 objectives that we studied in the paper, that were safety, greenery, accessibility, playfulness, and inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Meghna. We have another question for Milu. So Harleen is asking, how can the results of your study be used to inform urban planning and design decisions?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Firstly, my findings suggest that modifying pavement characteristics can have a significant impact on the thermal performance of buildings. So therefore, urban planners and designers could consider incorporating the use of specific type of pavements or pavement coatings that have been shown to improve the thermal performance of buildings. Also to add, study also highlights the importance of considering the built environment's role in urban heat island mitigation strategies. So by incorporating strategies such as cool pavements or green roofs into urban planning and design, city planners can help to reduce the overall urban heat island effect, creating a more comfortable and sustainable urban environment.
Thank you, Milu. So we had a question from Ayushi Gupta for Fiona. The question was, what do you think is the fundamental difference between the government's response towards structures in Philadelphia and that of structures in Mumbai? Would you like to elaborate on that a little bit here as well?
Yeah, sure. So basically, I think that in Philadelphia, I've referred to them as like COVID patios because they're the outdoor structures that existed as a result of the pandemic, so you could dine outside safely. But I think that they are kind of like eating in a restaurant is kind of like a privileged urban space, and that they often serve the urban elite who's able to do that. And so the city is kind of obviously always working in the interests of the urban elite, especially I think in American cities. And so I think because it's been so good for the economy, the city's been hesitant to regulate the structures. Yeah, that's, and like what would happen if they were to regulate them and they were to like decrease the amount of structures that exist in the streets is there would be more sidewalk space and there would be more parking spaces and things that are like typically available to like a non-privileged city elite or like the like lower class and middle class, like working people of a city. And so, yeah, I think that that's kind of been what's dictated the Philadelphia's response so far. I'm not sure how that, I think a street vendor is like a more kind of democratic way to engage in business on the street. And so that may be one fundamental difference, is the kind of class analysis of like who is engaging with these informal structures on a daily basis, and like what is the city doing when they're removing those spaces, and like what class is that impacting most, and who is it negatively impacting. I don't know if that was a convoluted answer. Sorry.
No, that was a good answer. So I have a question for Ishita. Ishita, what are the factors you think should be considered when designing for street vendors?
Okay, so when we are like looking into the context of street vendors and designing spaces for them, the key factors is looking into their comfort, because they are the people who work for a longer span of time, looking how comfortable are they, and also making sure that whatever the service or the product we are providing is affordable, because they are the people who work on daily basis to earn their daily breads. So that would be another thing. Alongside of that, we can also add on to a design which is more intuitive, where they know how to use it. Not all the vendors are very educated enough to understand very complicated designs. With that, making sure that we are able to provide both quality as well as at affordable range. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer, Ishita. We have another question for Milu. So someone said, I just wanted to know, how can urban communities engage with local stakeholders, including businesses and residents, to promote sustainable pavement design and improve building thermal performance? Milu, would you like to answer that question?
Yes. Well, I believe the first step that we have to put forward is creating awareness. Also, not by just awareness, we have to also encourage participation, provide the right information, and also by getting holistic feedback, and thereby we can foster collaboration regarding the same.
Thank you. We have another question for you from Taha Mama. He's asking, he's saying, thank you for a very concrete presentation on thermal impact of pavements. Your findings and suggestions are very well laid out. My question would be, how do you think we can begin to assess walkability, universal accessibility, and thermal comfort when talking about pavements? An intervention pavers with grass, while increased thermal comfort also decrease accessibility, difficult for wheelchairs and haptic sticks.
Yes, that's absolutely right. But we do have provisions like in places where we have to follow the accessibility and such things. We have to do that. But there are payments, or there are areas that where we can provide such payments. For example, in for parking lots, or maybe certain places where maybe like playgrounds, or normal street areas where people used to walk. So in such areas, we can use these kind of payments. So I guess in such areas where accessibility and walkability is important, we have to go up with the rules. We cannot violate that. But in between this, it will be very good if we have some kind of an idea to incorporate such things. It will be very good in compacting climate change. Yes.
We have another question for you, which you can answer later. Okay. And Professor Aloparna sent that. I think that's all we have. If we have any more questions, we can answer those. If not, then this brings us to the end of the session. Thank you, audience members, for your active participation, and to the presenters once again. I hope this was an enriching experience for all of you today. So this brings us to an end of the first session for the day. That's all from me. Have a wonderful day, and I'll hand it back to you, Ayman.
Thank you, Varnika, and the student presenters for a truly insightful first session of the ICB 2023. It has already been a very interesting beginning to the conference, and we are quite excited to move ahead with the other sessions after a quick break. We'll be back at 12 p.m. where Bharatar will take us over the next session of the day titled Ecological Investigations Within the Build. See you soon.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, Bharat. Okay. So welcome back to the second session of the day. The second session is titled Ecological Investigations Within the Built, and this session will be moderated by Bharat R. Over to you, Bharat.
Thank you, Amin. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are holding up well and are still engaged with the conference. My name is Bharat, and I'm a second-year student at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and I'm moderating the session titled Ecological Investigations Within the Built. As the title suggests, in this session, we will be discussing matters of concerns within the built environment tied to the questions of ecology. Questions like what are some of the best practices and materials that can be employed keeping ecology in mind? What is the agency of nature within the built environment? Can an ecocentric view of the built environment be adopted? Could we think about planning differently now being sensitive to ecology as an important facet of the built environment? Are some of the questions that would be explored by the four panelists presenting today. And before we jump in, a quick note for our audience. We will take up your questions at the end. So those of you joining on Zoom or YouTube may type your questions in the chat box or the comment section. We will compile all of them and have a Q&A session after all the speakers have finished their presentations. If possible, do mention which of the speakers you're directing your questions to. You may, however, direct it to multiple speakers. And a note for the presenters, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. I would notify you with the bell sound at the 10th and the 13th minute. And this is the sound. All right. So now I request Siddhartha Manoharmayam from Anand National University presenting his paper titled A World of Dew. Over to you, Siddhartha.
Thank you. Thank you, Bharat. Hello.
Hey, you're audible.
Yes. Yeah. So, hello everyone. I'm Siddhartha Manoharmayam, and I'll be talking on a research paper which is entitled A World of Dew. Over here, I'll be talking about the anchor, drift, and fragile ecosystem. Hello.
We can't see you.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll be talking about the anchor, drift, and fragile ecosystem of a lake in Manipur called the Loktak. So the keywords in this particular presentation includes the water and architecture, politics of water, the conflicts, the impacts of tourism, and its ecosystem around. So we'll try to recall this poem by S.T. Coleridge from his book, The Rime of Ancient Mariner, wherein he says, water, water everywhere, and all the boats did string, water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. So this particular, statement of water, water everywhere is an issue that is very relevant to the site of Manipur, where it experiences a heavy rainfall of around 1,655 mm precipitation throughout the year, but always has a scarcity as one does not preserve or contain it properly. So the picture above here is a settlement on the floating biograsses of the Loktak Lake. It's called locally the biograsses are called humdis. So coming further, one of the ephemeral or the short-term paradise that we envy the most is water. And so it has always been an integral part of our life, be it a social, political, or any cultural events that that happens. And it can always be, and this can be seen in in the forms of dots, lines, or generally colored blue on maps. So as we so being told nature as the greatest teacher of all times, we humans have always created a threat out of it, and resulting to an obvious dead end out of it. So the issue of water is always it has been always been associated with either too much, too little, or too dirty. So in the first image is where you see when the water is available too much, it causes flood and various other, it removes all the boundaries of water and the land and various other factors. When it is too little, it is about the droughts. and which leads to less irrigation and farming, etc. And also when it's when we pollute the water or the ecosystem around it, it creates a scenario which is not good, which is very harmful to the whole environment. And so, with nature, we see the stark contrast between this nature and the nature of human beings, which is, with nature, it takes time and it plays out, very naturally along with time. And with human beings, with the nature of human beings, what we want is within a blink of few seconds. And moving further, this particular management of water is a very crucial issue with worldwide, and this becomes peculiar in the state of Manipur, which is a very eco-sensitive zone. And as I mentioned about, people do not maintain or contain it properly, and they do not reap the benefits out of it. Many river banks and canals have been treated as waste canals only, where the waste has been dumped directly into the rivers and lakes and polluting the whole ecology around it. So the main concept for the title itself, the world of dew, is because conceptually, dew is dew itself, it belongs to the natural cycle of water, which occurs on a daily basis. And dew, by definition, it is a result of condensation, and it is very fragile. And so the water and so the world of water is also a fragile ecosystem, and it has a lot of impurities, and the world itself, that supports itself is contaminated. So with this aspect, it looks into the conflicts of water, wherever the water, land, and human, conflicts has been happening around, and where the impurities are born. So it aims to look into this fragile lake to understand the condition, and with this dramatically happening because of the tourism and development. Here we have the image of two different ecosystems, which is the blue belt and the green belt areas of Manipur. So on the blue belt areas, what you see is the fishing nets around, which has been laid by the fishermen on the lake side. And on the right hand side is an image of how the irrigation system works over there in Manipur. And in both the scenarios, water remains as a primary element in both the cases. Contextually or geographically, Manipur is located on the northeastern part of India, and over here, 90% of the area of the state is the hilly region, and the remaining 10% comprises of the valleys and the various wetlands or the lakes around the state. So we can see three different river systems in Manipur, and what we are talking about now is about in the central portion, which is the Manipur River Basin. And the total area of the lake is 980 square kilometers, and it is a Ramsar site. Various other, it is also part of the Montreux Book of Records, where changes in ecological character have occurred, are occurring, or are likely to occur as a result of the technological developments or pollution or other human interference. And it does not only support house to humans, but also to various other aquatic plants, animals, and various other species of birds, migratory birds, which visits around the place. And with the development of human, with the development and the infrastructural things which we provide, the lake is becoming shallow day by day because of all the dams and the barrages that it creates around it. So the real issue, or the major conflict started back in December 2022, where the Loktak Development Authority has, they have issued an order stating they are supposed to remove all the floating biograsses and their huts, which are all the settlements around. So this itself is a very, this order triggered various stakeholders, and while removing all these humans and all these settlements around and all the circular rings around it, it means it will become any other lake around the world. So the essence of the whole lake will be demolished if we consider this particular order. And so this order triggered various stakeholders, and it became a very conflicted area after this particular order. And so it derives certain questions. Is it really a point of containment or a point of celebration, or is it something that we need to look into or reconsider the fact that this development really needs to be happening on a certain basis? So for this, certain things has been carried out, and it can be seen into two different phases. So the first phase talks about the understanding of relationship with water, that is the people, places, and the functions. And this is being achieved with various books, papers, and studies. And the second thing about the water network and through at the micro and the macro level, which is about the mapping of these various networks, the conflicted zones, and the conditions, etc. And then the impacts that it creates around it, and also relooking into certain riverfront developments throughout the journey. And the phase 2 is essentially the observations and analysis on the individual point of starting from a dam till the lake, and also the watershed study, the chronological timeline affecting the sites, the settlement study, etc. And at the end, it gives a probable inferences or a recommendation, which is more friendly to the people around and to the other, species. One of the book that I'm referring to is called which is called Mumbai and Estuary by Anuradha and Dilip. So this book is a visualization of Mumbai itself, and in this book it talks about it questions the idea of water to be appreciated as water or wetness. So the moment we say water, it is found only on when we say water, it is limited. So like ocean, the sea, the rivers, the pond, etc. But when we say moisture or the wetness, it is found everywhere in the forms of moisture through our hands, and it is found everywhere. So selecting a time and selecting a line plays a very important role, which has been a major takeaway from this book. And it talks about where we stand on a particular condition. If we talk about water condition for now in 2023, and if we consider things in 1990, it won't be giving us the great impact on the society also. So various other things are being carried out. Another case study which I'm looking into is the Dal Lake in Kashmir. So Dal Lake in Kashmir is, it is very similar to that what is happening around in Manipur at the current scenario. So Dal Lake has already come up with the flying colors where certain system has been integrated, and the various steps and policies has been changed around while taking tourism into consideration. And another project that I'm looking is the Cheonggyecheon Riverfront Development in Seoul, South Korea. So this project is essentially a blanket of various factors that comes under one umbrella. And it talks about mobility, water, green space, traffic, settlements, etc. that that existed around the place. So back in 1947, even before India got independence, here in South Korea, they have one highway which has been which was in the central portion of Seoul. So back in before 5 to 10 years ago, the government has realized the importance of certain ecological factors that has constrained and that has made the whole system to redevelop this redevelop the city again. And so so they have directly knocked down the whole highway, and they have bring back one river into the city itself. So this make a whole very huge impact on this site also, and improving the lifestyle and the conditions of people around it. And so in this particular case, they mostly talk about the construction and deconstruction. So wherein construction and deconstruction became a major role, while designing a city in the current scenario is very dangerous, reflecting on all the gaps that the infrastructural things have been given to us. And so with all these case studies, it is being understood on how certain edge conditions or certain conflicted things can be treated in multiple ways, not just the hard conditions, but also a softer intervention at the end. Various observations has been made on coming back to the site. Various observations has been also made. So the removal of the floating huts or the biogases has already been started as per the order back in January. And the southern zone has been left undisturbed because it's a protected area of the national park. And what you see on the right-hand image is the circular rings are the fundis or the tapums, which are initially cut and taken from the southern zone to create the fishing traps on the lake, and thus become a language for the whole place also. The haphazard settlement on the city with increasing population has even made it more difficult to manage the whole river system that it brings around. So this view over here, even though the water is being contained in between the settlements around, it becomes as a major flood-prone areas in the overall city. And this is the same image of that this is a different image of the same river at different conflicted zones. So initially it started with a very natural terrain, and slowly while entering into the city, it loses all the essence of the ecological factors that it has. The edge conditions entirely has been demolished, and we can see just the concrete edges that has been just built up. And on the city area, the river has been controlled by holding within the walls or the banks. Certain man-made containments are being carried out on the site for the farming, and the riverbeds are being used as farming areas in terms of when the water level is low, and the river acts as a connector through the bridge and as a guiding factor with the roads on the sites. So with all these things, it comes to an observation cave. There comes a line, which is the politics of water, wherein it stays about a line of separation because it separates you from different places, a line of containment because you are containing the water at certain levels, and a line of calibration because it flows. So this resulted in the depletion of the lake or the politics of space, and for these issues of development and water in a hilly terrain. This needs to be addressed through various factors like the tourism, agriculture, city, etc., and multiple ways. So we can see it in the whole master plan, wherein certain conflicted zones has been highlighted, and we can see it through multiple layers also, like the points of conflicts where the water versus land versus human happens. So wherever there's a human interference, like for example, whenever there's a dam, when the dams are being built, we have certain like divisions has been created, and so because of the different divisions and because of the different needs that one thinks about water, it has different point of view also. And the issue of development and tourism, as one factor which I'm considering it. So understanding water in all this containment is very important, and understanding the river flow, etc. And also, like, as soon as we block the river, it becomes a question: is it a point of calibration or is it a point of celebration again? And like looking into all this system and the conflicts around it, there comes two different things in through the lens of tourism. That is an ecosystem of the tourist and host, which I term it as here and there, because when a tourist comes, it doesn't have a particular time, so they can come in summer or winter or any time, wherever they want. But there's another ecosystem that exists over here, which is then and now, which are the migratory birds, which come during the winter or the summer times. So two different ecosystems can be observed. The next part is about the whole chronological timeline of certain events that happen around the lake. So back in 1989, a Loktak project, which was essentially a hydroelectricity project, has been established on the site. And back in 1999, another barrage has been made on the outflow area. And in 2002, various other hydroelectric schemes has been provided on the lake edges. And in 2011, the government has also tried to remove the huts, the settlements who are living on the floating, biograsses. And again, recently in 2022, they have ordered the removal of this floating, humdis. So, with all this regard, the ones who are really affecting or who are suffering are the fishermen or the ones who are living on the lake itself. So, I tried to map down certain conflicts that has been generated whenever certain kind of events happen throughout the time, and with regards to the fishermen or the ones who are living directly on the lake. So it could be any sort of things like the conflicts with the community, or the perception or the attitude towards the government whenever there are certain kinds of things happen around, or the knowledge transfer, like the loss of various other things, and then the landscape relationship, the education, the external factors which are affecting, like the climate, the urbanization, policies, economy, etc. So understanding all these things, it comes to a conclusion. It envision the idea of water and architecture of Manipur looking through the river and through the lake, and everything that emerges at a smaller level, reflecting or affecting the major lake condition. And also development, the development and this world of view are very fragile are in a very fragile balance. And as soon as we, as soon as we increase, one increases in the development of the yield in tourism and the increase in money it makes, the men will want more of it because of the greed. And it is expected to have an outcome of relooking into different water containment or a different housing typology for the ones who are living on the floating houses, or a different typology of ecological terrain within two different conditions, just to compare at the softer extension or at the extreme extension, these are the two possible things which we will be getting or which we will be looking into. The study would also bring to a larger attention where it will have an improving the economy of the place as well as showcasing the language of the place, and thus narration of this whole journey from the lake, from the river, from the dam, the river and the lake becomes a very important tool in architecture and the physical form, which is they are appreciating the element of water. And so in this world of view, it is not just the humans that exist in it, but rather they coexist together with the flora and fauna that complement them in so many ways, helping greatly in making this world a better place to live in. And I would like to conclude it by saying, yes, the lake belongs to them and they belong to the lake. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Siddhartha. That was great. A quick reminder to the audience, the Q&A session would happen after all the 4 presentations are done. Feel free to post your questions in the chat box or the comment section. So next we have the paper titled Cry for Water in Mumbai, Exploring Socioeconomic Intricacies and Infra-Political Threats, co-authored by Madhumita Suresh and Ananya Ramprasad from the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. Over to you, Madhumita and Ananya.
Just a second. I hope the screen is visible right now.
It is.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Madhumita Suresh.
And I'm Ananya Ramaprasad.
And we're currently pursuing liberal arts and humanities, majoring in environmental studies from the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. Firstly, we'd like to thank the ICBE selection committee for giving us the platform to present our research. Today, we're going to be presenting a research paper titled Cry for Water in Mumbai, Exploring Socio-Economic Intricacies and Intra-Political Threats. To give a brief introduction and background about our research, we'd like to start off by talking about Mumbai. Mumbai is a megacity and the capital of the state of Maharashtra with a population of about 20 million people. It is the 8th most populous city in the world and a global giant in commerce, accommodating several billionaires of the world. So despite the alarming water supply situation in Mumbai, concerned authorities have repeatedly failed in acknowledging the water deficit condition and in improving water supply provision efficiency. Mumbai has seen growing inequalities in access to water in low-income areas, especially in slums. Water accessibility, that is the existence and affordability of water sufficient to meet daily needs, which should be the core agenda of the government, has been postponed for many years. This presentation will analyze and explore the issue of water quality and management in Mumbai, correlating it with socio-political narratives and health and sanitation concerns in the background of climate change. We aim to shed light on several infrastructural and governance shortcomings that alter the narrative of the progressive image of Mumbai and the fallacy of its development. We urge the concerned authorities to devise and implement strategic institutional reforms to address existing infrastructural issues and boost water supply, and further reflect on social intersections which play a crucial role in environmental issues. With the continuous expansion of the city, water sources have been constantly changing from the initial dependence on traditional water sources, such as wells and tanks, to water impoundments 100 kilometers away from the city connected with large pipelines. The current source of water has been local catchments, and the major sources are Bihar, Tulsi, Tansa, Vaitarna, Upper Vaitarna, and Vatsa. And not surprisingly, domestic use of water accounts for the highest portion of water supply. We know that leakages are inevitable from water infrastructure, but the leakages only account for 900 million liters per day, which has resulted in a loss of 25% or more, severely impacting distribution efficiency, leading to poor water service delivery.
Now, before delving into our research, let's first take a look at some key concepts that are relevant to our presentation. Firstly, the World Bank classifies an area as a slum if it does not have easy access to safe water, durable housing, adequate sanitation facilities, sufficient living space, and/or secure tenure. The UN stresses that water scarcity is a relative concept. The amount of water that can be physically accessed varies as supply and demand changes. Water scarcity intensifies as demand increases and/or as water supply is affected by decreasing quantity or quality. Let's also take a look at what questions we try to explore in our research. Firstly, what is the status of water service delivery in Mumbai according to these factors: socioeconomic, infra-political, and environment and health? And secondly, how do these factors play a role in dictating water scarcity and accessibility for slums in Mumbai? To answer these questions, we specifically focus on qualitative data. While we performed a comprehensive study for the entirety of Mumbai, we decided to hone our focus to the slums of Mumbai. We retained documents which had an objective relevant to the present study. That's a detailed analysis of environmental and/or socioeconomic impacts, mentioned challenges and/or future opportunities, and that consisted of suggestions for future policymaking.
So now we'd like to get into Mumbai's case study. So urban water systems usually tend to be inefficient because of excess demand or inefficient management. Regulating demand is usually done by pricing water, and of course, that's what was done in Mumbai. However, given overpopulation, the stress on water, increase in demand, there has been an overpricing of water, which has led to water inequity. Coupled with the rise in privatization, accessibility to water has been restricted only to upper and middle income citizens. If there's poor water service delivery coupled with overpricing, the very next question would be, how is Mumbai's government dealing with this? The answer is that there's a lot of vested interest within the ecosystem and a general attitude of business as usual approach, which has had several implications on water security and sustainable development. And if this persists, this might lead into a situation where future generations will face even more insufficient water supply and issues concerning health, sanitation, sewage, and waste management. But all of these issues implies and exposes an exclusionist model where the poor are excluded on one side and the upper and middle class population are included on the other, which leads us to say that Mumbai has a fragmented and polarized metropolitan landscape. Now, I would like to give some more background before I get into this. So going back to the 1980s, deindustrialization, the end of textile mills, and the concurrent increase in real estate prices, all of these events marked a gradual shift in the socioeconomic identity of the city, which led to a decrease in formal employment and the beginning of gentrification in Mumbai. The BMC, which is the Bombay Municipal Corporation, had socially divided the city into the better off region, which is the western suburbs, contrasted with the working class region, which is the eastern and northwestern suburbs. There have been several attempts in rehousing these slum dwellers in Mumbai with a slum improvement and upgrading program World Bank approach in 1971. The slum rehabilitation scheme 1997 was dependent on the mercy of private builders to provide low-cost houses to the slum dwellers, which allowed them to take over any piece of land to fulfill this social aim. The problematic aspects of this scheme was that it primarily serves slum dwellers based on an arbitrary date, which is 1995, disqualifying almost 70% of the people residing in slums from benefiting from this policy. There are again more issues with this policy, but since they are relevant to this particular discussion, I shall refrain from talking about that. So how is this situation related to water? Now, without formal housing, slum dwellers are denied formal access to water supply since they live in quote unquote illegal spaces. The broader implication of this is that for specific communities, basic sanitation, hydration, or washing would involve the pain of negotiating with complex ecosystems, which involves corruption and arrangements which are fully intended to exploit urban water, which here we perceive as a life-giving and inelastic commodity. Now, this leads to further increase in the distance of such communities from accessing such sufficient formal water infrastructure. This has led to what we would call as a hydrological apartheid. Here's why. Even though the city receives ample monsoon rains, it has never been equipped to supply decent and piped water for all. There have been bans and ration quotas, which are regularly introduced even within high-income regions, depending on the season. However, what is notable is how monsoons have resulted in a natural resource crisis wherein radical measures are necessitated to recognize the widespread water theft or pilferage by the urban poor. Slums are seen as a parasitic threat which require draconian control in maintaining status quo balance, wherein they cannot illegally tap into urban water system. Furthermore, there have been claims of a complex organized crime ecosystem which stands to benefit from illegal pipe supplies and water tankers stealing water meant for high-income areas. These situations have led to water protests, legal sanctions, political dialogues, and water scarcity, which increasingly disrupts the city's identity. Within the context of water scarcity, the politics of violence, disconnection, and denial has caused a perception that the scarcity that the middle-class citizens face is caused by the slum dwellers. This has led to clashes between several groups and, moreover, attempts to restrict water access as a symbol of reclaiming the city's sources for the bourgeois and the middle-class taxpayers. This, coupled with the hypercommodification of water, has created a concern and a question of whether water is a commodity or a fundamental right. Now, this discourse had primarily emerged from the United Nations Water Conference, which happened during 1977, which encapsulated the idea that water is a right of every citizen and that every citizen must have equitable access to drinking water. The idea of right to water gradually extended towards being closely associated with the right to city. So by denying slum dwellers right to water, the Mumbai government is denying them the right to the city.
Now, Madhumita just highlighted crucial aspects of water accessibility and the class divide in Mumbai. Let us now take a look at how environmental and health impacts are affecting the population due to these water issues. Several factors undermine water quality in Mumbai, such as the lack of sanitation, inadequate drainage and collection systems, etc. Water bodies in Mumbai are used by residents as open sewers. They dump untreated and toxic water, fecal waste, and garbage. The increasing population in Mumbai has aggravated the severe water shortage and hindered the long-lasting development of new water resources, especially in post-colonial times. Consumers were forced to pay for water networks to be extended to their premises. Residents of low-income areas, especially slums, face water inaccessibility as well as various health hazards. The appropriation of lakes and rivers by the Mumbai Corporation in its catchment area has been badly affecting communities depending on these water bodies for their livelihoods. Now, since the 1880s, Mumbai has established domestic wastewater collection and treatment plants that continue to expand as the city grows. Now, as of 2021, approximately 60% of Mumbai is unconnected to the sewerage system. The substantial increase in wastewater production and inefficient disposal of the same has resulted in the contamination of these systems. The threat of contamination of groundwater and the aquifer poses a hazard not only to the residents of Mumbai, but especially those of slum dwellers, denying them access to clean drinking water. It's pertinent to note here that Mumbai is a coastal region and an active port. Illegal practices such as cleaning oily drums and dumping unregulated radioactive waste are seen on the banks of rivers and the coastline. Not only have these activities degraded rivers in Mumbai, but also coastal areas and creeks around the city. The proportion of wetlands and mangroves is rapidly declining. This is also resulting in biodiversity loss, namely aquatic and terrestrial plants and animals. The carrying capacity of rivers is blocked, and water flow is then redirected by the disposal of waste, sludge, and other contaminants. Furthermore, there has been a reduction of green spaces by approximately 20% across 3 decades. This is an indicator of ineffective urban planning and legislation, which inadvertently hurts air and water quality as well. The two main governing authorities for health and sanitation in Mumbai, especially for the population living in slums, are the Municipal Corporation of Mumbai and the Maharashtra Housing and Development Authority. Approximately 63% of these residents do not have adequate and safe facilities for sanitation. Public toilets are overused and become of poor maintenance, also becoming unhygienic. Many of them depend on public toilets as well as shared toilets. Open defecation is a threat to health in the city. Drainage systems that are meant to carry wastewater and liquid waste risk overflow and seepage, which deems them ineffective. Without a regular and reliable drainage system, residents are forced to depend on open drainages, which further aggravate the existing hazards to health. Water issues have transcended beyond access to such an extent where the health of the residents is at stake. Inadequate water supply, along with inefficient and ineffective sanitation, drainage, and garbage collection in a crowded environment, predisposes to recurrent diarrhea and diseases that are not limited to the likes of typhoid, hookworm, and cholera. This issue of water insecurity is not isolated to the quantity and quality problem. It's also a combination of availability of clean water and safe sanitation facilities, access to all communities, and affordability of water and sanitation for all. Let us now look at the way forward. Acknowledgement, or rather a lack thereof, has been a primary issue for the Mumbai area in the past. On many occasions, denial and complacency have been present at every forum of climate change and waste management discourse. The interconnections of class, caste, and other socioeconomic issues are often overlooked or even ignored, though they play a very vital role in environmental issues. Fortunately, the Corporation of Mumbai has sought healthier ways of addressing this issue by launching a climate action plan, which specifically pertains to water insecurity along with 5 other issues, namely waste management, the increased green cover of the city, low carbon electricity and climate resilient infrastructure, air quality, and zero emission public transport. However, prioritized action through the lens of class must materialize. Sufficient action needs to be taken on the supply side to focus more on solving the infrastructural challenges and on the demand supply side. The informal water market must also be analyzed and taken into consideration by policymakers. The Mumbai Action Plan needs to formulate multifaceted solutions from top to bottom and bottom to top, with a multi-stakeholder approach and public participation efforts to address issues at the grassroots level.
To conclude, there is a clear polarization of different classes in the Mumbai area. Inefficient urban and rural planning, lack of sanitation and health infrastructure, and overpopulation have had detrimental effects on water access and quality. The threats now faced by Mumbai make the region extremely vulnerable to disasters and hazards, keeping climate change also in background. As the climate action discourse is becoming more prominent in policy-making frameworks, there is a need for Mumbai's authorities to recognize the same and prioritize issues of water and wastewater management, which can further the global targets of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. In this paper, we examined how environmental, socio-economic, and political factors are deeply intertwined with water issues in Mumbai. Ignoring these issues undermines the long-term stability of the water table in the city and sustainable development. Therein exists a dire need for a reformed water management framework and redesigned systems of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhumita and Ananya, for your presentation. A quick reminder to the audience members to pose their questions on the chat box if you're joining with us on Zoom, or the comment section if you're joining with us through YouTube. Okay, for the next paper, we have Nancy Sagar from the National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur, presenting her paper titled The Conceptualization of the Peri-Urban Area of Lucknow as an Eco-City. Over to you, Nancy.
Yeah, sure. I'm not able to share my screen. It mentioned host disabled participate screen sharing.
Now you can share your screen.
Yeah, okay.
We can see your screen.
Okay. My screen is visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So my topic is the concept of the peri-urban areas of Lucknow as an eco-city. So I'm going to firstly tell what is the peri-urban areas are. So the peri-urban areas are transitional zones between urban and rural areas. They are typically located on the outskirts of cities and characterized by a mix of urban and rural land uses. So peri-urban areas are rapidly changing due to urbanization and can experience a range of challenges such as infrastructures and environmental degradation and the social and economic inequity. So this paper discussed the concept of an eco-city, which is a human settlement modeled on the self-sustaining structure of natural ecosystems. The idea is ecological damage and promote self-sufficient development, including social, economic. So the urbanization is a crucial component of socio-economic development, but it also the second thing is the current state of peri-urban areas in
Nancy?
Yeah.
You seem to have an issue with your audio. It's
Okay.
phasing in and out.
Hello. Now?
Yeah, now we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. So the current state of peri-urban areas in Lucknow. So in Lucknow, peri-urban areas are facing a range of challenges due to rapid urbanization and inadequate infrastructure. So these areas are often characterized by few and informal settlements. Additionally, peri-urban areas in Lucknow are prone to flooding and waterlogging.
Also,
So
one more thing. Are you like changing your slides because we are only seeing the first slide?
no. I am only
Okay.
on my first slide. I am just introducing my topic.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah. It's okay. So an eco-city is a city that is designed to minimize environmental impact. Okay. So it is a holistic approach that considers the economic, social. The like an example, like renewable energy. This discuss further. So the second thing is here I can discuss my introduction and the second thing in my literature and third and site study and analysis and the recommendation and guidelines. So the first thing, my topic is first question. So has great potential to become an
Nancy,
yeah.
your audio again seems to be phasing out. Could you like stabilize your microphone if you're like using that? Because we can hear
I'm
you in
using.
moments, and then
Sorry.
some parts we can't. Yeah, thank you.
Wait.
Also, we can't see you either. Have you switched on your video?
No, actually my network is not that well. That's why if I am on my wait. Now it's good.
Yeah.
I'm not on my video because of network issues.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm telling you that my that potential for Lucknow. Okay. So Lucknow has great potential to become an eco-city as it is a home to several natural that need to be addressed in order to transform Lucknow into an eco-city. One of the major challenges is the lack of infrastructure and services in peri-urban areas, which hinders the development of sustainable living. So, the rapid urbanization has led to the depletion of natural resources and the degradation of the environment. These issues need to be addressed. Implementation of sustainable policies and initiatives. To become an eco-city, Lucknow needs to focus on several key areas such as promoting sustainable transportation, increasing green spaces, improving waste management systems, and ensuring social and economic equity. The city needs to involve all these local community, government, private sectors in the development of sustainable policies. So, in transforming Lucknow into an eco city, there are so many benefits which I tell to in further, like environmental benefits, social benefits, environmental benefits, and eco city approach would help to reduce the ecological footprints of the city. And the secondly, social benefits and eco-city approach. And the third thing is economic benefits and eco-city approach would promote economic growth and development by creating new job opportunities and attracting investment in sustainable industries. This would help to diversity the local economy and reduce reliance on traditional industries. Health benefits are the most important in eco-city approach would promote a healthier lifestyle by providing access to green spaces, promoting sustainable transportation, and the reduce exposure to pollution and the other environment. So resilience benefits is to approach help to build resilience to climate change and other environmental challenges by promoting sustainable practices and the reducing vulnerability to natural disasters. So I'm going to three. I discussed about that introduction. I told you that eco city is a type of city, which I discussed to you. That parameters I'm going to discuss here. That you can see the parameters city-wide access to public transportation, which I tell you that efficient public transportation is a crucial component of sustainable cities. It helps combat issues such as congestion and the rising carbon emissions by providing an alternative to individual car uses. So the sustainable cities continually improve and expand their public transportation systems to ensure they're accessible, affordable, and efficient. So this involves careful planning and investment. So cities are also exploring alternative transportation options such as bike sharing programs and pedestrian friendly streets. So pedestrian in sustainable cities, walking and cycling are promoted as emission-free modes. Urban planners prioritize the development of pedestrian and bike-friendly infrastructure, such as bike lanes, wider sidewalks, and the more crossing lines to enhance the walkability, bikeability to urban areas. So in that sustainable architecture, sustainable cities prioritize green buildings, which incorporate sustainable features into their design, construction, and operations. So urban planners in sustainable cities aim to make all new construction as green as possible, minimizing the environmental impact of new buildings. So that we can electric car charging stations, use of electric cars by providing incentives to their owners and promoting their purchase over petrol and diesel fuel vehicles. So the ultimate goal of urban planners is to eliminate our car vehicles charging stations are conventionally located for this to support the use of electric cars. Renewable energy, sustainable cities, the use of clean energy, like such as solar and wind power as a way to reduce carbon emissions and combat climate change. Sustainable cities aim to minimize their environmental impact while enhancing the quality of life for everyone. So they prioritize like eco-friendly transportation such as public transit, biking, walking, encourage the use of electric cars, incentives and infrastructure. Sustainable cities invest in renewable energy such as solar, wind power, and construct green buildings. So, like sustainable cities prioritize social support along with work, community centers, public health measures, and the cultural amenities providing residents with access to resources and health care. So, green waste management system, sustainable cities value water conservation and the green space. Water management and conservation efforts are put in place to preserve the vital resources. Cities incorporate green spaces to promote the mental wellness of urban dwellers. And the green waste solution, sustainable cities enforce recycling and composting the policies going beyond basic programs. So that this principles of an eco city I have read about the 10 principles of an eco city, including degraded land, farming and that waste management and the sustainable building, promote the construction of sustainable buildings, energy efficient, and that water management, improve water management systems by implementing rainwater harvesting and water conservation measures. And the community engagement involves local community in the development of policies and initiatives achieved by conducting community consultants, creating community and providing education and training on sustainable practices. Lucknow into an eco city and create a more sustainable future for the city and its residents. So I followed that methodology. I selected my study area and the eco-city initiatives and the basic parameters. And then I finalized my approach to develop the eco-city in Lucknow, identifying everything. I did case study in Masdar city in Abu Dhabi, which will I know, and that you can say we all know that the goal was to use in Masdar planning. Then the main features which I discussed already, that every time sustainable energy items, sustainable waste management, high performance infrastructure, sustainable transportation. In this sustainable transportations and buildings, waste management, green diversity, renewable energy, and the site overview of the study in my Lucknow. Lucknow is the state capital of Uttar Pradesh, located in the heart of the with the census data that currently population is 3.4. And this is the road connectivity. My site is going through this Ichawa and the Sitapur road. The influence zone. This is the all zones which is crossing my site, floods and this red marks according to the master plan. I taken that this area, and this area is total area is 402. This is my analysis, the area calculations in my proposed eco city. The city is in Lucknow, and there I am taking like 55% of residential, 20% of open spaces, circulation. And this I make with these recommendations and guidelines. That first guideline, I go into public transportation, so bikeable neighborhoods, vehicle charging stations, green food production, accessible public resources, and the water conservation, public I all discussed. And in this conclusion, the idea of an eco-city can be based on sustainable development practices that promote environmental conservation, reduce. This is my reference. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for your presentation. I look forward to the discussion of these three presentations. Keep posting your questions in the chat box or the comment section. Moving over to our final presenter for the session is Jincy Nelson from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum. Her paper is titled Hydrothermal Performance and Risk Assessment of Typical Wall Assembly in Coastal Environment, a Comparative Study. Over to you, Jincy.
So hello, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen and we can hear you as well.
Okay, so my name is Jincy Nelson, and my topic is hydrothermal performance and risk assessment of typical wall assembly in coastal environment, a comparative study. So moisture, it is a major cause for building damage, and almost 75 to 80% of the problems with the building envelope are caused due to moisture. And it can lead to building material decay, structural failure, and it can also affect the health of the occupants. So the main problem of the coastal region is humidity. So humidity is very high compared to inland area in coastal regions. So if we compare the coastal regions of Thiruvananthapuram, we can see that it is almost 91.3% in the month of July. So this dampness and high levels of latent humidity can provide more favorable conditions. So urgent retrofit strategies are needed, and moisture safety of the building must be considered as an important factor. So hydrothermal analysis is a combined analysis of moisture transfer through building fabric, and it is a combined analysis of temperature and relative humidity through building envelope. So materials and wall assemblies can help to regulate the relative humidity levels through their capacity to absorb and release water vapor through a process called moisture buffering of materials. So the main aim of the study is to evaluate the moisture performance and risk assessment of typical wall assembly along coastal regions in Kerala. And the objectives are to conduct a field survey of residences along coastal region to identify the causes and extent of moisture performance issues through visual survey and measuring instruments, and to analyze the moisture performance of different materials and wall assemblies through simulation and use this output from hydrothermal model to determine mold growth risk. So this is a methodology chart. So it consists of two parts, that is a residential survey. So in residential survey, first of all, a coastal region is selected, and the residences are identified with visible mold growth, and external and internal survey of residences are done by visual analysis and also using measuring instruments. And then a risk assessment is done of these residences. And then in the second part, that is simulation part, different cases are identified for comparison. And then mold growth risk assessment is done according to the VTT model. And in the data collection part, it will be mainly concentrating on the coastal climate and rules and regulation related to the coastal environment. And for the literature review, material properties will be focused on. So these are the tools I have used for study. So thermal imager is used for moisture, moisture presence in the wall surfaces, and WOFI software was used for the simulation program. So the main scope is that it will be helpful for the people who are residing near coastal area where such moisture performance issues are severe. And if it is not addressed for a long time, it can affect the health of the occupants also. So this study is conducted in the coastal regions of Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. So in the survey of residences, 8 residences were selected, and among that, 4 residences were selected for the detailed analysis. So room air temperature and latent humidity were done using digital hygrometer and zinc hygrometer, and thermal imager was used to identify the moisture problem on the wall surfaces. So in the first survey of residents, this is the location of residence 1. So from the photograph itself, we can see that the survey, the space is affected by severe mold growth. And in the photograph of the kitchen, which is taken by the thermal imager, we can see the accumulation of moisture on the wall surfaces. So in each of the spaces, temperature and latent humidity were taken, and equilibrium moisture content of the wall assembly was analyzed. So if it is the equilibrium moisture content is greater than 12.5 means the environment is very damp and there is a high risk of mold growth. So in all the spaces, we can see that it is greater than 12.5. And in the survey of residence 2, we can here also we can see that there are material deterioration and also there are moisture accumulation on walls, and the EMC is greater than 12.5. And in the residence 3 also, we can see that this residence was actually recently painted, but still there are moisture performance issues. And we can see peeling of paint on the bedroom walls, and also visible mold growth is there on the toilet walls. So in residence 4, visible mold growth can be seen on the bedroom walls here. And also the peeling of paint can be seen in the sit-out region. And bedroom 2 was severely affected by mold growth, and moisture accumulation can be seen by the photograph of, taken from thermal imager. So comparing all these surveys, mold survey rating was done according to the number of mold affected and the type of room the mold was affected, and also the area of mold affected. So if the number of mold affected rooms, it is more than 2 means the score will be 2. And if it is the type of room is other than kitchen, lounge or wash area, then the score will be 1. And if the area is greater than 1 square meter, then the score will be 2. So a total of 6 score value of 6 can be given. And if it is 6 means it has a heavy dense mold growth which covers nearly 100% of the surface. So from the result we can see that it is 5 and 4 which is near to the 6. So you can say that the moisture performance through condensation is a serious issue in coastal environment, and the choice of material and envelope design is also very important, which can increase the intensity of mold growth. So and the data collection part was mainly focusing on the rules and regulation. So we can see that the current rules and regulation provide inadequate or limited guidance to deal with the condensation and moisture performance issues of residential structures in coastal environment, and the material specification is also limited to the concrete structures and paint. And in the literature review, material properties were studied. So in many studies, it is said that the porous or breathable materials are good at reducing the indoor humidity, and plaster and coats of paint is also very important, which can alter the properties of the material underneath it. So in the further study, that is in simulation part, this comparison between porous and non-porous materials is done to understand how it performs in a coastal environment. So next is the simulation part. So WUFE group of hygrothermal model has been used for simulation, and typical brick masonry wall assembly was used as a basic walling material. And these are the input information given: orientation towards north, and the climate data used was Tiruvandhuram climate data, and the rain exposure category is given severe for high humidity levels, and calculation period is for 1 year. So VTT model is a model in WUFE software. It analyzes the mold prediction on the basis of temperature and relative humidity, and it shows certain signals that is in different color code, that is green, red, and yellow. If it is green means it is acceptable condition, and if it is red, it shows unacceptable condition, and if it is yellow, it remains in an uncertain range. So in this graph, you can see a blue line which shows the critical relative humidity, and if this green line goes beyond that, it is unacceptable and it shows red color. And this is the input data given for the simulation. So for the comparison, I have took different cases, that is different type of wall material, different wall type, then influence of plasters, influence of paint, and influence of moisture control layers. So in the first case, that is comparison of different materials with different porosity values was selected. And these are the layers from outside to inside. So among these materials, calcium silicate bricks is the least porous material, and wood frame structures is the highest porous material among these materials. So from the simulation, we can see that the water content of the wall assembly from outside to inside, it is highest for calcium silicate bricks, and it is the lowest for wood frame structures. In the second case, that is the comparison of different wall types, insulation, air gaps, and all are considered. So if we add any other layer other than the base walling material, that is brick masonry, we can see that there is an increase in water content and relative humidity in each of the cases. If we add insulation, air gap, and also if we add any additional layer with other material. So adding an additional layer has no impact in reducing the relative humidity and water content, even though it reduces temperature inside. So next is a comparison of different plasters with a different porosity. So the least porous material is cement lime plaster, and highest porous material is gypsum plaster. So while comparing, we can see that the gypsum plaster has the least water content and least relative humidity, and the cement lime plaster has the highest water content inside. And next is a comparison of different paints on brick masonry. So it is based on the ST value, that is steam diffusion. It is a measure for breathability of the material. So if the ST value is lower, the material is more breathable, means it is inversely proportional. So the silicate paint is more breathable in this case, and stucco is less breathable. So when we compare, we can see that the stucco, it has the highest relative humidity and water content inside the wall assembly, and other old materials have less compared to stucco. So we can say that the breathable paints are better compared to non-breathable paints in case of solid brick masonry, and it reduces the mold risk of wall assembly. And this is a VTT model for mold risk evaluation. And this is a critical relative humidity, this blue line. So it is going beyond the critical relative humidity. So it is showing red, which indicates that it is not acceptable. And in the last case also, when we compare different moisture control layers also, if we add any additional layer to the base walling material, we can see that the water content and the humidity is also increasing. And if we are providing a external moisture control layer, it is better rather than providing it inside, providing it in interior. So from the conclusion, we can conclude that the coastal residences are high risk of mold growth, and we can see a positive impact of porous materials on humidity regulation, which is observed through simulation. So when we compare different materials with different porosity values, we can see that less porous materials have the highest water content inside, and also breathable. And when we compare breathable and non-breathable paints, breathable paints are better compared to non-breathable paint in regulating relative humidity. And when we add an additional layer of insulation or air gap, we can see a rise in water content inside and relative humidity. So overall, we can say that considering insulation air cavities, plaster type and extreme moisture control layer, well, designing a building can help to regulate the relative humidity levels and also reduce the risk of mold growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinsi, and all the presenters for your work. I'm sure all of us as students of the built environment found these presentations to be deeply enriching and insightful. We now move on to the questions received, and I hope all of you can further elaborate on your work through the discussions. Okay, so the first question is from Professor Tapti. Her question is, a question is addressed to Siddhartha. The question is, in one hand, Loktak Lake, floating vegetation ring by fishermen are already popular thanks to tourism and social media. On the other hand, the lake is going to get cleaned up to save the lake. How do you envision balanced desire of tourism, organic human nature bond, and how government is envisioning to save Loktak water body?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think for tourism, I think it is important to understand why the tourists are visiting these places. So for them, it's like they're visiting the place to experience, the life on this floating huts, as well as to see this scenic, beautiful, scenarios of this particular circular ring. And on the other hand, to cleanse or to rejuvenate it, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean for government to replace or to displace these settlements from the original places around. And I think in such a case, we can have a balance by controlling the footfall areas rather than controlling the water, and setting up certain policies with local interests. And I think that will be a good opinion or a good recommendation from my side. Thank you.
Okay, a sort of follow-up question is from Pia. She asks, how can we balance the need for economic development with the need to preserve the natural environment and resources of Manipur?
Okay. Yeah, again, thank you for the question. I think we can focus more on the organic development, like what Sikkim is currently doing for now. So also focusing on the ones who are being affected, with this kind of certain changes around. I think it's important to consider them at the first topmost priority and to act according on what the local interests are. And also for the economical development, yes, tourism being an important factor, I think we can recommend for a more soft intervention rather than having like fast industrialized zones or certain other things around the lake edges. And also the edge become a very important sensitive zones around it, because most of the things are happening on the edge conditions mostly. And as the settlements are on the central portion, it doesn't affect the ecological factors of the lake mostly. But also, yes, certain things can be channelized around, like for the waste treatment systems, and certain pipelines could be, could be managed on certain pulling off certain threads to connect all these different issues around. And yeah, I think it can be certain things that pulls around these different strings together while we anchor to that one particular natural systems around it. So that can be the drift around. Thank you.
Thank you. So Professor Minnati wants, this question is addressed to Nancy. She asks if contexts are important in thinking about eco-city, or is it independent of it? This is a question to Nancy. Nancy, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Question. Okay, it is important to consider the ecological and spatial aspects of the area. So water bodies and green spaces and agriculture and land and their settlement and transportation, cultural heritage. Is this important? Why it's important? Because water bodies in Lucknow are heavily polluted. Then strategies to improve water quality and protect bodies. Yeah, so the peri-urban areas surrounding Lucknow are primarily agriculture strategies, agriculture practices, and protect these areas from urbanization become important.
Okay. There's a question again from Professor Tapati, which is addressed to you again, Nancy. She says, Dear Nancy, thank you for your presentation. Did you envision the effect of the eco-transformation measures that you have proposed on the human and non-human population living in the peri-urban area? How many life?
No. Yeah. I get. No, there is no forest area. This is farmland. There is no humans, not anything. This is farmland area.
Okay. The second part of this question is, how many life will get uprooted for this realization? Would you like to know she's asking your solution about that.
Yeah, there is no wildlife. There is only farmland. Yeah.
Okay. So moving on, Professor Abu is asking a question for the first three speakers. In your understanding, what is more important, political will or people's will to better or worse the environment/ecology? That is a question addressed to all three speakers, all three panelists. Four, actually. So, Siddhartha, would you want to start? And after that, maybe Ananya and Madhumita, followed by Nancy.
I think in a democratic society, I think whatever the government does is mostly a followed up thing by the people only. So I think it's important for the government, also for the policy makers, to understand what the ground realities are before acting or before making it just for the productive, just looking, not just for looking into the productive zones, but also to understand and reconsider certain things on ground realities. I think that's important.
Madhumita and Ananya, are you guys here? Okay, Nancy, do you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. So this EcoCity project has the potential to influence both local and national sustainability policies in India. So the Indian government has set some really ambitious targets for sustainable development, such as reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the use of renewable energy. So by creating a successful EcoCity model, this project can inspire other cities and potentially impact policy decisions at different levels of government. So as we move forward this plan, we need to navigate various land use and zoning regulations that govern urban and urban development. Depending on the rules and regulations in Lucknow, we may need to advocate for changes promoting more sustainable development practices. So regarding interventions are strong environmental regulations and incentives for eco-friendly practices, land use and zoning regulations, infrastructure investments, and green space development. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Jinsi, this is a question addressed to you. This is from Kuhu. So the question is, you in your presentation claim that the current Indian regulatory framework provides inadequate guidance for moisture management in coastal residential buildings. So she's asking you, what kind of changes do you suggest to make the framework more sensitive towards moisture management? So that is a question addressed to you, Jinsi. Are you here?
Okay, yes. Thank you for the question. So the current rules and regulations for coastal environment is very less, and within the built environment is very less. It mainly focuses on the hard structures and soft measures, etc. So more studies have to be done, including the salinity of atmosphere and also more comparison. In my study, I was comparing between porous and non-porous materials, taking base walling material as brick masonry. So there are many other typical materials which need to be investigated, and it may differ from different places. So more surveys need to be done in other places also, and more research need to be done in this field.
Okay, another question is from Lena. The question is again to you, Jinsi. Considering structures that have been built with materials that are not porous and causing a hazardous amount of mold growth, based on your studies, how do you suggest these spaces modify with respect to design or material to allow for healthy living conditions? That is a question to you, Jinsi.
So porous and non-porous material is not the only solution. So there are many other things which need to be investigated. So I just took the porous and non-porous material and found that this porous or breathable materials are better compared to non-breathable materials.
Okay. So we have two questions which are addressed for everyone. So one is from Professor Akansha. She asks, what are your motivations in pursuing these specific lines of research? Do you want to take it up, Siddhartha? Do you want to begin?
Can you repeat the question again?
What is your motivation in pursuing this specific line of research?
Okay. So for this particular research, like water has always been something, has been one important factor for me to look into it. And also I belong from Manipur, and the idea of water and the idea of, like the fact that it's available in abundance and people not really, getting use of it was one of the major factor that has made me look into the situation. And also to the fact that I'm studying in Ahmedabad, and being from the northeastern part of India and coming all the way to the western part of India and seeing the difference of how water has been celebrated around in such a hot and dry climate, and how water, even though when it's available in abundance and it's not being used or celebrated at all, uh, were the two different factors that I was looking as a background of my study, and that is how what interests me to overlook into this particular research.
Okay. Do you want to go next, Madhumita and Ananya?
Yeah, sure. So we can see growing privatization in almost all the cities. So if you think about it, water, you might be getting water because of tankers, water tankers. There's a lot of water mafia. So we wanted to conduct a deeper inquiry into a city as diverse as Mumbai, and we wanted to specifically look into slums because they have been denied access. So when we did that, we saw several intersections of socio-political and intra-political threats, and that's how we started writing the paper. Ananya, if you want to add.
What you said.
Ananya, we can't hear you very well. Maybe you can take take your response at the end. You can fix your audio till then. Nancy, do you want to have a stab at it?
Yeah, sure. So that pursuing research in the area of sustainable urban development and eco-cities is important for addressing the global challenges of urbanization and ensuring a more sustainable future for all.
No. Okay. Jinsi,
Yeah, so actually, so my friend, he had a similar situation. He had a much performance issue in his residence. So I have dealt with it. So I know the problems associated with it. So I took the topic.
Okay. So Ananya, do you want to?
Right. Sorry. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
I was just saying that I think that exploring environmental issues through an intersectional lens is extremely important because it helps us develop more holistic and well-rounded solutions that can be more sustainable in the long term. So I think that was very important to us while exploring the research questions in this paper.
Okay. Right. So now we'll get into this is to you, Ananya and Madhumita. Tarun asks you what institutional reforms do you think could be implemented to address Mumbai's water crisis and promote greater equity in access to clean water? That is a question to you, Ananya and Madhumita.
Madhumita, shall I take this one first?
Yeah, go for it.
So I think that in terms of institutional reforms, one thing that would definitely need a focus is infrastructure from various institutions. So that would include volumetric pricing of water, the improvement of the water pricing system in general, which would include better monitoring and maintenance systems. And for this, there would need to be more funding for the water sector in Mumbai in general. So that prioritization would need to be seen with the various institutions that are involved.
And if I may add on to that, we mentioned three suggestions in the end of our presentation. One was multi-stakeholder approach, public participation efforts, and community engagement. Apart from this, we would like to stress that this isn't the solution. There needs to be a broader holistic solution which encompasses an administrative shift in perceptions in dealing with issues like this, because we need to bat a sensitive eye towards issues like class inequity and how they manifest into environmental issues and social issues. So pricing also needs to incorporate ecological value of water. So when we talk about water, we often dismiss the fact that there's very little of it and there's a growing population there. So we need to consider the ecological value of water as well, and also income levels to ensure equitability. So yeah.
Okay. Another question to both of you is from Shreyas. He asks, based on your research, which of the following conditions is prevalent in the city? Excess water, inadequate water, or contaminated water? And he asks, additionally, could you also provide suggestions on how to address the situation? So this is to both of you again.
Well, in our presentation, we talked about inefficient management. So there is water scarcity, but they have enough water to meet the demands of the growing population that's there. So what we see is inefficient management, but even in some areas, as Ananya pointed out in the presentation, there is contamination of water. So both of these issues need to be dealt by the water authorities in tandem. Ananya, if you can add on to that.
Yes, Madhumita also mentioned in the presentation that there is a lot of water loss while distributing water. So again, while the quantity of water is an issue, the contamination and overall loss, and like Madhumita said, the overarching management of this water is what mainly drives the water issues in Mumbai.
Okay. Shreyas asked another question to Nancy. He says, hello, Nancy, in a fast-growing city like Lucknow, what are some key suggestions you have for improving the public transportation system? That is to you, Nancy.
Yeah, in Lucknow, extension of metro to the whole city, which is ongoing, and improving road transportation management as it is very cluttered.
So that is your response?
Yeah, so
Okay.
key suggestions like invest in a comprehensive public transportation networks. We can do encourage the use of non-motorized transport, encouraging the use of non-motorized transport such as cycling and walking can help reduce traffic congestions and promote a healthier and more sustainable lifestyle. So introduce like innovative mobility solutions and then make public transportation accessible and affordable. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Ayman asks, this is to Jinsi, to what extent should architects consider regulating relative humidity and preventing mold growth in their designs for coastal residences without compromising on other design aspects? So this is to you, Jinsi.
Okay, so the focus must be onto the building envelope and the moisture buffering of materials. And so the indoor air quality is very important. And the main thing is, first of all, the people should be aware of the problem they are facing. And they must be educated the importance of indoor air quality and how the mold growth can affect their health. And secondly, the authorities must take necessary steps to ensure how certain rules and regulation can be implemented to ensure the indoor air quality.
Okay. So Professor Intihab, this is an open question to all of you guys. Siddhartha, as usually, start first. What, according to you, is the importance of community engagement with regard to sustainable built environment? Where do you place your paper in this regard? Siddhartha, do you want to take it?
Can you repeat again the question?
What, according to you, is the importance of community engagement with regard to sustainable built environment? And where does your paper place in this regard? Where do you situate your paper in this course?
I think the community plays a very important role over here. And as we are talking about the ones who are residing directly on the lake, the whole system around them is very different from what we imagine in a normal scenario on whoever lives on the ground. And so I think the whole anchor, drift, and the fragile system needs to be understood thoroughly first. And the pepper, I think for this particular question, I think it fits into the category of understanding. Like ecologically, it fits into the world of this overall system of water, or this overall fragile ecosystem of water, which is the theme of the topic itself. Thank you.
Madhumita and Ananya, do you wanna go next?
Yes, sure. So in our suggestions, I think it's very prevalent that community engagement and participation is a very important aspect going forward in terms of water reform. The whole point of the multi-stakeholder approach is to involve the community, because that they are one of the most important stakeholders when it comes to water management. And I think that their attitudes and perceptions towards the same are integral to making sure that these solutions are effective. Madhumita?
Yeah, so when we look at the infrastructure of slums, which is our focal point here, you can see that they are very vulnerable to climate change and everything as well. So when we're conducting water reform to all these areas, there is a need. There's an underlying need for social housing as well, for formal infrastructure. And for that, there needs to be community engagement, talking to them, because previously we've seen a lot of solutions which include matchbox size houses, which aren't just feasible for the local community to get involved in. So I think community engagement in this regard is extremely important, and there also needs to be a lot of awareness taken with regards to sanitation and health and hygiene. Yeah.
Thank you. Nancy, do you wanna go next?
Yeah, this paper may provide insights into best practices for community engagement and case studies that demonstrate the benefits of community engagement in the creation of sustainable built environments. So by highlighting the importance of community engagement, this paper may inspire policymakers, urban planners, and the architects to adopt more practice-free and inclusive approaches to planning and design.
Okay. Thank you. Jinsi, do you want to go next?
Yes, so as I have already said, awareness is the most important thing. So these communities, they play a major role in developing the programs and initiatives, and then only the effort of agencies must be validated.
Okay. Fine. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the audience members for your active participation, and to the presenters once again. So this brings us to an end of the second session for the day. That is all from me. Have a wonderful day, and back to you, Anand.
Thank you, Bharat, and all the presenters for an incredible second session for the day. With this, we conclude the morning session for today. It has been very insightful learning to all the presenters and learning more about the work that they have shared with all of us today. Thank you to the audience for their wonderful questions. We will now break for lunch and return at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon session with the next panel for today, titled Socio-Cultural Identities in South Asia, which will be moderated by Tanmay Tiwari. Once again, I remind all of you to follow us on our social media platforms, the links for which have been sent on the chat box, for all the updates regarding ICBE 2023. We will see you again at 2:30 p.m. to continue with the engaging conversation. See you and take care. Good afternoon, a good morning, and a good evening to those of you that are joining us from different time zones across the world. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the ICBE 2023. We hope that all of you are enjoying the conference so far and continue to do so for the remaining sessions today. Within this session, from 2:30 p.m. to 5:40 p.m., we will have two panels. The first is titled Socio-Cultural Identities in South Asia, which is moderated by Tanmay Tiwari. And the second is titled Unpacking Gender Politics, which will be moderated by Adya Sharma. Now, I request Tanmay Tiwari to begin with our third session for the day, titled Socio-Cultural Identities in South Asia. All the best to all the presenters. We look forward to learning more about your work. And over to you, Tanmay. Tanmay will be joining us shortly. We've also shared the links of all our social media handles for you to get further updates about the conference. We also encourage you to fill in questions and send it out in the Q&A box during the presentations.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, I'm so sorry, there's some technical difficulty. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all excited and ready to begin the afternoon session of the International Conference of the Built Environment 2023. My name is Tanmay Tiwari. I'm a third-year undergrad student of the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and I'll be moderating this session titled The Socio-Cultural Identities in South Asia. In this session, we seek to explore the intersections between culture, ethics, and health, with questions like the importance of preserving sacred spaces and what are the challenges faced in doing so, what are the key principles of socially sustainable housing and how can they be achieved in densely populated urban areas like Mumbai, what are the key tenets of Buddhist ethics and how do they relate to environmental concerns of today's age, and what are the advantages and disadvantages of flexible built spaces and how can they be designed to be adaptable to changing needs of today's age. To help unpack these questions, we have with us today 4 presenters from all over the country. A note here, we were set to have 5 panelists for this session, but at the moment, due to some unforeseen circumstances, only 3 of us could join them today. We'll take up questions at the end, and just note for the audience. So those of you who are joining on Zoom or YouTube, you may keep typing your questions in the chat box or the comment section, and through the sessions, we will find them, compile them, and have a Q&A session after the speakers are done presenting. And a note to the speakers, all of you have 20 minutes to present. I will notify you when you're close to the time. So now I request Akshay Javasti from Ashoka University, Sonipat to take over. His paper is titled Viewing the Jokhang, the Memorialization and Conquest of a Sacred Space. Over to you, Akshay.
Yep, I'm here. Thank you for the introduction. I'll just share my screen. Give me a second. All right. I hope my screen is visible and you can hear me, right? Perfect. So the paper, as Tanmay mentioned, is titled Viewing the Jokhang, the Memorialization and Conquest of a Sacred Space. So this paper started off as a final paper for an elective I wrote while still in university, and I wish to acknowledge Latika Gupta, who provided a lot of assistance in the research I did for this paper. in which I examine possibly the oldest and most famous sacred space in the Tibetan plateau at the moment, which is the complex of the Jokhang, often also called the Tsulakhang. So to enter the site, of course, is that we need to know a little bit about its chronology. And the Jokhang has its origins roughly in the 7th century CE. And in the mythology of the Tibetan plateau and Vajrayana Buddhism at large, I mean, the landscape of Tibet is defined as the demoness Srinmo, who is bound to the ground by the construction of several temples. And at its heart is the city of Lhasa itself. And at the heart of Lhasa is the Jokhang. So many people would be familiar with views of the Jokhang, of the Potala Palace, which is the residence of the Dalai Lama, ceremonially, or used to be until his asylum in the Republic of India. But the Jokhang remains, far less studied. And because of that, especially in the Anglophone, world of scholarship, the art historian Claire Harris, the scholar, has studied the Potala in specific, but I wish to look at the Jokhang today. And in this sense, we will look at aspects of viewership, of memorialization, and how photography as a tool has been used by different visitors and conquerors and explorers to the city of Lhasa to visually conquer the space in a certain sense. And these occur through 3 different periods of time. We have colonial photography and the infamous Young Husband mission of 1903-1904, right at the beginning of the 20th century in South Asia, which resulted in roughly 2,000 Tibetans dying at the hands of the expeditionary force of the British government. Followed by, of course, the Cultural Revolution in 1966, which was a very different context of several decades later, but there are several similarities which we'll notice soon. And at the end of the paper, I look at it through the most recent information I could find archived, which is through ephemera, which is temporary sort of objects that are shared by tourists or in the form of postcards or tickets, to see how that concept of visual conquest continues. So to look at the urban landscape of Lhasa to situate ourselves, here we have actually a 19th century painting currently hosted in the Wellcome collection in London. Lhasa has changed enormously since this painting was created, but it would be the closest we can get to what the first expeditions that arrived in Tibet and Lhasa would have seen. So over here, we actually have the Jokhang in the center of that urban complex, one of the 2 only red buildings we see, which is actually in the very center of the city, versus the Potala, which is at the very left of this painting here, which actually exists at the outskirts of the traditional landscape of the city. Of course, it may have changed quite a bit. We have a blown up image of the same in a second. But the expeditionary force included 2 travelers called Lawrence Waddell and Percival Landon, who actually wrote long memoirs about this visit. And Lawrence Waddell, in his book, which he wrote later, titled Lhasa and Its Mysteries, says, the first temple we visited was naturally the famous shrine of the Buddha, the master, which refers to the famous statue, which we'll see a picture of later, the largest and the holiest in all Tibet, and the one from which the city has grown up around its idol house receives its name of Lhasa, or the place of the gods. He was also very derisive in its description of the idol, but more on that later. So over here, looking at the Potala, many people would be familiar with how it looks, and it's a blown up version of the painting I showed you earlier. At its base used to exist the village of Shul, which was demolished over the decades after the Cultural Revolution and the conquest by the PRC. But at the moment, this picture taken from 2009 sort of represents what you would see today, with a lot of memory, but a lot of commemoration of also the central Chinese government in Beijing being celebrated through flags and so on and so forth. Just a second, I skipped ahead. Yeah, so the scholar Dibesh Anand actually has theorized this idea of the colonial gaze in a very useful manner, in which oftentimes the gaze is constructed as something very innocent, but there's a huge folly of falling into that sort of trap. So he argues that surveillance as a strategy for representing the other and rendering it disciplined is characterized with the all-knowing gaze of a white man, which is the colonial master and the West. It enables both the visual possession of the body of the gazed and the interposition of technique which safely conceals the body of the gazer. And this is something we see throughout all the photographs I'm going to examine in this paper so far, in which the person taking the image itself is sort of excluded from the narrative it's trying to build. It's very much a capturing of the entire body. This could be in a building, it could be humans, or of course it could be the shrine's deity itself. And this is the example of the great Buddha in the Jokhang. So this is the Jowo Shakyamuni and has a very storied lineage. Now, when Waddell and Percival Landon saw this, of course, the only thing they had to remark was that it looked ugly and, I mean, very short, and was full of, roughly cut gemstones, and perceived in a very post-Enlightenment European sense of beauty. It was not regarded as an object that was in active worship, but rather something to be collected for the purpose of the larger colonial project. And this we see in terms of photographic prints, which in many cases in the form of albums traveled far away from the colonies to the colonial metropole and were possessed as physical objects, which citizens of the colonial metropole, in this case Britain, would be able to look at and keep as mementos. Now, this is also echoed in a larger museological impulse in museums, which has been studied by Claire Harris in the 19th century, where a lot of South Asian, especially Indian art, had been catalogued by universal museums in the West. But since Tibet was a relatively excluded, socially, enclosed country, travelers couldn't go easily there. There weren't many samples of objects present. So at this point, of course, you can't carry an entire giant statue like this. It wasn't easy to be carried off the plateau. So the closest thing they could do, of course, was take a picture of it. But in the process, also, the gaze betrays itself, the colonial gaze of minimizing the size of the object. This is well beyond life size and dominates the chamber in which it's placed. But of course, the photographer wants to capture the whole thing per se as a representative souvenir of this very violent colonial expedition. And of course, it's not as if the Young Husband mission didn't include these moments of actual physical loot and the killing of monks, for example, and objects being taken from their bodies. But due to press reports being published in London and also in British India at this point of time, the expeditionary leadership had received instructions to be a bit more discreet about this sort of thing. So photographs had to suffice by the time they reached Lhasa, the capital. But interestingly enough, this gaze and these tools of photography persist and were used by actually a fellow Asian power within a century of this. So, of course, in 1966, eventually, of course, the Chinese Civil War is won and the Communist Party of China wins. Chairman Mao begins the infamous Cultural Revolution in 1966, which had 4 goals, which is to combat what he called the 4 olds, which is old thoughts, old culture, old customs, and old habits. And after the occupation of Tibet by the People's Liberation Army, one of the big targets of this was the temple of the Jokhang itself, in the absence of the Dalai Lama himself. It was an attack on the very body of what would be seen as embodied Tibetan traditions and its history in the form of manuscripts, of objects, and as a sacred space. So the Jokhang itself is surrounded in a traditional format of the Barkor, which is a circumambulatory path, very similar to what you would know as the parikrama in South Asian places of worship. And the Barkor still exists. But in 1966, the Red Guards, as part of the Cultural Revolution, they attacked the Jokhang itself. It was desecrated, which interestingly enough had its own sort of ritual in a certain sense, because posters and placards and there were slogans and were marched all around the Barkor before entry into the actual complex. So it's an interesting way of looking at how the same space was inhabited in a different context by a conquering power. And the photographer in this case was Sering Dorje, a Tibetan who was a member of the People's Liberation Army and some of the very few images we have surviving from the Cultural Revolution in Lhasa and Tibet actually are from his collection. His daughter is Tsering Walser, is a very famous poet and acts as part of the opposition to the CCP government, and we'll see some of her own photographs soon enough. But the main courtyard of the Jokhang, which is known as one of its most iconic spaces and reproduced to a large extent various times in different publications and magazines. In this case, you see that where the image of Chairman Mao is actually held, used to have the Dharma Chakra, the symbol of the Buddha's teachings, as well as two deer, which have been covered up by the chairman's portrait, as well as a flag which represents a CCP, of course. It's a visual conquest of the space and to cover up whatever elements of what was seen as old thought. So it's a visual conquest, but it goes further. This was the second part of the ritual. But eventually, this is what it looks like today, and it's very much a practice that continues. You can see the exposed Dharma Chakra now, which now is visible. This picture was taken earlier this year by Tsering Walser, by the way, the daughter of the first photographer I just mentioned. But in this case, we actually have a large red banner praising the Communist Party, as well as a smaller translation into Tibetan. Of course, Han Chinese culture and the Mandarin Chinese language is the one that's enforced on the Tibetan people today. But when we go into the details of the actual sacking, we see that there was a burning in the courtyard, the smashing of idols, of old vessels, which are essential to Vajrayan worship, and the burning of manuscripts, which were piled high in the courtyard as a visual reminder of this, and thrown from the balconies above, as you can see in the gallery upper left. And these giant prayer wheels, of those who are familiar with Tibetan practices of worship in the Himalayas, also not specifically Tibet, but prayer wheels are a huge part of it, and there are large ones part of various monasteries, and several historic ones were rolled into the fire and destroyed. So it was a rather macabre, reenactation of the ritual of worship, and how pilgrims may have seen the site versus how the Red Guard did at this point. Now, moving on to the 80s, of course, under the premiership of Deng Xiaoping, China, of course, this is after the death of Mao, and we see a shift in this in terms of how Tibet in general was treated. And with respect to this built space of the Jokhang, for context, after the 60s was out of active worship for roughly 2 decades. And it was reconsecrated in around the time of the 80s and came into active worship again with the respectable monastic population. But over here, moving from earlier photographs, now this is actually a form of ephemera, which are defined loosely as objects that have a shorter life, and often found in the ways of you could look at newspapers or magazines or posters or postcards of this sort. And over here we have a postcard, which ironically I discovered online in 2021, dating from the 80s. It's actually a view of the Potala, which I showed you earlier, from this roof of the Jokhang itself. Interestingly enough, all the violence inflicted on the site or any remnants of it, if there were any remaining at this point, have been covered up. So you may spot the Dharma Chakra in the center over here. I don't know if my cursor is visible. But you can view just the very tip of what would be the front courtyard of the Jokhang from another side. It's a very sanitized image. It would be carried by possibly Han Chinese tourists traveling to see exotic Tibet, which is how ethnic minorities are defined by the government of China at present. But it's the verso, the other side of the postcard, which tells an even more important resituation of the Jokhang's history. So it is defined as the Dachao temple, which is a Mandarin name, which is part of the larger Sinicization program of public memory and historic memory of Tibet by the government. Not associating it actually to any Tibetan past. It skips right back to the time of the Tang dynasty, which would be roughly the 5th, 4th centuries in the much earlier time period. Any reference to possible Tibetan independence or to Tibet's period of relative independence in the course of the 19th and 20th centuries is erased. And interestingly enough, as a visual reminder, because script in itself plays a visual role in this, in public memory, there is no actually mention of Tibetan at all as a script. It's just Mandarin Chinese and the characters that represent it. So in a larger context, this frames what memories visitors would carry back with them, and what would be maintained as perhaps gifts would be given to other people that they meet back home. The narrative that would be pursued would erase any aspect of, Tibetan identity or independence. And interestingly, on archive.org, which is a veritable treasure trove of a lot of these ephemeral materials, we see a small CD-ROM. There's no way to know what their contents were, but we do know what defines what, this would be used as a quote unquote ticket to access the Jokhang. And what we see is very interesting depictions, of course. There's a little bit of Tibetan in the corner, but it's dominated by the Chinese characters, Mandarin Chinese. We have the Jokhang and a depiction of a happy market in front, whereas the barcode is situated in front of the Jokhang. But it's obviously geared towards showing a very happy, ethnic minority living in peace, which is very far from the truth, of course, and monks in worship. But of course, they are viewed as objects to be studied and as sort of a curio rather than, an aspect of a sacral spiritual space. And it's very possible that the CD-ROM's contents enforce these narratives about Tibet's past and history, as defined by the Communist Party of China. Now, moving on to the last bit that I have to present. At present, of course, the Barkor has been turned into a very touristified space with lots of shops. And while the circumambulatory path still exists, one will notice that typical elements which are essential of the material culture of worship in Tibetan Buddhism, especially the Gelug tradition, which is the dominant one in Tibet at the moment, to which the Dalai Lama belongs. Elements of that have been carried into a very sort of hollow decoration to touristify and create a very different idea of heritage. So here we just have plastic prayer wheels, which have no actual ritual significance. They just serve to decorate the site to make it look more like authentic Tibetan. And this feeds into the larger question, which I looked at, which is of the creation of heritage and what is lost in that process. And here, of course, this is a case of violent takeover. But we see it in other cases of liberal democracies also. At what traditional elements of practice and worship, which pilgrims and people who belong to the faith may have seen once, are erased. And over here, well, it's a tourist trap eventually. That's what the streets surrounding the Jokhang have become, despite the fact that it's still one of the largest collection of, largest groups of monks still work there and live there. And this is interesting to see because this mediation through photography often tells us about the narratives through which these conquering powers have defined the Jokhang and also Tibet at large to feed into a very specific vision or narrative of what the past of the people has been, or what their present is like, or how perceivedly happy they are. And it's interesting to note that, of course, my study terminates around this time, around the 1980s, and this is just a representational image. But in the context of social media, where the Communist Party of China has actually a very strong firewall and elements to separate, have a parallel system of the internet in China itself, with several apps fulfilling the same purpose that we people outside of China may use. It's interesting to see what narratives may emerge from that form of social media in a few decades' time in retrospect. Of course, we could study it here, but in terms of a historical approach, that would be interesting to see in terms of reassessment in the future. I have a suggested bibliography. If you, in any case, if any one of you want to look further into what I have studied, and you're free to take a screenshot at this point. And that would be the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Akshay, for that amazing presentation. I'm excited to see what the questions are later in the Q&A session. A note for the audience again, keep posting your questions in the chat box, and at the end of the presentations, we will go through them and have a question and answer round. So next, we have a paper titled Social Sustainability and Vertical Housing, a Case of Mumbai, Maharashtra, by Harshila Karjale from NIT Hamirpur.
Tanmay, I'm unable to start my camera.
Yeah. Is
It
this?
seems host. It is stopped by the host. Is it on your end?
Let me just figure out what's going on.
केशव जी हर्षिला को परमिशन दे दीजिए प्लीज शेयर करने के लिए.
Yes, ma'am. She can see it.
Okay, so now I'm able. Is my screen visible? I'm able to share my screen right now. I don't know about the camera.
Yeah. The camera is working and we can hear you as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so shall we start off? Hello everyone, this is Harshila. I'm studying right now in NIT Hamirpur and I'm doing my master's program in sustainable architecture. So currently I'm researching upon a topic where we talk about social sustainability in vertical housing in Mumbai. So first we'll understand what exactly why I have selected Mumbai, what are my aims and objectives, what literature have I gone through, what methodology am I following, and thereby the analysis of my study. So often when we talk about sustainable development, we usually come across the green environment, green architecture, but we often tend to ignore there are three pillars of sustainability, that is economic, social, and environmental, and of course a fourth upcoming pillar, that is the cultural one. So here I'm trying to just enlarge or zoom into the social dimension of sustainability. So yeah, there is a lot of need to understand the social pillar, what it is actually, and how dominating it is over architecture. So what do you actually mean by social sustainability? So in simple words, social sustainability is equal to having a healthy society or healthy communities. Social sustainability majorly focus upon maintaining and improving the quality of the society we live in, having a bonding between people and societies and neighborhood. So it is establishing a bond between people, irrespective of the neighborhood, irrespective of the scale, whether it is a city, it is a building, or it is a group housing, but maintaining the integrity is what social sustainability actually focuses on. So why Mumbai? So I myself have been in Mumbai for studying for 5 years and thereby working for 2 more years. So it has been a journey of 7 years on which I observe what this city is actually about. Being it a financial capital, and there is film city coming in, there are so many MNCs coming in, we have a lot of population migrating towards the city. So what is happening is this increasing population has put a lot of load on the land. So the land is not really ready to cater to the population. So the city is going high rise and it has adopted vertical housing as its best way to cater to the population. But while planning, there has been given no regards to sustainability, and for more specifically to social sustainability. So it was very visible for me that this much number of crowd is not able to go out somewhere, have some recreational activities, have some things to be done that that really safeguards the social integrity. 2020 lockdown was a major scenario where we actually understood how important it is to have such a places where it actually helps us in keeping our mental health secure and having a space where we can actually interact, or having a space where we can actually settle down and have a comfort level, and which actually develops our mental health when we are in this hectic schedule. So we understood the importance of recreational areas in that particular place. So the current graph shows how the population has grown in Mumbai in throughout the years. So the current image shows plans of Mumbai city, wherein we can see how green areas have substantially reduced across this year. And now the scenario is up to 2018. It is documented by 2018, but we can assume it is almost 2023, how green space must have reduced till now. So here are some news clippings which actually talks about how recreational areas have been getting reduced in Bombay and how people are facing a major crisis over it. Of course, we have some spaces, but we always tend to have some recreational ground where, you know, a lot of public can go, interact, have some family time, have some times with their friends. And how are they, and this news articles also talk about how are they having a major impact on this youth and the society. So the study aims to enhance the social sustainability of vertical housing and understand how the parameters are impacting on the interaction and community participation. So carry forwarding this research, I have touched objectives by understanding the variables, the parameters of social sustainability, and how can we understand that which areas are critical, understanding those parameters. So here are some literatures that I've gone through. Anyone interested can of course take a screenshot of it. Just give me a moment. I need to switch on my battery. Okay, so here are some literatures that I've gone through, and these literatures, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So here are some literatures that I've gone through, and these literatures are specifically focused on sustainability, how it is impacting a city planning, how it is impacting a mental health, how can the parameters and variables of social sustainability compared to a designing of building. So anyone interested can go through it. I am open to share it. Anyone post this session too. Okay. Okay. So here is a small conclusion towards the literature study where I have observed my parameters and the respective variables. So the number have been given. So these are many papers are talking about so parameters, out of which I've categorized few variables into certain kind of parameters. So my basic parameters are right, social strategy, designs, and surrounding. So the methodology of this research has been first identifying the aim and need of the study, because the problem was observed by me at a very early stage. Then a literature study. After the literature study, I have used AHP method to, you know, prioritize my areas and have some authentication method that would authentify my survey, and then inspect the potential areas based, and then conclude which is the most vulnerable area in Mumbai. So talking about Mumbai, we have 24 administrative wards, which have been majorly divided into 6 zones. We can see the map on the screen. How are they divided? So this is a small chart which tells us wards, their respective areas, population and density, and the proposed recreational area. Now this proposed recreational area is given by Municipal Corporation of Mumbai. So the wards that have been highlighted in yellow are the wards which are technically very critical areas, and critical in the sense population in that area is way higher than the proposed recreational area. So we can say that these 5 wards are the most critical wards that we are supposed to look on. The rest of the wards have comparatively have lesser population and have a substantial amount of recreational ground already proposed. So I have used AHP method and expert choice software to authenticate my AHP. Anyone interested, I would be very happy to share the link for this software too. So we have architects and planners and stakeholders coming into pictures. Stakeholders were specifically those people who are actually residing in buildings in those specific wards, that critical wards that I've talked about. So this is the model that I've used for my AHP. The goal has been defined that we are supposed to identify the most critical ward that actually needs the importance out of the out of all wards in Mumbai. We have the parameters and the respective variables coming out there. So these are my data and the weightages that I have got from the expert choice software. I've entered my survey over there and we have got the results. So we actually understand that when I talking about design parameter, we understand that the weightage for vehicular access is much more than pedestrian access, rather than the design being for all age groups or it being aesthetics in terms of visual appearance. Then in rights, the second parameter is the right that should be given more importance, followed by social strategies and stakeholders and surrounding. So the reason I've highlighted design, rights and social strategy is, as an architect, I am more inclined towards focusing on these three parameters because I have no actual control on surroundings or on stakeholder. As an architect, when I'm talking about just vertical housing, surroundings and stakeholder would come into picture if I am doing a city planning. But now when the topic is completely focusing on vertical housing, I have narrowed down the parameters to design, rights and social strategies. And we can also see the weightages given to these parameters as well as the variables, and we can understand the priority that we've been focusing on. So when we talk about design, we are more supposed to be specific on vehicular access. When we talk about rights, we are more supposed to be specific towards safety, and in social strategies we are more supposed to be specific on infrastructure facilities. So here are the graphs that show the weightage and how is the inconsistency ratio over here, just to show that the result have been so authenticated during the survey. So now all these parameters were compared to wards, like all these highest parameters that we have came across, design, rights and social strategies, were compared to the 5 critical wards that we previously saw. So we can see how these parameters are varying in different wards. We can see that some parameters have been very, like ward GS, the rights parameter goes very high because it has a good amount of safety. There are a lot of police stations coming in, there are a lot of CCTV cameras coming in. So in ward GS, that particular area element is quite high. But when we talk about ward S has been extremely low to have all these parameters. So what is actually ward S? So here are more graphs that again proves that ward S needs a lot of attention over there. So what is ward S? Ward S is basically Bhandup area of Mumbai. So when we talk about Bhandup area, previously it was all governed by slums, but from past 10 years we are seeing an amount of redevelopment happening over here, amount of residential development coming in a larger amount, so we understand why are all these parameters coming down to this area, because there have been no substantial designing happened in this area. So we can see the map of Bhandup. In Mumbai, every region is being given into east and west, divided into east and west. So we have similarly for Bhandup, we have east side and west side. So the west side has certain amount of residential development coming in, but the east side does not have the large amount of residential coming in. It has been majorly governed by slums. And also when we talk about Mumbai, we have 3 governing bodies over there. Bhandup falls on in MMRDA regulations. So these are some pictures of Bhandup, wherein we can see the ratio of slums over residential areas. So now we understand that out of all those 24 wards, 6 zones and 24 wards, why is Bhandup becoming the critical areas, and how it can be, now when we are talking about redevelopment, how can we go ahead with designing a specific area or specific buildings which would be inclined towards social sustainability. So by concluding, I would say that now we have understood the social pillar is also an important element that we supposed to focus. We are supposed to be focusing on. Mumbai is not only densely populated city, but it is also an economic capital. So migration is going to be an inevitable issue in the coming future. Out of 24 wards, 5 was shortlisted. They were analyzed using a software AHP, and then we came to know that Bhandup is the most critical area and the critical ward. Bhandup is an emerging area because we are having a redevelopment emerging in that area. Hence, the upcoming development should be designed with an attitude of social sustainability towards a better lifestyle. So I would like to conclude with that. And anyone who has more interest into this topic, I would be very happy sharing all my references and all my books that I've gone through. Thank you. Over to you, Tanmay.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Harsha. Again, if anybody has any questions, put it in the chat box. We will compile them and ask them in the question answer session after the final presentation. Now we have our final presenter for this session, Kanika Agarwal from the Indian Institute of Art and Design. Her work is titled The Need for Flexibility in Built Spaces. Harshala, can I request you to stop screen sharing so that... Yeah, thank you so much. Kanika, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Tanmay. I'll just share my screen. There seems to be some technical issue. Just give me 1 sec. Is my screen visible by any chance?
No, we can't see your screen.
Just give me 1 sec. I'm not able to present from my iPad.
Kanika, is it possible for you to join from another device if this device is okay?
Yeah, I guess it just came up. One
Yeah.
sec. Yeah. Am I audible? Am I visible? Is my screen visible?
Your screen is visible, but your camera is.
Yeah. Am I visible now? Just simple. Yeah.
Yeah, Kanika, go ahead.
Perfect. Sorry for the inconvenience. Greetings, I'm Kanika Gowal from IIED, and my research paper attempts to establish the need for flexibility in built spaces. I extend my gratitude to Jindal School of Art and Architecture for providing this opportunity. Through a brief analysis of existing theories and concepts of metabolism movement, open building principle, and circular architecture, circular design, my research paper investigates the need for increased emphasis on constructing flexible spaces, which include multifunctionality, modularity, and the ability of the interior to change with time. Looking at the first concept, Kenzo Tange's metabolism movement in Japan in the late 1950s. Just one sec. In the late 1950s, here the concept is to look at architecture as a potential tool for change. For instance, the Nakakin capsule tower consisted of about 100 prefabricated pod-like chambers that could be changed depending on the situation, making it flexible. This idea serves as the foundation of my research paper since it marks the beginning of the idea for building to be changeable. Though the intended idea was never executed due to various constraints, and lastly, the building was demolished just last year in 2020 due to decay. Over time, many architects and designers have tried to apply the metabolism concept, but only a few managed due to technological, legal, structural constraints that the current times are better equipped to tackle with. Another concept is the open building principle introduced in the mid-1980s, which reimagines a building as various layers categorically defined on the basis of being fixed and flexible. If you see here, you have 6 layers. First called stuff that what it consists of, I'll just explain in the next slide, just one sec. Yeah, so after breaking down a space's components into layers based on the open building principle, as you can see, this stuff is referred to as the site that we have, and so further on, we as interior architects concentrate on the quicker layer of the concept. This gives a new perspective and creates room for innovation in the design of the layers so that they function more seamlessly together and work to reduce waste and extend the life of the material. The third concept that my paper includes is circular design. As the name says, it's about no beginning and no end. It demands the building, manufacturing, and construction industry to start thinking of doing as well as undoing. It is time to stop making the planned obsolescence in mind and start working towards someone's mic is unmuted. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. So it is time to stop making with planned excellence in mind and start working towards innovating zero waste products. Now products can also very well be buildings. We refer to buildings as having concrete slabs, roofs, floors, iron columns and beams, aluminium alloy doors, windows, facades, copper wires, etc. And these are the very materials that are finite and in reality are becoming more and more scarce as their demands increase. Following the linear take, make, dispose method, we are currently producing 2.01 billion tons of garbage at the moment. If this approach is continuous, the waste is anticipated to increase up to 3.40 billion tons by 2050, just 27 years from now. And now, if you wonder that we are recycling the waste too, right? Only 9% of the waste is entirely recycled, and the 21st century diverse needs and the ongoing constraint of space makes it imperative that we pay attention to the problem and find a solution. My research paper looks at a few examples of how people are attempting to move away from the take, make, dispose approach and towards one that is more circular. 3D Housing 05 by architect Massimiliano Locatelli is made using 3D printing, effectively reducing on the use of cement, minimizing waste, and CO2 emission. The catch is that the building is made of concrete consisting of cementitious powders, binders, and aggregates. It means the building can be destroyed, ground up, and rebuilt using the same building materials. Messe Milano has been mindful of the production process, materials employed, and its pre and post use. The Office of Particular Architects is a multifunctional space that has movable walls that doubles as storage, modular and changeable furniture that not only saves on space, but also on electricity, land usage, and other resources. One good example that I found of a rather known brand is Philips. They have a program wherein you pay for the service and not for the product, meaning you are not the owner of the light equipment, but of the light it produces. What this does is that it removes the concept of planned obsolescence from the system, making their product truly circular because they are the ones that have to take back the product once the contract is over. These are a few instances of how the idea of circular design has been explored globally and how it can one day become a norm for the building, manufacturing, and interior design industries. These instances looked at the material's lifetime from its beginning to its end, as well as the procedure involved. Moving towards a circular economy won't be simple since it requires a mind shift and involves designers, business models, industries, users, and other stakeholders. Along with it, technological development is a significant accelerator for hastening the world's transition to a circular economy. One approach to accomplishing circular economy is flexibility. From the case studies mentioned, the notion of circular design is carried out by diversifying the utility of the space, precisely the intent of flexibility. As a way of wrapping up this presentation, I would like to point out that As a way of wrapping up this presentation, these are my ending notes that the advantage of flexible architecture are numerous. It lasts longer, better serves its intended function, accommodates user experience, more quickly takes advantage of technological advancement, and is economically and environmentally feasible. These findings have significant implications for architects and business magnates, as it is suggested that while designing, the emphasis on flexibility could be the next step forward from improving the industry's contribution towards society. Future studies should aim to find quantifiable figures that establish the need in the Indian context and with a major focus on developing novel solutions that can be generalized as per industry standards so they can become the new norm for the industry. In the end, I would like to point out that flexibility is one tangent to circular design that we as architects and designers can and should work towards. This study was conducted from the perspective of a student of interior architecture, but I'm sure there are other contexts too, such as those of product designers, architects, and manufacturers that may be used to further investigate this concept and build upon it. Once more, I would like to express my gratitude to the Jindal School of Art and Architecture for the chance and to the Council for facilitating this event. Please write to me at my email address if you have any questions, suggestions, or observations that can help me further build upon my research. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanika, for your presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you all the presenters for your presentations. This has been quite an insightful set of presentations. We can now move on to the questions received, and I hope you all can further elaborate on your work through the discussion. So first, we have a question from Pia Lazarus for Harshila. She asks, as Mumbai is quite densely populated, building a building with large recreational spaces might pose a challenge for the architect. How does one work around the ever-growing population of Mumbai? Harshila, did you catch that?
Yes. So basically, thank you for your question. So when we talk about recreational areas, we are talking about how we are going to plan our floor plan. So when we talk about Mumbai, we also know there's it's not only built up area. Built up area is divided into fungible areas, premium areas, and these fungible and premium areas have different amount of percentage to be covered in FSI for different areas, and it is depending also on the project, whether it is a slum redevelopment project or is it a rehabilitation project or it is a new project altogether. So when we are talking about what research I'm talking about is we design the floor plate in a manner where we give some recreational areas for like it could be a very small implementation of having balconies in each of the flats and having some space in the corridors where people can actually interact. The mid landing of staircase areas could be made or designed in a manner where when people go from just one floor to the other, just a floor difference where people actually walk or interact, or the neighbors are quite interactive with each other, there the interaction happens. So also the podium areas, in podiums we also, you must have seen now the podium areas are designed in a manner where we give swimming pools, we give gardens, we give jogging tracks. So that design element, if it is made compulsory by Municipal Corporation of Mumbai before giving the NOC or the OC for building, would be a great implementation as in terms of architecture, and that would slowly steadily make a difference on a very large picture for social sustainability. I think so that could be I think I've answered the question.
Yeah, I hope that answers your question. Can we move on to the next question? This is from Naina Podar, Harshala, again for you. She says, hi Harshala, great presentation. I wanted to know, does the government of Maharashtra support socially sustainable vertical housing projects in Mumbai? If yes, then how?
Yeah. So when I have gone through all the rules and regulations, all the DCRs of Mumbai, the latest updated 2032 DCR of Mumbai, it really doesn't talks about sustainability, because we know that sustainable bodies, may be any IGBC, Griha or ECBC, none of them is compulsory in India as such now. But sustainability is a totally new concept that has been coming up to the picture. So now there is no special mention that we are supposed to focus on sustainability or it should be made mandatory, but it is my research and where I am proposing that it should be made mandatory. So now the DCR doesn't talks about, but in near future we'll definitely have sustainability coming up in the picture, that sustainability so and so sustainable goals are mandatory, in which I'm aiming to also have a goal that is completely dedicated to social sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Harshala. Next, we have a question from Khushbu for Akshaj. Akshaj, are you here?
Yep, right here.
Khushbu asks, are there any similarities or differences in the visual representation narrative of Tibet by the colonial and Chinese powers?
Of course, there are several similarities in which I noted. For example, I touched on that idea of photography and carrying these as physical objects. Now, of course, in one case, it was photographs and postcards, and the other was in albums that went back to the colonial metropole. But also, I think the key difference is also the reasons and the manners with which these powers actually came to Tibet. So the colonial powers didn't actually colonize Tibet per se. It didn't become a colony. It was part of the so-called Great Game between Russia and Britain. So it existed almost as a buffer state at this point of time, while the Communist Party of China, the CCPs, and the PRC at large's take has been as an integral part of the republic. So they treat them very differently, of course, and it's much more prolonged when you're directly ruled by power. So yeah.
Thank you. There's another question for you. This one is from Zai Malpani. She asks, thanks for the great presentation. As you look at the use of photogenic representation to frame, freeze, and construct Lhasa's identity, have you also simultaneously looked at how this may be negotiated and perhaps subverted, especially with social media today, by precisely those who have found themselves framed?
That's actually a wonderful question. And with social media is a very important tool in this case. The key difference, of course, being censorship plays a role, of course. And in apps like Instagram, it would be very difficult for someone who is a Tibetan living in Tibet today to have that freedom of speech to express things and how to frame themselves. Also because in the ethnic, sort of the population, the makeup of Lhasa and Tibet at large has changed with incoming, mass migration of Han Chinese people. But interestingly enough, this is one thing that has been studied at length, which is actually cinema, because of the large community of Tibetan refugees we have, of course, in India, but also in places like the US. A lot of these narratives have been subverted about what it's like to be Tibetan, and then also what that heritage means. So, I mean, there is Ritu Sareen and Tenzing Sonam. They're a couple of, they're filmmakers, and their work looks extensively at this, at how this is framed. So I really highly recommend you watching their films. Yeah.
Thank you, Akshaj. Next, we have a question for Kanika from Ayman Sayed. Ayman asks, how does flexibility in architectural design relate to circular design? Did you catch that, Kanika?
Yes, I did. To answer that question, how does flexibility in architecture relates to circular design would be, I feel that flexibility in architecture and circular design go hand in hand with each other. To put it more precisely, I would say that circular design provides us or a direction or ways of how the products or the material that are used in an architectural building to be made, which will somehow which will in turn influence how flexible per se the architecture of the building is, and how much environmentally conscious we are towards this, I feel. I hope I answered the question.
I hope that answers your question. Next, we have a question for Harshila again from Shreyas Iyer. Shreyas asks, your study is quite interesting. My question is, how do residents of socially sustainable vertical housing in Mumbai interact with their community and surrounding neighborhoods?
I mean, how this question, let me cater to this question in a way. So basically, we have a workaholic, workaholic population in Mumbai. So the majority of people are working people, but you also know that these people, there is a trend for a weekend life. There is a trend where people, get together at every occasion, every small gatherings over there. So we have senior citizen coming in, we have adults coming in, we have kids coming in. So there are three particular groups that we are talking about. But when we say residential housing, we are talking about a family, which also means that we are catering all these three groups in some cases, and some might be not, of course, with the exceptions. So when I talk about interactions, I mean, like the specific bond that I've talked into the initial areas of my presentation, where we bond with our neighborhoods, we bond with our friends, we make connections, and we form sustainable societies. So to answer your question, I mean to say the neighborhood bond that you have with your right neighbor, or the person staying next door, or the floor above or the floor below, there must be some area that where you guys meet, where you guys talk, where you guys want to just chill out after your work hours. So I'm talking about that areas. So that might be one specific space in your building or outside your building. I am trying to put that space within your building, or within, right on your floor plate, right on your podiums, or or on the grounds, or some kind of projection where I talked about the mid landing areas of the staircase, in such kind of space where nothing like the worst situation of severe lockdown also doesn't becomes a means of a means of destruction to any kind of such facilities. So of course lockdown and the social distancing is completely a different scenario, but I'm just trying to portray is any kind of social communities is what social sustainability talks about, and that is referring to the interaction that I'm talking about. Thank you.
Shila, I had a small question for you.
Yes,
you spoke about the interaction that different people have in the same social setting. But other than the interaction with your neighbors, are there any other requirements that are considered of the residents that are incorporated into the design while still keeping it socially sustainable?
Yes, of course. So when we talk, when we talk about a family, we are taking three age groups in consideration. When you design a building, we take the same amount of consideration in picture, that these are the number of residents. These are the number of residents. This is the amount of area that would be required. This is the minimum requirement required for these amount of number of people, and so will be there. If you are doing a housing for adult, there are some different consideration. For kids, there are some different consideration. When vertical housing comes into picture, we are keeping the same consideration in mind. So when we talk about interaction, it is not actually a rocket science that how people are going to talk. It is going to be a natural phenomena that would happen when two people just meet or start staying together or start going out on a walk together. So it is just going to happen. You just have to as an architect, you just have to keep in mind while designing in a manner that you give some specific attention to a particular area. Rather than satisfying some specific norms to get your OC done, you have to give some specific attention for the area where you actually focus on sustainability. Like nowadays, green roof or green facade has become quite a fancy thing. People just give it under the name of sustainability or green buildings or anything. Like, there are no considerations for that. Of course, if you go into a deeper study, you have considerations of having some particular plants that would avoid the dampness coming into your facades. But while designing in that, you are keeping in mind a sustainability factor, right? So while keeping in mind in this, you just don't have to focus on interaction. You have to focus on sustainability. And when I say sustainability, I'm talking about the parameters that I've showed you. I'm talking about the variables that I've come across. And then that keeping in that parameters and variables in mind, you can design your complete building or your floor plate in that manner. So am I clear, Tanmay?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Harshila, I want to add, like,
Yes, sir.
have you also considered energy consumption in this, in your study?
No, sir, I've not considered any amount of energy consumption in this, because when I talk about energy consumption, it is also going to be the economic factor of sustainability, and it is equally going to be the environmental factor of sustainability. So when I say this building is going to be completely sustainable, I have to give the specific energy consumption method that I'm going across. So here I'm not talking about any kind of other parameters or other pillars. I'm just talking about the designing element as an architect, what you can do.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Akshaj, we have another question for you. This one comes from Professor Alok Parna. She asks, what motivated you to do a study based on visual documents of the Jokhang? It's a crucial documentation, and she also gives you compliments for your work.
Thank you for your question, Professor, and for your compliment. It actually came out of a larger year of work and studying the Himalayas that I started off with. And in that particular semester in which I wrote this paper, it was studying the larger context of the 19th and 20th centuries and the visual and material cultures of the Tibetan plateau in specific. So I noticed that a lot of studies had been done. We studied primarily visual and material evidence in that course, that places like the Potala, very iconic, Norbulinka, lots of spatial understandings of conquest had been done, and people had worked on photography and colonialism extensively in the case of South Asia. But it was interesting to me that one particular site, which is so essential to understanding how Tibetan Buddhism's practice and worship functions, had been left untouched by academics working in English. So there's possibly scholarship on this in Mandarin Chinese or in other languages that I don't have access to, but it was my way to contribute to that larger project. So that's what started.
Thank you, Akshaj. I had another question for you. You mostly worked, as you mentioned, using photographs and postcards and everything. And in your examples, when you showed the postcards, one of them, you spoke about the Dharmachakra being covered up, the ruins of the Dharmachakra being covered up, and even the Potala from the rooftop and everything. But the postcard itself was printed in Japan, and it was from a Chinese publishing house and everything. I was interested in the how do you claim the authenticity of all of these different sources? So how do you figure out, and what's your process for the entire?
So that's the entire part of popular visual culture studies as a discipline, and art history, of course. Art history is what I was trained in. So the first case is published images or those that exist in museum collections are very easy to have provenance for because they have to account for who the photographer was, what hands it passed through, several other things. But when it comes to ephemera, it's a lot more tricky to establish that because ephemeral objects don't last so very long. People keep newspaper cuttings or postcards, but their personal collections, very rarely do they end up in somewhere as hallowed as a museum or an archive. And the best possible way in this case is to situate it in a larger corpus. Do we have similar, morphologically similar objects that occupy this category? And if, for example, in the case of the postcard or the case of the CD-ROM, for example, if the person's uploaded sort of a corpus of several objects that are, similar and they form a collection of themselves, then that helps us to date it securely to perhaps, a certain place in time, rather than it'd be a lot more difficult if it was a random image pulled off, let's say, Pinterest, for example, which wouldn't have a lot more context. So yeah, but it is very difficult.
Thank you so much. I also have a question for Harshila. This one comes from Tapati. She asks, thanks for your presentation, Harshila. Did you mean recreational space is equal to green space?
No, recreational space is not equal to a green space. Green space could be a recreational space. Recreational space is a wide umbrella. It could also be a small tea stall where people are talking about how, any random stuff. What was the cricket match yesterday that has happened? How is the weather today? Even that is a recreational space, or any particular garden is also a recreational space. It actually depends upon the idea where you actually go and, don't talk or don't discuss about work, anything that is being a relaxing thing or getting out of your cocoon where you can actually relax is something is known as recreational space where you recreate. It is not compulsory a green space.
Thank you. Kanika, I had a small question for you. Are you here?
Yes.
Yeah. When you were talking about metabolism movement, you mentioned Kenzo Tangze's project. And I
Yeah.
was a little curious about the project. You mentioned the pods there could change, but can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, so basically it has a metal structure in between the building, as you could see in the image, and around that there are 100 pod-like rooms or structures that they have placed, which are like prefabricated, and there's a set module of that pod that can be removed, and let's say there's a room for a 5-year-old kid. Then when he or she becomes a teenager, he might need to change around it, right? So they can remove the whole pod and place another one. So that was the idea that Canzo had.
So these pods are already prefabricated units, and they just, depending on your need, they're replaced with each other. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's really interesting.
Thank you.
Finally, Harshila, I have another question from you. This one comes from Alok Parna as well. She thanks you for your research paper, and then she says, in your research paper, you reinforce the idea of architects contributing through physical design for social sustainability. This is crucial. Additionally, can architects also work on design thinking elements linked to community engagement as ways to expand their scope of work and be more effective in design programming for social sustainability?
Yes, of course. I mean, of course, even that is also a very good idea, and it could be a very different research altogether that would be completely based only on designing. But yeah, even that could be contributing to social sustainability. So yeah.
Kanika, I have another question from you. What are some potential challenges that architects and builders may face when designing and constructing flexible spaces, and how can these challenges be addressed to ensure that flexible spaces are safe, durable, and efficient in their use of resources? This one comes from Meher Sohil and this Kanika.
Yeah, so to answer that question, potential challenges could be, first of all, interconnecting all the variants that we have in a building. We have electrical, lighting, HVAC, furniture, the openings that we give, all these things this is one challenge that I feel could be there, that how we are making the space flexible, but keeping in mind that all these varied functions work together. Then another one could be the varied amount of stakeholders that we have, because there are designers that are involved, architects, then there are client and investors, the major ones that are investing their money, and then the work that we get done on site, or the suppliers that we have, the products that we procure, right? So all the building a system that could, even in the system right now as well, right? We have so many new technologies and all coming in, which are hard to explain to the people on site. So that's another challenge that I think might come across. And that then how to solve it would be, if we, I'm sure that these challenges are going to take a lot of time to be fulfilled or solved, but one could be that we have very standardized materials, standardized products that we use, right, for per se plumbing, electricity and all. If we start this idea of flexibility and circular design from the very base level, like rather than just focusing on having a open space plan or having modular furniture, I really want to emphasize how about the basic constraints that we have in a building. We have a wet point over at a certain place, and we have to work around it. What if the wet point is designed, or the plumbing is designed in such a way that you can move it around as per the need? The electrical sockets can be moved down. That's the level of flexibility that I have in mind. And of course there are challenges. I feel if we work from the very micro level and increase it slowly, then we will surely be able to solve this challenge, overcome this challenge.
Thank you so much. This is again for you, Kanika. Zai Malpani, she thanks you for your presentation, and she asks, how do you personally understand flexibility? Is it the multiplicity of uses or the lives a thing can have? As a designer, how have you brought this into your own work without exerting absolute control?
Thank you. So thank you. Then personally, I understand flexibility as both the things, to be honest, because we all from India, we use a lot of jugaad per se, of how we work around things. A t-shirt turns into, let's say, a mopping cloth, and then used as a, let's say, discarded, or let's say given away. So that is one thing that I have seen, one example of how I see a thing can have different lives. And multiplicity of uses, we use a water bottle cut off as a hanging plant. So in India, I feel I have seen both cases, both scenarios. And as a designer, I'm currently working on my thesis, in which I have tried to incorporate flexibility to the extent that I'm talking about. So the space that I'm designing has a retail store, a cafe, a workshop, exhibition space, and co-working as well. So yeah, that's how I'm trying to attempt it. It's still in a process, but I don't know if it will be as, the way I plan to achieve it would it be possible or not? I'm still not sure about. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds really interesting. One last question from you. This comes from Akanksha Maglani. She asks, what has been the response of your study with your peers, students studying with you? Has this led to larger conversations on these practices being incorporated within their training as interior architects? Or are they feeling more encouraged to innovate within their design proposals? If yes, could you share some examples?
I would say yes, definitely. And in our college, in IIED, we have been, since the start, been more focused towards how to, incorporate sustainability, crafts, and how to make space more multifunctional. So there have been other research papers as well, which are revolving around the same thing. As for the projects or some examples, I would say everybody's thesis is still under process, so I can't possibly give an example right now for that.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone's questions have been answered in this Q&A session. And thank you, audience members, for your active participation, and to the presenters once again. I hope this was an enriching experience for all of us, like it was for me. So this brings us to the end of the end of this session. That's all from me. Have a wonderful day, and back to you, Ayman.
Thank you, Tanmay, and thank you to all the presenters for another incredible set of presentations and discussions. We will now be taking a short break before we start the next panel for the day, which is also the last panel. We return at around 4:10 p.m. for the panel titled Unpacking Gender Politics, which will be moderated by Adya Sharma. Thank you, and see you all in a few minutes after the break. IT, can you remove the banner? Good afternoon and welcome back to the last panel for the day. Thank you to the audience for continuously engaging with all the presenters and their work. We hope to see this for the next panel too. The next panel is titled Unpacking Gender Politics, which will be moderated by Adya Sharma. All the best to all the presenters and over to you.
Thank you, Ayman. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Adya Sharma. I'm a third-year architecture student here at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and will be moderating the last session titled Unpacking Gender Politics. We shall explore how the built environment, which includes the physical space and structures that we inhabit, can reflect and perpetuate gender-based inequalities and power imbalances. We will look at questions such as, while designing, do we cater to one gender? Are we cognizant of design choices that we make at every step and see who it is that we are catering to? Do we seek gender inclusive spaces, and how would they be function in a country like ours? And what is the history for the same? In our last session here, we shall try to expand along these questions and more that would come up. We currently have two presenters from various disciplines and universities gathered here today and had sadly missed the other two due to unforeseen circumstances. For our audience, we will be taking up all questions in the Q&A session after the presentations have been concluded. Please feel free to use the chat box both on Zoom and YouTube to ask questions directed to the presenters themselves. So let's begin. We would begin with Ankita Sadhukan from Anant Yashwant University with her paper titled Questioning the Indian Urban Markets Through the Lens of Gendered Spaces. Your screen was visible earlier. Sorry, Ankita, you're not fully audible at the moment.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ankita Shadukhan from Anand National University. Today, I'll be talking about the urban market and the practice of gender binary in it. This is a joint work with Dr. Sani Bansal and Professor Vidhu Bansal. To introduce the topic of urbanization, it happens when a major chunk of the rural population migrates from rural area to urban area in search of economical stability. And in India, market plays a major role in it. It gives a stable source of earning and seamless opportunity to merge with the existing population.
Ankita, I'm
Hello.
sorry, but your screen is not visible right now.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, can both hear you and see the screen now.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Should I start from top? Yeah.
My paper topic is Indian urban market, and I try to see it through the gender lens. So this is a joint work with Dr. Sunny Bansal and Professor Vidhu Bansal. So to start with urbanization, to introduce the topic of urbanization, it happens when a major chunk of the rural population migrates from rural area to urban area in search of economical stability. And a market or a typical Indian bazaar plays a major role in it. It gives a stable source of earnings and a seamless opportunity to merge with the existing population. For Indian markets or a bazaar, Indian bazaar, it's not just another public space, it's more of a social institution. It's associated with city development, economic development, and even societal development. Since Indian budget is one of the main reasons for the evolution of today's India, it's somewhat understandable that there had been an imbalanced distribution of accessibility of this public realm across the gender. Once which was a result of necessity, now we have accepted it as a tradition. Uh, so it started with the convenience of a patriarchal society, and we have grown to practice dividing and categorizing each and everything on the basis of gender. But we still do it in a binary system. The idea of image of masculinity is representation is representing power of power, a strength, and that should be in higher priority. Discrimination is the obvious result of this phenomenon. Based on gendered identity, deciding what should or should not be available for all of us is a massive limitation for the society to grow, and that is yet to acknowledge. One group of the society from a certain gender will always decide what kind of work is appropriate for others, giving an unwanted dominance over the other half of the society. Deciding some of the work field is not for women before even giving them a chance to decide is a contravention of the very basic right of a human. Uh, if we see a city or any public place for that matter from a third person's point of view, we see each place has a unique identity and that closely represents the city's culture. And since market is not just another public space for Indians, it's rooted to our day-to-day life. It's more evident there. A market offers a communal engagement irrespective of age and societal status, but the facility is still largely available for men. The first image is of a Jodhpur market, and I think it's most of us would recognize to just look at it. It's because it's the unique identity and the architectural style. And the second and third image is of two different tea shops and from different contexts. And then yet we see the most of the occupants are men. Sorry. Um, when you think of a bazaar, it's because when you think of a bazaar from a seller's point of view or from a buyer's point of view, predominantly a male image conjures in our mind. Hence, the question emerges: how does a public space become gendered? Society does not explicitly label a public space based on gender. It will follow an unwritten rule, territorial rules. It's probably because we have been practicing gender discrimination for so long that we have become ignorant of our right to the city. So now all the extroverted public spaces are supposedly for men, and all these public spaces that are somewhat introverted are supposedly for women. And these ideas of division are now expected as human nature from the respective gender. This division and discrimination of day-to-day life might seem harmless, not affecting us otherwise, but what we are compromising is our economic growth with our societal growth. It affects our quality of living, our health in public space. To go out, to be able to be outside in a public space for a longer span, we need basic amenities. Uh, to be available within our reachable distance. It's not only important for women, it's as important for men. But we just assumed men have found found an alternative, and thus became this ignorant this issue as an ignorant. Besides, there is always a fear of violence on the street for women, which resulted in lesser number of women vendors in market. These parameters together contribute to inequality and socio-economic infrastructure. I studied 3 markets to justify my point. One is Gandhinagar, Sector 21 Gandhinagar market, which is in Ahmedabad. Its infrastructure is closer to the typical Indian bazaar, but it is it's controlled by the local government. So the opportunity for space occupancy is equal for everyone. Everyone has to pay a rent to occupy a space inside the shaded building. But even though there are a lot of shops and Otla, which is a local term for lifted planes, uh, are still empty, none of the women vendors are interested in sitting inside. They prefer the outside, uh, open, even not shaded space. So, of course, affordability is a concern, and there might be a chance that they won't get as much business as they are getting outside. But it's a natural case for any business. So, if I forget any other aspects and see only as a student of architecture, it makes me wonder uh, if isn't uh, if isn't more comfortable to sit inside, especially in the hot climate of Ahmedabad. But there are other aspects of space quality. It's important to have a sense of security in public spaces. In a larger space, there is a chance of losing visual connection with others. Again, in the case of Delhi Hat, it is also a gated market in a Indian bazaar style. So these gated bazaars are ideally planned according to user behavior and might be able to control the crowd movement since it's run by artisans and they come from across the country. Most of the vendors are men. Again, because of the uncomfortable traveling for women. Plus, while talking to some of the users of this market, it seems they accepted the situation as it is. In the uh, in the case of CC1, the scenario is pretty much similar. It was designed to replicate the street shopping culture of Kolkata, and hence there is no central atrium that we see in a mall. Uh, that leads to having a visual disconnected space, and that are not uncomfortable for women. It's uncomfortable for men also. This inferences from these studies was these issues are not altogether we can't acknowledge or address these issues altogether by from architectural perspective point of view, where it's a societal issue, so we have to start from there. But since architecture is a medium of expression, so we can somewhat address these issues architecturally as well, like having while planning urban fabric, we can giving public amenities, basic amenities, it should be our first priority. Uh, Creating spaces which are visually connected, uh, and also the public space could be designed in a universal way, yet with a familiar characters. Uh, to conclude this paper, to conclude this my presentation, I'd like to say that it's not an this paper was not supposed to give a solution. It is a close study to market, and it is to question all these traditions which you have been following for so long. Is really not worth trying to change. It is we have become ignorant of this situation for so long that when I talked with some of the users, the vendors, they don't really bother about the situation. They're okay. They have accepted their situation and they are okay with it. So from point of architectural point of view, it's our responsibility and our privilege to take the advantage to showcase that there is a chance to alter this situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ankita. That was a lovely presentation. I would now request, we would now move on to our next panelist, which would be Ronak Datta from the Jindal School of Art and Architecture with a paper titled An Oppressive Skin.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone. I am Ronak Datta from Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and today I'm going to present my paper, An Oppressive Skin. This paper questions and explores how the buildings that house people have unknowingly become a tool that serves as an utility for surveilling and shaping the society. So in this presentation, I will discuss how architecture and buildings have always been projected as perfect male bodies, defining architecture's sex to be masculine in nature. We will also be exploring how the discourse of architectural buildings interpreted as male bodies later had been shifted to the understanding of the same as female bodies, whose form has been shaped, modified, and dressed in a desired way to either represent that body of a female or put the same under surveillance under the gaze of the society controlled by the male architects. So from the very beginning, architecture as a practice was understood as a process of mimicking and interpreting the male human body. The building forms were developed by directly comparing their parts to that of a body and putting them together to look as a human body in entirety. The male human body had become an authoritative foundation. It had become a kind of idealism for the building that could be achieved as an perfection by the direct projection of the former onto its making. So during Renaissance, we find that Vitruvius and other theorists derived proportions and compositional aesthetics of buildings directly from the human body, tracing the origin of architecture to Greek architecture, which had established mathematical relations between the body and the building. Later, Alberti too had proposed that the building in its entirety is composed of its parts, where the ideal arrangement and composition of different parts concerning each other, like eyes, nose, and ears, are composed in humans, leads to his celebrated definition of beauty. If you look at the picture in this slide, it shows the work of Francisco di Giorgio, superimposing the human body to the plan of a cathedral and a city, with a navel at the center of the main square. Figure 2 compares the doors and windows of a building to the cavities in the human body in the form of ear, nose, eyes that functions for the needs and necessities for the same, thus establishing an organic analogy through abstract figural expressions, embodied geometries, which projects buildings as bodies in a real sense, which is also to some extent inanimate in nature. So the projection of each order and elements of buildings as a feature of the human body resulted in the creation of a void of subjectivity and expression, leading to an objective and centralized form of buildings where each building has a certain form and a certain layout, which was then compared to that of each part of a human body. So now, as buildings are compared to the human body, architects soon began to question the inanimateness of the buildings, which resulted in a surge of understanding of the buildings through the intrinsic attributes of the human body. So now architects began to understand the building through the lens of a living body, animating the same by not only comparing the body, but also the functions of the parts which were in question. So in doing so, an architect, Diana Argest, in her architecture form without body, logic, and sex, argued that the navel being at the center had to be devoted with a sense of convenience, which provided kind of service to different parts of the building. Thus, the body, which was in question and which was kind of constantly being compared to the building, can't be that of a man, but a woman, which provides nourishment through the umbilical cord connected through the navel. This understanding now gradually made people shift the architectural analogy from that of a man's body to a female's body, observed through the lens of functionality. Similarly, around that time, with the incoming of modern technologies and the development of medical equipment, the interpretation and understanding of the human body had evolved. So around 1890s, it was something around 1895, the invention of X-ray technology allowed people to reveal the interior of the human body. Thus, the boundary between the interior and the exterior had been blurred, with the skin, which was then compared to the walls, now acted as a semi-permeable membrane, which was not so opaque surface. This ideology now had led to the extensive use of glass as the skin of the buildings. And in doing so, the use of glass and mirrors in architecture led to the reflection or display of the sadistic patriarchal nature of architecture that defined gender roles in the social spectrum. So this discourse of masculinity and architecture was then celebrated by the inclusion of women, not only in the representations of the interior, but also in the new blurred exterior that not only defined the positionality of women in a space, but also it manifests the idea of how femininity was shaped by the fear of this uncomforted male gaze by the exterior places. The idea of surveillance through exposure and inviting the eye into the building was now a culture. The boundary between the public and the private had been blurred, with the interior coming in front, which was so now the interior and the exterior of the building were kind of merged. The private realm had now been opened to public scrutiny, and thus a sense of dictation had been established. So if you look at the two pictures that are there in the slide, one is the Dan Graham's alteration to a suburban house, which is famously discussed as the Philip John's 1949 glass house, and the other is the Mies van der Rohe Fransworth house. These two buildings had become a site of excessive openness with a nature of control. So if you notice in both of the images, the use of glass facade makes the inhabitant of the house the master during the day, with visual access to the outside world, but during the night, the roles get reversed, as the inhabitant can no longer see the outside, but can see only its own reflection. So this fear of a public gaze then controls the movement of the inhabitants which are placed into the building. Earlier, the crowning of architecture as masculine was ensured by the exclusion of female bodies in the defining of buildings, or else attaching it to a useless ornamental elements, projecting a degenerative image of the femininity. For example, perceiving the iconic column as useless, unfunctional, extravagant, and ornamental, and thus feminine by Alberti. But later, with the interior becoming the exterior and the animated facade, women got consciously included in the process of imaging on the glass screen as an attempt to control and define femininity. During modern times, it was like not only about placing the woman within the interiors to delineate the boundaries, but it might have been a conscious intention of architects to use the building as a tool that dictates not only roles of women, but also conducts the way one dresses themselves in a certain way and portrays themselves within the social spectrum. Although the use of glass as a skin of the building in the making of skinless architecture might have been driven by capitalism and the use of modern materials during that period, yet the aspect that might have been curtained in the face of industrialization is the fetishizing of the female body in the early 20th century. The image of the woman in this slide is of Josephine Baker, who had introduced the theatrical culture of striptease in the early 20th century. She was an African American whose nudity and exposed skin had become a form of entertainment for the Western society. So interestingly, her house that was designed and built by Adolphe Loos, an architect, acted like a dress to her. So now the buildings were itself acting like a surface which was covering the woman and kind of defining their roles, their culture. A dress, a skin that had been stripped of ornamentation, and it also kind of represented her flick of nudity. there was this use of a glass swimming pool inside the building, which had a corridor around the swimming pool, and this represented the house as a stage. So the people can yet again objectify her with a voyeuristic gaze. While the glass used here was a kind of double-sided glass, this phenomena so when Josephine Baker would have been swimming inside the pool, and if she looked out, the glass looked out through the glass, she would have seen her reflection, and in doing so, in seeing her own reflections, the Josephine Baker's gaze were reversed to her own body. So although Adolf Loos contested against the use of ornamentations, here he had used a subtle use of black and white strips on the upper levels of the house, not only pointing out the otherness of Josephine Baker, which was projected through the skin of the building, but took this as an opportunity to connect ornamental cravings as art and liking of the primitive people, the Orientalists and criminals who tattooed their body. Around this time, even Le Corbusier, a known architect during the modern period, through his drawings went on in this process of masculinizing the body of a woman. In his drawings, the nude female, the woman is portrayed as a large masculine body with stereotypical hair. The women bodies were for Le Corbusier, the women bodies were meant to be understood through a masculine perspective through the absence of the phallus. This ideology had also reflected in his buildings, with clean white facades compared to the dress of an American gentleman, contested against the extravagant ornamental dress for women, which was then coming up due to the rise of the fashion industry. And it also kind of contended against those extravagant ornamental dress and projected how a woman should dress like an American gentleman, like the dress should be clean, not much of ornamentation should be there on the dresses, in order to conduct themselves within the society, which through the ways which were accepted by the man. His buildings and if you look at the picture of one of his buildings, wherein he clicks a picture of the interior, and you can see that the woman is placed within the margins. So most of the photographs of his buildings, we can see that the women are often placed in the interiors. So what this did that was that the frames of photographs not only did include women to delineate the boundaries within the interiors, but might have been a conscious projection as a metaphor to the modern day buildings whose semi-transparent facades had become a sense of aspiration and fetishism for the commodities in displayed. And thus the woman had turned into a commodity, an object that can be surveilled, that can be kind of commodified through the gaze of the male architects. So as an end note, while I've tried to explore how buildings and spaces have a huge contribution in the past in defining roles of women within the male-dominated society, yet when I look back at this discourse of modern architecture, one thing that intrigues me is whether the intent of comparing the female body to the buildings was a projection of masculine authority within the social construct, or was it the conscious act of differentiating women of color by pointing at the otherness of the black skin and gifting authority to the whites by defining their roles and characteristics through passive dominance? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ronak, for your lovely presentation. We will now begin the Q&A session. I would request both Ronak and Ankita to stay tuned and be ready. The first question is from Professor Zaimal Pani to Ankita, where she says, Ankita, thanks for your presentation. Do you not think with the women's visibility in the market, A, differs on the basis of the kind of market, and B, on the basis of whether they are there as sellers or consumers, and C, on the basis of their regional context? Ankita? Maybe there's another technical glitch there. For Ronak, there's a question from Professor Zaimal Pani as well.
where she says, thanks, Rana, thank you for your presentation. Do you see the male/architect's gaze rendering women as ornaments to the building? What does the skin of the building then become?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Yeah. Do you see the male or architect's gaze rendering women as ornaments to the building? What does the skin of the building then become?
I think the skin of the building, for me, the way I've perceived is that the skin of the building has always been a tool or a kind of surface that is constantly defining how it kind of constantly defines the roles of the men as well as the woman. It's not that the skin of the building is always kind of connected to that of a feminine body. What I felt is that the skin of the building is a tool that kind of differentiates between what connects to the masculine nature and what connects to the feminine nature. And in doing so, it kind of also defines femininity and superimposes those idea of the social spectrums.
All right. Is Ankita here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just repeat Professor Zai's question, where she says, Ankita, thank you for your presentation. Do you not think the women's visibility in the market depends on the following? So A, differs on the basis of the kind of market. B, on the basis of whether they are here as sellers or consumers. And C, on the basis of regional context.
Yeah, it is. It is. All 3 points are valid, and I think it's. But the regional context, I think in India it doesn't differ a lot. But yeah, in some cases it does. But vastly, I studied like 3 markets, and all 3 markets has like similar kind of feedback and their acceptance with the situation. So I have to study a lot more to justify the regional context. But the other 2 is, yeah, I definitely agree with your points.
All right. For Rana, what all work propelled or gave inspiration to your work?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question? Your voice is breaking.
Sorry. The question was that what all inspired or propelled, which gave inspiration to your current work and paper?
So I was basically looking at the discourse of architecture, and initially I had started my work into looking at how the skin of the building has kind of changed over time. So looking at those aspects, I had come up with this idea of extra architecture, which was around that period, 1900. And what intrigued me all of a sudden was that if the skin of the building was kind of transforming, it was then the walls were changing, there were the transparency of the walls were changing, then what intrigued me was to explore how the changes of the skin or the wall kind of impacted the inhabitants of the space. And thus then I kind of started to research further, and then I came up with this topic as to how the skin and the walls of the building define roles for the woman in a society.
All right. For Ankita from Professor Tapti, where she says, thank you, Ankita, for your paper. During the colonial time, bazaar was synonymous to chaos and colonial rulers, and they've always wanted to control the bazaar. It is interesting to see your observation in Gandhinagar and Delhi Hat, and the case of studying that women sellers feel uncomfortable within the government-controlled bazaar spaces and preferred the chaos over the control. She would like to know your opinion about this choice of female sellers.
I didn't get the last part. The choice of female bazaar, female sellers, as in what sense?
That's what the question says. I believe it would be on the line where you said that women sellers would feel uncomfortable. So what is your take on the choice of a woman seller itself? Like, what all would they be choosing for or against to continue being a vendor in the market?
Okay. Women sellers. I think. Can I see the questions? Like, I'm not getting it completely. I don't know. Like, women sellers choose to sell what products, or where
Can
they want to.
I ask the question, Adya?
Please, Professor.
Hi, Ankita. My question is that during colonial period, it always the colonial ruler thought that the bazaar is a chaotic space. The bazaar, the way it used to be, right?
Yeah.
And they wanted to control it. And now that government control, like offered these controlled bazaar space, women as a sailor started feeling uncomfortable within that controlled space. So why is so in your opinion?
Okay. Now I get it. Yeah. In a control space, I think if I see from psychological point of view, I think if women are feeling uncomfortable in a controlled space, that's because they are always feel so controlled by others. So even in when we go for a job, for our work, we don't want to be controlled as much as we are being controlled in home. It's triggered our emotions, maybe that's why they don't prefer a control space anymore, at least not in a workspace. But I don't think it's that general view that women are feeling controlled in a controlled market, that's why they prefer the outside space. uh, what I gathered from my survey, that they felt very uncomfortable because I mean, that's from an architectural point of view, that they feel insecure inside. They they feel like they will lose visual connections from the rest of the market, because there are shaded, not shaded, I mean visually disconnected space. And yeah, in a crowd space they feel more uncomfortable. In an open space there is a sense of like visibility, there is a sense of more sense of belonging to the space, more connected to the more openness. So that's why they prefer the outside space rather being in the inside shaded secured space, so-called secured space. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ankita. I would let others ask questions.
Thank you.
Professor Alokana also would like to ask a question to Ankita.
Hi, Ankita. Thank you for your presentation. So actually, I wanted to, you were talking about the women vendors and how they locate themselves in a bazaar, right? And and you talked about safety, that one of the reasons why they do this is because they're concerned about the safety. In your interviews and in your surveys, were you able to identify other aspects? Because they also have other reasons why they locate themselves, not just in terms of safety, but there are also other narratives which are very, very crucial. So were you able to identify any of those narratives? Thank you.
I don't think, no, I don't think I was able to understand that, the other point of view. Yeah, but I'll look into it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So one aspect that you might want to, look at is that there is a gendered aspect to it, but it is more than safety, it is competition. So women hawkers face a lot of competition from their male counterparts. So it's a very stiff competition that they face, street or in a market and all of that. So that is one of the reasons, through studies we have found out, they try to move out of a space which is male dominated, but this is more to do with livelihood, an opportunity to livelihood, because they face a lot of competition from them, or tactics through which they are pushed out of a particular space, because the space wants to, they want to, the male hawkers want to capture. So Sharid Bhaumik, who is an author, has written about this, so you might like to look
And
into
now that you mentioned it, I get it now. Yeah. Like there is a like consumers sometimes get biased, like buying something, buying vegetables from a woman vendors. They prefer male vendors. They prefer their capabilities. They understand, like, yeah. Now that you mentioned, yeah, I guess I get it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot of scope in your work. Go ahead with it.
Thank you.
We have a question for Ronak from YouTube, which says, can you expand on how the transparent facades have been the bridge to moving the female body from the interior to the exterior?
Yeah, I don't think that it has been a bridge to move into from the for the woman body to move from the interiors to the exteriors, but rather it has been a kind of bridge that kind of bridge for the exterior spaces to superimpose or control the interior spaces. It's basically once the open or the interior spaces gets opened up to the outside world, the constant working or the inhabitation of the woman in question gets kind of controlled by the male gaze or the social constructs. And also along with that, if we have time, and I would like to re-answer Zaimam's question, because I couldn't get that during earlier time. So I read it in the chat. So answering that question, I would say that modern buildings, the way modern architecture, contemporary architecture shifted, the buildings or the surface or the skin of buildings are kind of combination of clean surfaces, and then there are portals, which are windows or doors, which acts as a visual portal to the interior spaces. And thus, if you look into the interior spaces, most of the time these portals may open up to the kitchen or the living area, where the women are constantly engaging with those spaces. And yes, so this might be a aspect wherein the woman might be turning into an ornament of the building. So while the clean surface represents the building as a power, as a masculine figure, the portals then becomes as the ornamentations, the animateness which are inside the building. The woman then becomes the ornamentations of the building that kind of brings in the feminine touch to the building's surfaces.
All right, thank you. For Ankita, there's a question which says, how much of the Indian market's social culture is affected by the gender of the vendor with the urbanization and changing cities?
The social culture, it's actually rooted in the social culture, I believe, because when we from home we see that, like, we are not ready to yet accept women vendors. We normalize women in the seller position where when it comes to a accessory or it's a clothing items, but not in like not in every products. We actually genderize products based on gender, and it's that's how we see a woman seller, and a buyer position also, like, from my own experience I would say ki, we don't like to women to go out for a vegetable market to buy vegetables. We see that's a work of the men in the house, not the woman. It might be it might be my own experience, it might not the general experience, but yeah. So that it's a culture that we follow in society in day-to-day life, and which then impacts our behavior, our perspective, our perception in a woman seller or buyer position.
There's another question for you where it says that what were the changes across the cities that you've noticed since you had taken a case study for 3 different cities?
Changes of scenarios. Okay. I honestly didn't go to the Delhi Hut. It is in Delhi, and I am currently in Ahmedabad. So it was a secondary study. I talked to people over phone, and I am from Kolkata, so I had experience in the CC one, and I'm currently in Ahmedabad. So yeah, so I had like 2 active experience. So in Kolkata, I would say they are more upfront about the situation. They recognize the situation, and they know there is a discrimination, there is an imbalance,
and they accepted it. But in Gandhinagar, when I talk to people, I see that there is no recognition at all. People are like, no, there is no such situation. It is what it is, and it's very natural. It's supposed to be like this. And in Delhi Heart, I talked to some of users, and in there also there was like there's again there's yeah, they acknowledge the situation, but there is no such urge that to change the situation, current situation. It's acceptable discrimination, I would say.
Thank you. The last question to Ronak, which says, how does the change in the building skin impact domesticity?
Sorry?
I'll repeat myself. How does the change in the building skin impact domesticity?
Yeah, so I think with the changing skin of the buildings, the role of women in the domesticity has been very well defined, and even it can also, what I would say is that the kind of semi-permeable skin facades or which acts as a portal into the inside can also be a change for the way we understand how the domestic roles are segregated in terms of gender. So nowadays we are also beginning to see that there are a few advertisements or something in the modern like in the TV series or something that we see men to be participating in the domestic roles. But then it would be an interesting aspect to see how these portals or the semi-permeable facades are also contributing to those ideas or the changing roles of domesticity. Or else, other than that, basically these facades are constantly, what I've also said earlier, are constantly a source wherein it's kind of defining the roles of the man and the woman inside the building.
Thank you. A question for Ankita, which I believe is the last, from Professor Khushbu, where she says, thank you, Ankita, for your presentation. Is there any mapping or documentation of the markets that has been done as part of your study? You're on mute.
No, there is no as such mapping, and no.
All right, thank you.
In terms of photos and interviews, but no, not in other media.
All right. Thank you so much for everybody joining us here today. We are now done with our question and answer session. Thank you so much, our audience. Thank you so much, our presenters. This has been a lovely end to all the paper presentations. I hope you guys have enjoyed all the work that has been showcased here today. Over to Ayman.
Thank you, Adya, and all the presenters for the final session of the day. With this, we conclude all the panels for the International Conference in the Built Environment 2023. This has been an incredible journey, and we are very excited to have all of you join us for it. We are very grateful and thankful to all the presenters for sharing with us your valuable research for an incredible set of panels as part of this conference. We thank our university advisors from OP Jindal Global University for their incredible support and encouragement for the conference. We thank our industry partners who have joined us over the past few days for their immense support. We thank the members of the review panel for this support. We would like to thank the organizing committee of the conference, the social media team, as well as the entire student community who have all worked tirelessly behind the scenes to help organize and host this conference. Finally, an incredible thank you to the entire IT and logistics team for the incredible work in helping ICBE 2023 run smoothly without any disruptions. A reminder that all recordings of this conference will be uploaded to the JSA YouTube channel in case you wish to go back to them again. You can follow all our social media platforms for updates on the ICBE 2023, the links for which have been sent on the chat box. We request all of you to return at 6 p.m. for the keynote lecture by Dr. Anne Ambrick, the director of the Sustainable House Program, which is a program of the American Botanical Council. Her talk today is titled Embodied Learning from Thin Places to the Business of Botanicals. This explores the relationship between the Yamfurai villagers and their land in eastern Nepal, and more recently through her work, exploring efforts to responsibly source and produce herbal products from around the world. This lecture will also be screened at the Performing Arts Theatre in the JG Academic Block for those that want to attend physically. Thank you and see you all soon.
अजय गुप्ता जी.
यस सर.
सर ये मेरे को डॉक्टर एन के लिए जो जूम लिंक प्रिपेयर हुआ है उसका पास कोड नहीं चल रहा है डॉक्टर एन के लिए. शी इज सेइंग शी इज ट्राइंग टू पुट JGU एज द पास कोड बट इट इज नॉट वर्किंग फॉर हर.
सर व्हाट्स योर नेम?
आनंदित.
आनंदित करके कोई है उनको.
Can you please resend me the link for Dr. Ann? Zoom link and passcode, everything.
Okay sir, I am sending just in a minute.
बोलने काम नहीं कर रहा है तो.
Just a minute.
सर कौन सा लिंक जो अभी चल रहा है वही ना?
सर यही जो जिस कॉल में हम हैं उसका एक प्रेजेंटर लिंक भेजना है डॉक्टर एन को, जिनकी
Presenter
शक्ल यहाँ पे बनी हुई है ना बैनर पे, उनको भेजना है.
ओके सर भेज रहे हैं.
अरे US का कोड क्या होता है यार? +1. केशव जी भेज दिया.
सर वो बस आपके पास भेज रहे हैं 2 मिनट में.
ओके. हेलो. अब उनके साथ जो यूनियन भेजा था उसका वो कह रही है पासपोर्ट कंप्लीट था तो अगर आप उनका लिंक और उनका पासपोर्ट
Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check.
जब ये लाल हो जाए तो हेलो तो ये बस लाल होना चाहिए बैटरी चार्ज अजय जी अजय जी अजय जी can we remove Dr. Anne from Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Sir, can we remove Dr. Anne from Zoom, please?
Okay, sir.
Ajay ji, can we remove Dr. Anne from Zoom?
Done, sir.
Dr. Anne, are you logged in?
The mic here, as you can see.
Hello. Hello.
Is your echo problem still happening? It will happen if you speak from the laptop. But can they hear us?
उसमें वो लॉगिन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं वो तो ठीक है बट उनका पासपोर्ट नहीं करता सेम लिंक और पासपोर्ट से मैं जब ट्राई कर रहा हूँ तो वही देख रहे हो फोन से शायद प्रेजेंट कर दे लेट्स सी 5 मिनट वेट करो
Hello. So I need to mute this also, right?
सर इसका माइक और स्पीकर
हाँ दोनों ऑफ है. Hello. Okay, that's great.
स्पीकर भी सर म्यूट कर लेना.
हाँ muted है. और
when Dr. Ann speaks, he speaks out. ये मैं यहाँ से जो भी आंसर चलेगा ना ये मैं यहाँ से स्पीड दूंगा वो वहाँ से स्टूडेंट्स का वो दिखाना कैसा है अभी आप जानते हैं ये वाला ऑडियो को समझ रहे हो लेफ्ट हो जाएगा वो है वाला बात वो दूसरा वाला पॉइंट लगा देना मैं दिया हुआ था पॉइंट पे चला दे मेरा तो बिल्कुल तक थोड़ा टेस्टेड आए सामने से आएगा तो थोड़ा हाँ तो सब कुछ
Hello, Dr. Ann, can you hear me? IT team, please unmute Dr. Ann.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Ma'am, I'm just sending your presentation across to the IT, and we'll have it up in a matter of minutes.
Okay, and I'm trying on another computer that if I can log in on this other computer, then I can, if you did the slides, I can at least not be on a phone.
That also sounds good.
Okay. Can you see me now or?
No, we can't see you.
Okay.
I think you'll have to start your video.
Okay, I can get in on this other computer. Okay, great. So I'm gonna picture this works.
Recording in progress.
Yes, yes. Okay. Off my phone. Okay. So now unable to start. Okay.
Now, perhaps can you also try your video? Just to
It said that the host has to undo that. So that's on your end, I think.
IT team, can you please grant Dr. Ann host privileges? Dr. Ann, can you try now? You are a co-host.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just trying to. Yeah.
Okay, great. And can you see any of us? No, probably not. Ajay ji, can... Acha, okay. So that's you. So she'll be able to see you.
All from my camera.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Dr. Ann, we'll start in 2 minutes.
Okay. So do you have the slides?
I've sent it to the IT team. I'm just
Okay.
checking with them. Yeah. Dr. Ann, just checking if you can try to present your slides at your end.
Okay, it's going to take a second because I need to email them to this other computer. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Wait, they should have come. Hold on. I'm just trying to, they haven't come through and
I think जो black screen IT वाले ने वो हम केबल आते ही फीड दे दूंगा मैं केबल वो लेके आ रहे हैं अब वो लेके आ रहा है अभी
okay. Great. Oh, so they didn't really come through, but
This is Dr. Alok Parna Gupta presenting right now. Yeah. Just sharing screen, not presenting.
so the pictures haven't come. Oh, there. Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Ann, we'll start now. You will get to see us just in a minute.
Okay. Thank you so much. Sorry for the trouble.
Keshav ji, we are waiting for the cable to connect with the AV setup here. Please hurry up.
Are you speaking to me?
No, Dr. Ann, just
What can we see? You can see the it's okay on YouTube. और उसको है ना सर ये सडनली बड़ा आवाज आप what you are showing is what is we have to figure out I can think yeah can we leave it there?
Anadit.
yes, doctor.
So I just wanted to remind me of the timing.
I'm really sorry we ran into some glitches. We are starting now.
Mhm. No, I just wondered. And so then I have just because I want to make sure there's time for our discussion.
Yes, please take your time.
Okay.
Good evening and welcome back to the final session of the International Conference on the Built Environment 2023. As we move ahead with the day, we are delighted to have with us Dr. Ann Ambrick for her keynote lecture titled Embodied Learning from Thin Places to the Business of Botanicals. To introduce the speaker, Dr. Ann is the director of the Sustainable Herbs Program, a program of the American Botanical Council, which she began in 2016 to help bridge the gaps between the values of herbal medicine and the reality of sourcing and producing herbs on a global scale. Her works ask questions about how we can treat each other, the earth, and ourselves with more care and respect. How can we create worlds that are healthier, physically, socially, emotionally, and spiritually for us all? Anne has explored these questions through her research on the relationship between the Yamfurai villagers and their land in eastern Nepal, and more recently through her work exploring efforts to responsibly source and produce herbal products from around the world. Dr. Ambrick's talk will document her journey. Following this lecture, we will have a short question and answer session with Dr. Ann, moderated by Professor Anandit Sachdev and an assistant professor at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture. To avoid any disturbance during the lecture, we will enable the chat online in the last 15 minutes. So please send in your questions then. Over to you, Dr. Ann.
Thank you all so much for this invitation. And indeed, I so appreciated being when you reached out to me about my book and my work and to invite me to join this conversation. So thank you all very much. And I'm joining you from Vermont. And so right now in the US and in the world, there's a lot of talk about sustainability and the impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss and social and economic inequities. And we all know we need to make changes, and yet those changes keep not happening. And so a key question that I keep asking is, what are the cultural changes that we need to make to better care for each other and care for the earth? And so that's what I'm exploring in this talk today. And so next slide. And so I wanted to begin by reading a poem, Deciding. One mine the miners worked had gold so good they left it there for God to keep. At night, sometimes you think your way that far, that deep, or almost. You hold all things or not, depending not on greed, but whether they suit what life begins to mean. Like those workers, you study what moves, what stays. You bow, and then, like them, you know what's God, what's world, what's gold. To me, this poem is about attention. It's about what it takes to perceive beyond the categories of our culture, beyond what we've been told matters, and really watch and listen carefully enough to see what does matter. And how can we tell what does matter? Next slide. And it captures, next slide. It captures what to me are some of the key questions. Go ahead and push next. That I've explored in my own work. What are the invisible worlds that sustain us? How to open more deeply to those worlds? Why does that matter? And what do we do once we have? And so then also, what are the conditions that allow us to be present to that invisible world? To me, I think it's about listening more carefully, and seeing beyond what our eyes can see. And then the embodied part of the title. So in this talk, I'm going to be focusing on specific questions about my own work and my journey in Nepal and in the medicinal plant industry. But my hope is that the themes really apply to everything and to thinking about design and ecological design. And so though it's specific, I really hope I'm touching on points that are general and relevant, and really touch on what to me feels like the root cause of the problems in the world, which is our disconnection from ourselves, from each other, and from the earth. And so I'd gone to Nepal, and these are pictures of the village where I worked in Nepal in the 90s. And I'd gone to conduct research for a doctorate in social anthropology. And I wanted to understand how the villagers got rights to the land and how they held on to that land. I wanted to understand their perspectives on a recent conservation area. And I was also there because I wanted to discover how to live more lightly on the earth. I assumed that Indigenous people had wisdom about how to live on the earth that we in the West had lost. And I wanted to understand whether that was true, and if so, what that wisdom was. Of course, I discovered it wasn't so simple. And I wanted to read just 2 paragraphs from my book, Thin Places. I often joined the women in the fields, helping with digging and planting and cutting and caring, doing whatever I could to create something for us to share. Although I was slower and clumsier than they welcomed the free labor and the novelty of having me around. During breaks in the work, when we gathered on a rock or under a tree, the women, old and young, would reach for my hands and rub their fingers slowly across my skin. They would turn my hands over and feel the palm, pull the fingers up to their eyes, and comment about how smooth and white they were. Then they would hold up their own hands and feet, which were tough and dark, next to mine. They looked at one another and shook their heads. They lived by their hands, they would say, and I lived by my head. The women in Hirangna want skin like mine. They want some padding in their lives, want to be able to stay inside for a while, and then let their bodies become smooth and white and soft. I want skin like theirs, dark, calloused skin that lets them walk through their lives barefoot, enduring, not avoiding the sharp pain encountered on the way. I was raised in a world where what was valued was what I could know with my mind. I was educated away from my home, taught that there was more to be gained by moving forward than by staying put. I left my home to understand what it took to stay at home, went halfway around the world because I wanted to learn what it meant to live with my hands and my feet and my heart, to remember what these women's ways of living have never let them forget. So to me, the word embodiment, embodied means to give a body to a spirit incarnate, means to make concrete and perceptible. To me, the idea of embodiment means to know in my body, to know with my whole self, and then to see with that whole self. Means knowing with my heart, which I think comes much more easily to anyone from a non-culture that doesn't make such rigid divisions between mind, body, and spirit. But those questions that took me to Nepal in the 90s, I was just back in Nepal for the first time since then, this past, and the change, what I had gone to Nepal in many ways, it was primarily an agrarian country when I went in the 90s, and now it's 60% is agrarian and it's largely moved to the cities. And there are those disconnections that I experienced in my own country that now are in Nepal, that are being exported by the global economy. And I'll talk some about that in the herb industry part. But so to begin with the time in Nepal, I wanted to just tell a story that the villagers, especially the priests and the shamans, would often tell me. In Hirangna, the priests and shamans are distinguished from everyone else in the village by their ability to see double, an ability that allows them to see the world of the ancestors along with those of the living. And once, so the stories go, there was no division between humans and the ancestors. At that time, the ancestors did everything humans could do, but they did it better, more easily, and faster. But even so, the humans could see the ancestors just as clearly as the ancestors can now see humans. They could walk together, eat the same food, and once, so the stories go, a Yamfu man and the daughter of the most powerful and dangerous Yamfu ancestor fell in love. They asked to marry, and Matlung Tuba, the ancestor, agreed. So shortly after the wedding, the Yamfu man was asked to go hunting with his new brother-in-laws. So eager to please, he readily agreed. And so they set out and they spent the whole day traveling across the hills of Nepal. And as you can imagine, it was quite up and down and up and down. And it was an exhausting day. And for the ancestors, it was no trouble at all. But for this human, he was exhausted. And so the ancestors finally said, you go up to the end of this valley and keep your eyes out for what they said was a lede. They didn't ask what a lede was, and they didn't tell him what a lede was. So this young human went to the head of the valley and sat up there waiting for what he imagined was a bear or something large to come up that he would shoot. And nothing happened and nothing happened. And finally, a tiny little bird came flying up the valley, and he was bored, and so he shot the bird, and it was tiny, so he stuck it under his hat. And he waited and waited, and nothing happened and nothing happened. And then finally, the ancestors came up the valley to find him, and they said, haven't you found the lede? We chased it up. And the human said, no, I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything. And then he took his hat off and he said, all I have is this tiny bird. The ancestors were astonished, and that's what we were hunting. That's what we sent up to you. And the human was astonished that they would spend so much time hunting for the tiny little bird. But he went along with it, and they cleaned the bird, and they gave him the tiny thigh bones, and he wrapped it carefully in a leaf. They gave him the thigh bone because he was the one who had killed the bird. And so then they traveled back to the village, and took hours, and it was late in the day when they arrived home. And the human threw the bone, the little package of the thigh bone, down on his wife, and it hit her in the thigh, and it broke her leg. And she called out to her father. She said, "La, why did you marry me to this greedy human? He can't see that what's very tiny is quite big, and that this tiny bird bone has enough to nourish us for a long time." And the ancestors, the storytellers, would then pause and underscore, to make sure I got the point of the story, to underscore the blindness of humans. They said, although tiny, the bird could provide food for the ancestors for a long, long time. The problem was that humans could only see what was visible to their eyes. They only believed what he could touch with his hands. He didn't understand that the body needs more than physical sustenance to stay alive. He didn't trust that the nourishment offered by the bird might be as sustaining as something provided by something much larger. Size had nothing to do with it. So shocked by how narrowly humans saw the world and how selfish it made them, the ancestors moved further up the ridge. From then on, they would live separately. Humans could not see them. They couldn't see the spiritual world that sustained them. And so, as in this offering, they made offerings to them, and the priests and shamans could see that world, but humans could not. And I want to repeat the point of the story: not being able to see beyond the physical body, not being able to see what we can feel with our hands, makes us selfish. And we see the consequences of that selfishness all around the world today. So this question then, what does it take to see double? To see double is that ability to see the living and the non-living. And I want to tell two short little vignettes about that. One is about fences, and the second is about thin places. So fences. So one day after returning when I was in the village, I was really focused on land tenure in the village. And I was walking on the main trail toward a small stream to wash. And this is reading from my book. I was well into my research by then and had notebooks filled with information about headmen and taxes and land disputes. I had elaborate kinship charts and carefully translated ritual chants. I'd spent the morning alone in my room, going through my notes, and I was still preoccupied with my struggle to understand the relationships between the different types of information that I was scarcely aware of the path beneath my feet. I heard something down the hill. As I looked to see what it was, I noticed a small section of fencing along the edge of a field that bordered the trail. The whole field had not been fenced in, only the area where wandering livestock might be able to reach the ripening rice. The farmer had decided what to do on that plot based on his experience farming that piece of land. He might do something else in another field, and he might change what he had done here if it did not work. A decision based on what he observed in the land, not what he knew in his head. I was looking for a bird's eye view, in other words, this picture on the right. But things have meaning in context. It's not abstract, but in relationship to how the land is used. Before I went to Nepal, I met with a historian in the United States, and I was talking all about my questions and my research, and he stopped me and he said, the importance of thinking beyond the categories of my culture. He said, every culture has blinders, and the key that those blinders can be a prison unless we have the key to unlock it. And he said, to think of in the same way every culture has blinders, it's like a black box, and we see the world through that black box. And when information I observed in Nepal didn't fit into that box, don't try and force it in, but let go of the box and try and see and perceive what was really there. So that was the first point, to see beyond what we expect to see or assume that is there. And then the second is, why does that matter? And this gets to the second point about thin places. So that's the next slide. So halfway through my stay in Nepal, I went on a pilgrimage with the villagers. And this was the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life to this point. It was a week walk up to these high altitude pastures that I'd gone the previous summer with my family, and we'd taken 2 weeks. And I just want to read some from my book about this trip. 2 Brahmins from a less remote village to the south joined us. These men were tall and thin and not at all. Well, first to back up. So this pilgrimage is to these hidden caves that are considered to be gateways into the world, the Shiva's cave, and then across the way is Parvati's cave, where they bathed after their wedding. And so priests and shamans and yogis travel to these hidden valleys in their dreams, but the rest of us have to get there on foot. And so these Brahmins joined. These men were tall and thin and not at all suited to the long, hard days of walking. One of them complained incessantly that the trail was too hard and the trip too difficult. Each time the Brahmin complained, Jadu Prasad, one of the oldest Yamfu men in the group, who was on his 6th pilgrimage to Kembalung, replied matter-of-factly, "It wouldn't be a pilgrimage if it wasn't difficult." By the end of the trip, we were all repeating, sometimes with laughter, sometimes without, "It wouldn't be a pilgrimage if it wasn't difficult." While yogis and lamas journeyed to hidden valleys to escape samsara and attain eternal bliss, the pilgrims with whom I was traveling had more modest goals. The men and women were going to Kembalung to ask for a son, a daughter, a job, a good harvest. I hoped to learn more about their pilgrimages, about what they did and why. But like the others, I soon began to talk less as we walked. Like them, I found myself mumbling repetitive chants over and over to keep myself moving across the rocky terrain. I carried a down sleeping bag, a sleeping pad, a toothbrush, a pack cover, a flashlight, a notebook, iodine, 4 pairs of socks, long underwear, a jacket, a camera, and rice. Each time I unpacked and repacked, the women gathered around to comment on each item I had brought. Each of them carried a hand-woven woolen blanket, a bamboo mat to keep out the rain, rice, some spices, and a pot. All were barefoot. They had bundles of string and bits of cloth, shawls, their finest clothing to wear on the day we climbed to the caves, and Roxy, that was all. And then I describe how we climbed, you can go to the next slide. We climbed up to the caves and I took off my boots finally and was barefoot. So these caves, we climbed up that ridge to the cave on the left, that's Shiva's cave. And then we crossed across that big bump to there's that arc on the right upper side, and that's Parvati's cave. In the west, we climb ropes with rocks and in the west, we climb rocks with rope and protection. We wear soft rubber under our feet. We are on the rock, but not on the rock. With these pilgrims, I climbed to the Kembalung caves barefoot with no rope. Perched on a tiny ledge, Jadu Prasad reached down to pull me over difficult sections. I clutched his hand as he hauled me up the cliff, not letting myself think about what he, in turn, was holding on to. At a particularly rough patch, one of the grandmothers looked at me with concern and suggested that I go down. But then a man appeared with a 12-foot piece of rope. He knelt above the difficult section and held the rope as I used it to climb up the crack. Once at a Quaker wedding I attended, the father of the groom talked about thin places where one's nerve endings are bare. People make pilgrimages to thin places where gods have made their mark on the land. As the legends of the hidden valleys make clear, these journeys are internal as much as external. What the pilgrims encounter, the blessings they perceive, depends as much on their receptivity as on the sanctity of the land they pass through. Several months earlier, I had been sitting on the bank of the milky green Arun River to witness a cremation. As we witnessed the burned body float down the river, the mother of the dead man held up her hand in front of my face. It was cracked and dark. We all feel love, she told me. We all feel pain. We all bleed when we are cut. It is only the oral traditions that are different. The skin contains the blood, creating the distinctions that enable us to live. But it can become too thick, letting us forget the blood pulsing underneath and keeping us from sensing what Robert Colasso calls the connection of everything else which alone gives meaning to life. The connection of everything with everything else, which alone gives meaning to life. We experience the sacred not simply by visiting places that are sacred. We enter the sacred when we let go of the fear of being exposed and begin to open our hearts to the world around us. Only when I gave up trying to hide what was inside did the boundaries between the other pilgrims and me begin to dissolve. And in the moments I felt most alone, I realized that I was never alone. The sacred, as Colasso writes, is always waiting to wake us and be seen by us, like a tree waiting to greet our newly opened eyes. It is simply up to us to let ourselves see. And then this quotation by Robert Polk Harrison. The originating source itself remains unspeakable. It lies behind the landscape, to be sure, yet not like a face that hides behind a mask. It is nothing other than the landscape in its unaccountable presence. As it withdraws behind the appearances, it leaves in its place a landscape. And so what I'm trying to say is that when we open ourselves to ourselves, when we become embodied in our own body, mind, soul, we perceive more than what's there. We perceive what the ancestors perceive, the originating source beneath the world in which we live. And that is what connects us. That connects each of us with each other. And in the US right now, we have a horrible epidemic of not being connected with each other, and socially and culturally. And so these questions seem even more important at this time. But back to the story of, so then I was in Nepal and I experienced these things, had my heart broken open. And then I came back to the United States. And like many returning from overseas, I felt a profound sense of culture shock on returning to a culture and society that's so driven in the US by consumption. And I began studying herbal medicine. And I was writing my doctorate, but I also was studying herbs with a woman, Rosemary Gladstar. And I found something in the way she teaches herbal medicine, can go to the next slide, that connected and resonated with what I experienced in Nepal. You can go to the next slide. In herbal medicine, there's a profound sense of reciprocity with the natural world, a sense of the aliveness of the world as expressed in plants. It's very similar to the traditional practices of Ayurveda. There's a real spirit and a cultural value to the healing, the cultural dimensions of healing as expressed through working with medicinal plants. And so I really immersed myself in the study of what felt like the indigenous knowledge of my home. But as I learned more, I realized, and this is also happening in India, that the main way that people encountered herbal medicine was through products on the shelf that had nothing to do with these cultural values around right relationship with the world. It was really about the constituents in a product and how they could be healing for me. And so I realized that to reach that larger audience, I wanted to make a film. My husband's a filmmaker, so we produced a film, Newman, to really celebrate the healing power of medicinal plants. And we called that film Newman. This is the next slide. Newman, the word means that it's a Latin word that means the animating force in all things living. And so really to get back to those points I was saying before that I encountered in Nepal, really the aliveness of the earth and the world that is expressed through plants. It's not a great picture, but that on the upper left-hand side, you can see that's an echinacea flower, and you can just see the vibrancy of that plant. And so we screened the film around the country, and this response was really striking. People either resonated with the fact that plants could be healing, or they didn't. And I realized that really to reach that broader audience, I needed to reach them where they found herbal products. And that was in the supplement aisle. And so that really brought me to the current work that I'm doing around herbal medicine and the herbal industry. And I think it's the next slide. Go ahead. And I decided to, well, in herbal medicine, and this is also in my experience, what I've learned from Ayurveda and systems in India, is that the intention of the practitioner when they're making the remedy and when they're giving the remedy really is part of the healing power of that plant. It's not just the chemical constituents. It is the chemical constituents, but they are enlivened by that intention. And yet, most herbs and most herbal products these days are bought and sold in global supply chains where who knows what that intention is? Who knows the quality of the care that's being done as those products are made? And so at the same time, I heard this Wendell Berry, who is a farmer and writer in the United States, and he gave a talk and he said, we can't see the forest that are being cut down to build our homes. We can't see the lakes that are being drained to fill our bathtubs. And we live on the far side of a broken connection. And he said, not being able to see the impacts allows us to forget the moral and ecological consequences of our ways of living. And he said, healing this broken connection begins with seeing beyond what the market wants us to see. It begins with an act of imagination. So there's another disconnection, this between the people and places behind the products on our shelves. And so I wanted to know, what might I learn by following the herbs to the source and telling the stories of the people and places behind those finished products? How might that change my relationship with the product? And how really might that help us address, the tremendous devastation that we're wreaking on the earth? And so, inspired by Wendell Berry, I set out following herbs through the supply chain. And you can go to the next slide. And the question, the next slide, was really to see a bottle. There's a bottle. If you see just a product on a shelf, what questions does that make you ask? When I see this bottle, it makes me wonder, okay, what's in it? And is what's on the label, is what's in the bottle actually what's in the label? And in my work, I wanted to go to the next slide and really ask, what difference does it make when we see this other image, which is the landscape from which a product has come? Does it make us ask different questions? So the next slide. When you see this image, do you ask different questions? Does it make you think about different things or concerns? That was the point of my work. And I realized that in trying to see the social, economic, ecological worlds, the people and places behind this product, it was really the same thing as that story I said about the lede, the small bird in Hiragna. This was social and economic, but it's seen beyond what our eyes can see. And as the ancestors said, the priests and shamans said in that story I told, by seeing this broader context, might that make me less selfish? And so in the US, a lot of people assume when they get an herbal product, because they think it's from nature, that it's really more natural. But as I quickly found out, you can't assume that's the case at all. And it really depends on the care and attention that is given to those products each step of the way. And you can show the next slide. And so I traveled around the world to Eastern Europe, which is where a lot of herbs in the US market come from. I also spent 6 months in India visiting Ayurvedic centers and manufacturing centers to understand the sourcing and supply of herbal products in India. the next slide. And in herbal medicine, sustainability, sort of caring for the places and the landscapes and the people is really directly connected to the quality. It's not just something to do because we care about the earth, which we care about, but it's also, if we're buying a product, the constituents in that product are directly connected to the care that is given to each step of the way. So these are just a few of many pictures I have of really poor handling practices. One is of a wholesale wholesale herb market in Bangalore, and then the others are south of Madurai. And then the lower left is in Bulgaria. And I show these both about the quality of the herbs. I mean, they're being sifted on the side of the dusty road. And in the bottom left-hand one, it felt like really poor working conditions, really poor pay that the workers were given. And that has been shown to directly impact the chemical constituents in those herbal products. And I could go, all my work is really around that connection right now. I'm not going to go into it a lot more in this talk, except that these things also matter because, next slide, as ecological medicine says, we can't be well until the planet is well. And so it's really clear, you don't have to look far right now to see that the planet is not well. And so any herbal medicine is only going to be as healthy as the health of the planet. And so we have to pay attention to that broader context. And so that made me think more about, again, we know what needs to be done, but we keep not taking the actions. And this took me into a journey into sort of capitalism and Western capitalism and growth. And I would go to these herbal products trade shows, which is all about growth. And this quotation is from a wonderful book about Thinking Like a Plant. And he's saying, nowhere in healthy life do you find unlimited linear growth. You find bounded growth within a context. So again, it's getting back to what I've been trying to say all along. When we see just the narrow world in which we are, that makes us selfish. When we can see the larger context, we change our behavior. Or I've been asking, how does that change our behavior? And you can go to the next slide. And I've been drawn to herbal medicine because, to me, plants offer a bit of both. They have that aliveness of the world, which invokes that sense of reciprocity, a sense of spirit and the sacred that I talked about in the Journey to Thin Places. And there are also products that are bought and sold according to those values of growth in that previous quotation. And so I have wanted to see, and I keep exploring, can following herbs through the supply chain offer a path where we can make capitalism, we actually can make capitalism that cares for people, plants, and the planet. That's the promise, I think, that they offer wellness, the invitation. They bring us deeper into the world, and they invite us not only to care for our own bodies, but to really care for the earth and each other. But I think in the next slide, that really depends on whether and how those plants are cared for each step of the way. And so that's in the final bits, I want to talk about some practices that, to me, help build wellness and resilience all the way in the journey, not just from those who take that finished product, but really from the very beginning when the plants are harvested and processed and produced, so that all along the way we're building health and resilience. And herbal medicine is my pathway into this, but it relates to everything that we do in our lives. It's whether each step of the way, how we're taking care. And so the two kind of practices that I've been thinking about lately that arise from that idea of embodiment are seeing the world as a gift and how we think about what we want to grow. So if you think of something when you get a gift, imagine you receive a gift. Take a moment and think about how that makes you feel. When somebody just offers you something, gives you a gift freely with no strings attached and no expectation. And then imagine when you buy that same product, that same thing. Is there a difference? To me, there is. When someone offers me a gift, I'm connected to that person. I want to give something back. I feel grateful, and that gratitude connects me. I want to offer something in exchange. When I pay money, it's different. I feel like the money severs that connection. I evaluate the product based on its worth. There's not that same sense of reciprocity. And so plants offer, again, as I've said, if you go to the next image, that invitation for both. Plants are a gift of nature. I mean, and they're amazing. Look at these stunningly beautiful plants. This is blue cohosh and golden seal that are Appalachian herbs from my home state. Barry Lopez, a poet, once said, it makes a difference when we talk about wood as square board feet of wood or cedar, the names of the plants. In the same way, it makes a difference if we talk about these plants as blue cohosh, golden seal. We see their beauty, or we talk about them as commodities. To me, seeing them as this beauty is really what it means as to relate to them as a gift. And so to go to the next slide. So this, I'm gonna just, this lateral value is, so when we see that first image, so this is from a flower market in Kolkata, we see the upper one, which is marigolds. And then the second one is seeing the broader context of those marigold malas. We see the pile in the back is the waste. That's the larger context. This quotation, the lateral value of something, this is about the part of ourselves. Like when you offer a gift, you offer something of yourself, and the person who receives the gifts receives something of them. It relates to a concept in Harangna, the village where I was in Nepal, that they call charawa. Charawa is what the ancestors put in the rice when you make offerings, and that makes the rice last much longer. It's like that tiny bird bone that in the story I said, when the spiritual world is sort of the world of the ancestors is within those objects, there's an aliveness in them that is imbued, and it lasts much longer. And so that to me is sort of a long-winded way of talking about what to see the world as a gift invokes. And then that relates to what I see as two practices when you see both something as a gift and that context. And the first is what they call the honorable merchant. And the honorable merchant, a German businessman told me that he learned this concept in Hamburg, where he studied business. And it's the idea that is actually not quite common in the United States business world, where people are pretty cutthroat and just want to make a profit for their own company. The idea of an honorable merchant is there's a relationship with the person you're in business with, and you do the right thing because it makes you a profit, but you do the right thing because it's the right thing to do for this other person. That relationship shapes the interaction as much as the transaction. So that's one, the honorable merchant, and the other is the honorable harvest. These pictures are from harvesting Jatamansi in Western Nepal. And the honorable harvest is, again, you see the context of how many plants are in these high altitude pastures, and you harvest accordingly. You don't take it all because you can get a good profit from it. You take, by seeing the context, that informs your actions. And then there's a set of very prescribed actions for how much you harvest. So to me, these feel like two practices that maybe if we think of them within the work we do in any business, in a capitalist transaction, might they help us begin to take better care of plants and people and the planet. And then the second thing I've been thinking about that rises from this idea of embodiment is a question of what do we want to grow? And this goes back to that quotation that I mentioned had before, that growth, you find growth within a context. Again, seeing the impact of what you're growing on the context. It's not just growing a profit. And so you can go to the next slide. And then the next one after that. And this next picture is from this woman in the middle. Her name is Solochana, and she and her husband have a processing center in Western Nepal that works with farmers who are growing ginger, and then they export the ginger to Germany. And when she was talking about her work, she runs the processing center, this woman in the center. And she said, when the women come into work, she looks at their faces every morning as they sign in, and she sees if they feel anxious. And if they look anxious, she asks them how they are. And often they'll say, fine, fine, fine. But she can tell from their eyes if they look anxious. And so later that night, she'll go to their homes and see, what's happening, how their children are, how their parents are, how their family is. And I asked her why that mattered and why their happiness mattered, because she's there as a businesswoman. And she said, I am a businesswoman. And as long as they aren't happy, and as long as I don't understand their feelings, they aren't going to do good work. And to me, that seems like the key, that it's kind of stunning that we have these economic systems where we've forgotten that. But of course, we aren't going to do good work when we feel anxious, when we're worried about where food's coming from, when we can't take care of our children, when we can't pay our bills. And so for her, those two are directly connected. Her job in being this business owner is to make sure everyone's well cared for. It's not exclusive from producing high quality ginger. It seems so obvious, and yet in all the processing centers I visited, no one has ever mentioned anxiety on the faces of their workers as an indicator of performance. They all talk about the value of the work and the value of income, but no one has ever really talked about how that work fits into their workers' lives, what other pressures people face when they leave the work and return to their lives. She was the first one who really seemed to talk about the women as women first, and then to see how that employment offered those that her company offered fits into their lives. And so I thought about, what about using these qualities as a measure of the success of your business? Greater skills at listening, deeper understanding of the challenges people face. What about using greater ease in the faces of women who show up for work as an indicator of growth? What impact would it have to pay attention to that alongside things like assessing the moisture content of dried herbs, which is the key indicator everybody's always talking about, as something that also impacts the quality of the herbs? An herb trader in the United Kingdom told a story of how he was working with a company in India, who's one of the best companies he works with. They grow the herbs and sell them to the UK. And so he was writing them a thank you note to say how much he appreciated them. And the head of that company wrote back and said how much that appreciation made a difference, and that made them want to take better care. By taking better care, then the quality is going to be better. So again, it's about broadening the context to see beyond what we've been told matters by the market, and to see, by broadening that context, what might we create that is more healing than the worlds we're currently creating. And there's this other quotation in the next slide. This is by a Zimbabwean woman who was talking about the work that she's doing. And she says, and again, often in the worlds that I'm in the herb industry, the idea of where the herbs come from, it's just extracting those herbs for the finished products. And what I loved about how she framed it is that she realizes that the relationship between the market and the producer has to be a relationship of nourishment. Nourishment feels much better, right, in your body than extraction. It's not one way. We nourish the market, those who are providing the herbs, and the market equally nourishes us. Currently, right now, most of the markets in the US, they nourish themselves, and those on the end producing the herbs are malnourished. And so how she's reframing it, the relationship should not in any way be one where one of the parties becomes malnourished. And then I just have a few more slides.
Dr. Ann, we are sort of short of time. Just a reminder on that.
Yeah, so I just have this one last slide. This is often when people buy products and we're just worried about what they get for themselves. But in the purchases we make, in the actions we take, everyone is really about the worlds we're building. What kind of world am I supporting? What system of health? Capitalism leads us in one direction. It is up to us to ask whether that is the direction we want to take. And then the last slide, the market economy has spread like wildfire with uneven results for human well-being and devastation. But it's just a story we have told ourselves, and we are free to tell another. And so that's where I wanted to end this. You can end the slides.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ann.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may start, and thank you so much for your presentation. It was incredibly insightful and something that we don't really hear or speak much of in our context. But something that I also wanted to start with was reading out paragraphs and excerpts from your books, which is astonishing to me because you had read out exactly the same excerpts from your book, which I had marked out. But I'll do my best to still sort of draw parallels between both of your books, which I have glanced through many times in the past 2 years. And I'm just going to start reading a small excerpt from your chapter, The Barun Festival in Places. This is January 1992. You write, young monks, old women, and teenage boys and girls placed flickering candles on the stone walls, stuck incense into the cracks, and poured melted butter into the thousands of butter lamps placed at the base of the stupa. Others prostrated themselves on wooden platforms, chanting, their hands and knees wrapped in padded cloth as protection. Large groups of monks sat at the base of stupa, also chanting. The air was heavy with the smell of burning butter, and the entire compound was alive with the physical manifestation of so much faith. The chanting, the candles, the offering of food piled in front of the stupa, all of it arising from faith. Now at the confluence of these rivers, which are Barun and Arun, that were gods, we once again encountered the magic and mystery of something unknown, of something that could not be known. There was nothing to do but pay attention. The distance I had felt between the villagers and me faded. The differences between Brian and me fell away. We were close in the way we were close in wild places, in awe of the landscape, natural and cultural, a sense of wonder that spilled into how we felt for each other. There was a timeless quality to the closeness that I believed made up for the time apart, imagining that a response to an opening in the landscape was the same as creating that opening ourselves. And if I may, I would like to run that paragraph against something that you wrote in The Business of Botanicals, which is your second book. You write, and this is one of the last ending chapters, Medicine of Place. You write, and you are describing your experience in Kodaikanal. You write, in Kodaikanal, I felt more powerfully than anywhere else in India how the delinking of object from place is ravaging the world. I eventually got to read Madhu's book, which had just been published, and I was struck by the quotation with which he began. Oh, what's become of the world, Zabalawi? They've turned it upside down and taken away its taste. And then you talk about taste. What would it mean, I wonder, to live in a world with no taste? Beyond the poetic, how would it make a difference? Taste is one of the most intimate and immediate ways to interact with the world, one of the few where what is outside enters. We get clear information by bypasses our expectations or assumptions or judgments. A taste is sour, salty, bitter, or sweet. A world with no taste has none of that aliveness. Yet because taste is direct and immediate, noticing it might be a way to begin awakening the body's relationship with the world, to begin listening with the body in a way that medicinal plants helped me experience that first weekend at Sage Mountain. Where might that awakening then lead? Taste as a way of reweaving our relationship with the earth. To my surprise at Kodaikanal, I found myself nostalgic for Vaidyagram, despite the oppressive heat there. Dismayed by the careless, unplanned way in which Kodaikanal was growing, I longed to be in a place where prayer is literally at the center, where attention is paid daily to the point where faith becomes form and intention is manifest. Where plants receive the vibration of prayer not for any specific outcome, but simply because prayers are part of the practice. A place that addresses the root cause of disease and so in turn the root cause of healing. And let me also ponder upon why I chose these two paragraphs. It's because I wanted to bring in the idea of faith and healing through your works, through both of your works, and I feel like both of your works are highly subjective in that sense. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But later in the book, towards the afterword, you also bring in the idea of bhakti, not only in its canonical religious sense, but as a presence of a certain kind of trust or belief, or if I may, faith, which is a mandatory prerequisite to our engagement with our environment. Would you say that this quality of trust or belief or faith in the other is what you experienced for the first time in Nepal, and also as we saw through the paragraph that I read about the Barun festival? And then this is just my reading of it, and I believe that you have been on a quest to experience this again, this capacity of experiencing faith and healing through your work again with herbs and medicinal plants and the Sustainable Herbs program. So I was just wondering if this is an arc that we could draw between your works, but from the 1990s to till recently. Before you answer that, I would also like to remind all our audience, physically present and online, to please type in your questions or collect your ideas and raise your hands. We'll get to you shortly. Dr. Ann, if you would want to answer that.
First, I want to thank you for how thoughtfully that you read those two and paired them together. And it was interesting rereading Thin Places in preparation for this talk, that I did see that these questions that I'd actually kind of forgotten that I was asking, how they're directly connected to the work that I'm doing. And maybe even when returning home and at the end of Thin Places, and I'm sort of, okay, how to find the sacred at home, not just on a pilgrimage. And now it's like how to find the sacred in a capitalist economy, which is really where we have to change it. We have to find it if we're really gonna heal our relationship with the planet. And also that it's all connected. I mean, that's why I so appreciate the passages you selected, but it has to start with ourselves. It can't just be pointing the arrow to saying what has to change outside. It has to be both. And that's, I think, why my work is so deeply subjective, because for that reason, the changes inside. Years ago, a mentor of mine, when I was trying to figure out how to write Thin Places, and I was just writing it as an academic, and she put her hands on my shoulders and said, and looked at me in the eye and said, you have to understand that your lens, your story is how we can see the world. I'm not telling my story because I think it's inherently interesting. It's because that's how I understand these bigger questions, because they lodge in each of us. And that's where I think each of us needs to make those shifts.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ann. I would like to open the floor for questions now. And we are taking questions from the live audience as well as the audience online.
Hello, Doctor. Thank you for your presentation and those deep insights into your work. My name is Ayman Syed. I am a second-year student, architecture student here at JSA. So you spoke about how ecology and products of ecology have sort of been commodified, which has led to this disconnection between the products of our consumption and its sourcing, its supply chain, and the processes that it undergoes. As professionals of the built environment, how would you say that we sort of help bridge this gap, make people more aware of the context of what they consume?
I'd love to ask that question of all of you all. I'd love to be in the room so I could actually, yeah, right. I mean, I think that's what I was trying to think, it would be how to translate that idea of embodiment in the built environment, how to, and the idea of gift and context, so that's the experience of the built environment, but then there's also the building of the built environment, right? And where the cement is coming from and the impacts of the cement and the materials that you choose to build with seems an important growing conversation, but needs to grow a lot more, like really, and engaging participants in the built space, the spaces you design, in not just the experience of the building or the room, but how the room came into being and the impact of how that came into being on the lives of the people behind that. But I think that's my hope in sharing what I shared, was to inspire you all to answer that question and to hear from you, your thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But actually, I will say one more thing. I was just listening to a podcast right now in the US. There's a lot of talk about mental health and this growing loneliness. And in this conversation, this podcast, Ezra Klein was asking about structures of disconnection, that the discussions about loneliness are just talking about the effects of that loneliness and isolation, which is a built environment space. This conversation was, how do we design spaces to address the epidemic of loneliness in the US and mental health? Mostly they're saying around young men, but increasingly. And so that's another thing, like how to design for connection. So anyway, yes, your question.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for your talk. I thought it raised a lot of very interesting questions to me. I just wanted to share one of them. So I was wondering, ever since you started sharing your work with the healing power of herbs, for instance, how did that kind of, did you face any kind of initial skepticism almost from people who are very, they've kind of grown up with English medicine, and there's so much research that goes into building more powerful chemicals? And how did you have you seen any kind of positive shift since your work has come out, or are people starting to now be more accepting of the power of herbs as an alternative to maybe chemical alternatives? Yeah.
Yeah, good question. Definitely, I mean, definitely huge skepticism. And for good reason, some of it, the quality in the US, there's some, if you know where to buy good quality, you can get good quality, but then there's a lot of people who companies that just want to make a profit. And so you need to be skeptical. The organization I now work for was started 30 years ago, really to bring some of the scientific rigor into producing herbal products and the use of medicinal plants. In the US, there's not such a rich tradition like Ayurveda, or in Europe, there's a much stronger kind of scientific basis to the research they've done. In the US, there wasn't that at all. And so this organization has really tried to bring that awareness in. What I'm trying to bring in is an awareness that of the connection between the quality and the care of production. And this is something that I observed, and Ayurveda really needs attention in India. There's a real disconnect, and there's really poor handling, but there's poor handling in the US, there's poor handling everywhere. So it's really trying to draw that connection between the two for people who are already using herbs, already open to herbs. I'm not so much trying to reach beyond that, although in the US, COVID had a big impact in terms of more people being open to using plants as medicine, because there was nothing you could do. And so people were taking herbs for immune health. I don't know if that really answers your question, but thanks.
Any more questions?
Hello, can you? Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for your talk. So you mentioned something about the intention while producing these herbal remedies. And as somebody who's always consumed herbal remedies that my grandmother has given me, how do you think the idea of, intention with love and affection, or perhaps somewhat in faith, can be incorporated when these products are let out in the market, or for a larger consumer base, if not the market?
Yeah, no, that's the key question. So that was a question that I was asking when I started this Sustainable Herbs program. I wanted to know, can intention show up in global supply chains? And what I found first was that I was asking really the wrong question, but it was more around attention. Because when people were able to pay attention, they would catch whether, say, two different species were mixed together, which was going to impact the quality. And so then I started to think about, okay, what allows people to pay attention? Attention is a kind of care. What allows people to pay attention? And that's the story I told of Soluchana, that woman in Nepal. When people are anxious, they're not going to take the same amount of care. So what allow all along the way to, so is it intention in that spiritual sense of a grandmother, that love? Probably not in a global supply, right? That's always going to be what we make ourselves, because it's a gift, and that has incredible power. I think but what I'm trying to see, can it make a difference? Like, what version of that can translate into global supply chains? And so that's what I'm thinking about, taking care of people's their whole selves, because then that allows them to take better care in terms of being cleaner, handling the herbs better, making sure they're actually drying them in a good way, that they're not harvesting them from the side of a polluted road. So those things, that kind of attention, like if you don't feel well cared for, who cares where you harvest the herbs? You just want to get the money you're going to get. And so what version of all of our grandmothers can we bring into global supply? I don't know, But I think that story I said of that the company in the United Kingdom who wrote that card, and that person said, "Your appreciation makes me change my actions and do better." So, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Any questions here? Good evening, ma'am. Thank you so much for your talk and for sharing about your journeys. So one of the questions that I had was something that you were tackling during your journeys is that we know what to do about things like climate change, but we don't get around to doing it. And one of the answers that you had gotten is the system of like capitalism and consumerism. So when you talk about the honorable merchant, especially when you're dealing with herbs, we go into how medicine as a field has also gotten into this capitalist system where people are in it for making money. So how do we like bring change to a system like that, which deals with like human beings, their health, their well-being, and how do we turn that around?
I know it seems like it would be so obvious, right? That this is our health and well-being, that what I'm trying to do, you know, I because I have to start there, is I think there in the world that I'm in, there are a lot of different people in different companies who care about these things and making a difference and aren't connected to each other. And so I'm trying to build more collaboration and connections, kind of back to that quotation I read from Thin Places, you know, when that we're all connected. And so how do we connect with each other in a deeper way? Does that allow us to do our work in a different way? And in baby steps, it is. I mean, I think health and healing should be the first industry that really addresses this disconnect, right? And that's why I think plants offer this pathway. But whether that can work or not, I don't know. I think I have to believe that it can. I have, you know, because I have children, I want to do all I can. And I feel like plants are inviting us to, because they offer that opportunity of reciprocity, which is different than a pharmaceutical, right? A pharmaceutical is just some chemicals in a lab. And so in the system is not this invitation to connect. Whereas in plants, there is an invitation, is often not followed, but if we all listen, what might unfold? There in the Bhadragama, the Ayurvedic center that I visited when I was in India, the head of that, the founder of that, talked about how his real focus at the beginning was on reestablishing the relationship of the Ayurvedic doctors with the plants, because that connection had been broken as they would just buy products on the shelf rather than produce those remedies themselves. They were losing this knowledge about the plants as living beings, as chemical collections of chemicals, you know, it's the whole thing that a plant is. He was really working on reestablishing that connection, and then sustainable sourcing would follow. But if that cultural connection with the plants wasn't there, he said there was no hope. Because he felt it had been lost in Ayurveda as it becomes so product oriented, and less that relationship that the person before you spoke of, her grandmother, you know, that connection. So yeah, I don't know if I answered that, but.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you so much, Dr. Ann, for your talk. My question would be, since most of us here are students of the built environment, and one of the larger aspects of what we study and what we'll eventually get into is making homes for people. So what like what would you suggest would be some of the values that we can instill in through design for the inhabitants that we make those homes for? So what do you think are the values that we can instill through design for inhabitants? So like as an example, is it something that should we accommodate for spaces for people to grow what they produce? This can be herbs or even something else. Do you think do we need more spaces for people to come together to interact? Do we need more sort of public spaces for public gathering? So like in your experience through all your travels, what do you think has sort of worked in the different ways that you've seen that how people live, how people sort of dwell, and what are the values you think are in line with what you're trying to sort of what your larger sort of aim is?
So designing homes, I think you all know that. You all are much better experts at that than me. But when you're asking in my travels, there was a place in Poland that I visited that is really what I think it's not just the homes, it's how we relate to the business. And this was started by a man who had grown up wild collecting medicinal plants. And then he started taking them to market. And then he started a factory. And so he had a factory that bought herbs from wild collectors in Poland, processed those, dried them and chopped them for tea that they sold in the Polish market. And then there was a hotel built in the traditional way of Polish buildings. So all the traditional buildings were being torn down. He bought the components. I don't even know if he had to buy them because they were being torn down of these older houses, brought them over, built this big hotel that was filled with people when we visited, young Polish families who would come. And then there was a huge botanical garden that was there. And so then there was, massage and more healing things, but there was a business to generate income there. And then there was education. And so it was and a hotel and the plants. And so it's the homes, but also then how the homes are integrated into the larger community. And, I'm thinking in the US and often, and India, and often you don't really want them connected with industry because industry so it depends on what that kind of business enterprise is. But I think any ways to think about connections and what is being brought together and how people can be brought together and how people move through the space. But these are all questions that I'm sure you all think about much more.
Dr. Ann, if I may request you, in your second book, you talk about a cabinet full of teas and tinctures and herbs in your own home. And I was just wondering if we could have a sneak peek at it right now, if that is possible.
I'd have to take you downstairs.
As long as we don't break connection, because we've been running into technical glitches all day long. But if only that's possible, otherwise that's okay. That's fine.
I can try, but if
okay,
here's I can show you on my desk. I have all these tinctures that I've made. They're reused bottles, but here's all my tinctures that they're other bottles, but this has self-heal, a plant from my garden, and then
perhaps even a photo later would suffice.
Okay.
I would love to circulate it to the entire student body. We'll take a few last questions. I think Lena has one.
Hi, am I audible to you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm Lena. I'm a third-year architecture student, and I'm also pursuing sustainability as one of my areas of interest. So I wanted to ask about more. My question was partly answered when you answered Taha's question, but there is a certain narrative with respect to herbal medicine and healing. And you said that COVID had started to make people appreciate and change that narrative. And that kind of conversation and discourse is there with respect to sustainable architecture as well.
because of the kind of capitalism and consumerism there is even with design, there and the effects of climate change and the usage of wrong materials in different areas, people are aware of the consequences of using these materials, and yet these are repetitive everywhere. What are some of the pathways that you have observed that worked in the favor of this shift from allopathy to herbal medicine, which you think could also translate to the design field?
Let me, yeah, so it's interesting, you know, because I started this with that question, from that Wendell Berry quotation, does seeing the impacts, how does that change our behavior? And as you asked in your question, you know, maybe a little bit, but not a lot necessarily. What I'm working on now is a lot is bringing together this group of different stakeholders and in these meetings, and we're collaborating. And so collaborating, say, on all herb companies now need to begin to measure their scope 3 emissions. So the emissions in the companies that they source from. And yet that's really costly for an herb company, because that would mean every species they need to track. And each company needs to do it. And so then there are these measuring data companies that have sprung up that make money on this measurement, right? And so it's kind of like that. It's the way there's this repetitive thing that's not really addressing the problem. And so what this group of 10 companies is doing is coming together to say to those data companies, work with us as a group. We don't all want to pay. We all need this data. How can we collaborate to get the data, to get the work done? So that's like one way of trying to think outside the box of how things are done. Another example, the trip in Nepal that I mentioned this fall was with 3 companies. 2 were competitors, 2 tea companies, and which usually don't ever travel together because they're competitors, and their ingredient supplier. So, and usually the ingredient supplier doesn't want to travel either with the brand, the finished product company, or with each other, because they don't want to share information. They're afraid they'll lose their control. And that all 3 were together was a first step, was remarkable, they all said. And that came out of the work that we had done building connection in a deeper way. So right now, that's what I'm trying to do, is connect, and see what happens. Connect beyond just ideas and answers and saying, this is what needs to be done. Because I don't think that ever, just as you're saying, being told what needs to be done, people aren't doing it. And so how to connect in a deeper way, how to listen beyond what we expect to hear. But these are all, I'm just trying, and I would love to be in a room with you all and hear what you're trying and what you find. So thanks.
Hello, Dr. Ann. I'm Alok Parna. I'm a faculty here. Thank you for your presentation. It was really insightful. And there were two parts to your presentation which really, touched me, resonated with me. So the first one is more of a comment. So I just wanted to share that when you talk about the anxiety on workers' face as an indicator, so that was a wonderful remark, I think, a wonderful observation to make. And nobody sees that. We are, that is very invisible in this capitalist, neoliberalist systems of work, right? So thank you for that observation. The second is a question, and it's about the part where you were talking about the trek, the trek that you took, and people around you were they're wishing for a child or wishing for a job. And, so all of this is the ordinary, the banal, the everyday, aspects of faith. And we see that all around us. We see that in our houses, also in our homes, the very ordinariness of faith, right? And how do you see that being challenged in this capitalist world? Because there are two very different scales of this faith that we are seeing nowadays. And I think the ordinary sacred is very much challenged and is very fragile at this moment. So would like to know your comments. Thank you.
That's such a good question. And it makes me think of like, that's what I'm trying to get at in that idea of the layer all value, which I love that book, because that idea is that the value of the ordinary, care, the caring, and in that quotation, that we're surrounded by empty, indifferent things that don't have that ordinary. I don't know. I mean, I can only answer thinking for myself, and it's a practice, right, of trying to remember and to slow down and to put myself in places where I'm reminded of that, practices where I'm reminded that right now, this cup, these are the things that matter, but it's a practice. And I think that last quotation by Robin Kimmerer about the market economy has told one story and we're free to tell another, but it's up to us to tell that other. It's up to us, each of us, to begin. But I see, my daughter, I have a 24-year-old daughter who gets so anxious and caught in her work. And I'm trying, as a mother, there's only so much you can say to your child, but like trying to remind her about what matters is now. And I think it's probably each of us starting where we are. I was just with my parents, 90 and 88 years old, and I can get caught in like impatience and but then I think they're 90 and 88 years old. How do I, like, this moment of eating a meal with them, this is a sacred right now, but I need to remind myself of that. It's interesting to think about, and I hadn't, it's like, and so much of that capitalist economy is about not reminding, not remembering. I don't know if that answered at all, but that's just what comes to mind. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ann, thank you so much for your presentation and answering all those questions. I have a couple of other observations and questions, which I think I'll hold off to probably a personal call. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll sign out of the session and I'll hand the mic to my colleague, Dr. Alok Parna, to close the session. Sorry, I'll hand the mic to Ayman now.
Thank you, Dr. Ann, for a truly wonderful lecture and your valuable insights into how embodied learning and engagement with thin places can provide a deeper understanding of the plants and their cultural and spiritual significance. I also thank Professor Sajdev for moderating the question and answer session with questions from the audience. Now, as we conclude the final day of the ICBE 2023, I invite Professor Sengupta, Assistant Dean of Research at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, to give us the closing remarks for the day. Over to you, Professor Sengupta.
Thank you, Ayman. And thank you to everyone who has been with us in this last 1.5 days of the conference, for participating and engaging, with the papers, with the paper presenters, with the keynote speakers. It has been wonderful, and it has given us a lot of things to think about and reflect about, and also ideas about our next conference next year. This is our annual conference. So a big thank you to everyone for this. A little bit about what we understood from the papers that we received this time, and which were presented was that, there was a huge variation in the geographies that got represented in through the papers, right? And its associated need for both a very close reading of space and people, and also the technical expertise needed to investigate issues of equity, climate, and construction. What was also reflected through these papers is that critical thinking, critical reading, and intervention is required at various scales, not only scales which are big, which are mega scales, but also in micro scales and scales of the ordinary. So keeping all of this in mind, I thank again all of you for joining and for being part of this conference, very fruitful conference. And thank you all, and signing off. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sengupta, for your words. I now invite Anish Aditya Prasad, President of the JSA Student Council, for the final word of thanks. Over to you, Anish.
Thank you, Ayman. As the President of the Student Council, it is my honor to express our gratitude for the immense support and guidance that we have received during the International Conference on the Built Environment. This conference has been an enriching experience for all of us, providing a platform for exchange of ideas and fostering a spirit of research and exploration. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the conference organizing team comprising Professor Alokparna Sengupta, Professor Hifzur Rahman, Professor Taupati Chaudhary, Professor Akanksha Maglani, and Professor Anandit Sachdev for the relentless efforts. Your vision and dedication have set the tone for the conference and inspired us to achieve greater heights. I would also like to thank the session moderators, Varnika Dalmia, Bharat, Tanmay Tiwari, and Adya Sharma for skillfully steering the sessions and ensuring a smooth flow of events. Your leadership has been invaluable in making the conference run like clockwork. A big shout out to the student task force comprising Taha Mama, Mazen Ahmad, Tharun CM, Adya Sharma, Ayman Sayyid, Anamika Sarkar, Aditya Singh, Bharat R, Tanmay Tiwari, and Varnika Dalmia. A huge shout out also to the social media team comprising Muskan Batra, Shan Mary Saji, Tanvi Verma Indukuri, Meher Sohal, Pia Lazarus, Kirandeep Kaur, and Minakshi V. Your enthusiastic support and commitment have been pivotal in making this event a success. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the university support team comprising Sheikh Salam, Assistant Manager JSA, Azad Ali, Director Admissions JSA, Naveen Kumar and Durgesh Nath Tiwari for website support, Kuldeep and Shankar Jyoti Bora for IT support, Yumna Ahmad, Pratiksha Rana, Manish Kumar Jha from the Communications Department, and our camera person, Gaurav Pandey. Your support has been invaluable in ensuring a seamless execution of the conference. I would like to thank the review panel comprising Professor Joydeep Chatterjee, Professor Girish Agarwal, Professor Zaim Alpani, Professor Anandita Nag, Professor Abu Talha Faruqi, Professor Sarovar Zaidi, Professor Shivani Kapoor, Professor Ayod Vasant Kamath, Professor Anandit Sachdev, Professor Harsh Mittal, Professor Minati Das, and Professor Hifzur Rahman for your valuable insights and constructive feedback. Your expertise has helped shape the conference, and we are very grateful for your support. Last but not the least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all participants, keynote speakers, and viewers who made this event a success. Your presence and participation have truly made this conference a memorable experience. We hope that the knowledge and ideas shared during this event will be put into practice and contribute to the betterment of the built environment and our communities. Once again, thank you all for your hard work, dedication, and unwavering support in making this conference a resounding success. We hope to see you at the next International Conference on the Built Environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anish. And with that, we conclude the proceedings for the International Conference on the Built Environment 2023. Thank you everyone for joining us today and yesterday. Thank you for participating and engaging with all the presenters. Please stay safe and take care.